What is going on, everybody? No Isha tonight. He dipped out early for Duluth, and I am super, super jealous because he's going to have some incredible beer. And apparently, he's just doing cold plunge and sauna stuff for the next 4 days. So, anyone that wanted to tune in for his fight stuff, not going to happen. And for any of you who are disappointed that I'll be here for the ride, completely understand. But hit me up in the comments here. Let me know who is actually here and tuning in. Try my best to do some of the play-by-play stuff that Isha typically does, but to be honest, that's not my bit. So probably going to be a lot more banter and discussion about what's going on throughout. You guys let me know what you do or don't want to talk about. I'll throw up some polls occasionally. We'll have some beers. We'll have a good time. And actually lead in here. Yo, Jake, what up? Let me know what you guys are drinking. I'm actually going to bust out my first guy here. Ooh. We're going to start with one from our buddies at Loose Line. It is a West Coast IPA, which is definitely more of an Isha thing than myself. But they told me it's really, really good, and I told them I would give it a try. So let's give her. Jake, you said the only thing that would make me sad. But if you're happy drinking it, I'm happy you're drinking it. But that is one of the few beers that I just have no interest in consuming. Apparently, I learned, Jake, that it's because those are made with rice rather than corn. Most of the U.S. distributed macro beers are with corn. And apparently I just do not like rice beers, rice lagers, whatever. Not my style. I know I got a handful of you here in the chat. Jake seems to be the only one that wants to talk right now. That's fine. We got warm-ups, or I guess not even warm-ups at this point. We got pregame festivities. I don't know what to expect here. Let me know what you guys have for predictions, whether it's game score, players that are going to pop off. And don't be shy in the chat either if you are happy or unhappy about the line combos that Hines or Guerin. I guess we really don't know at this point who is pulling the strings on who's in the lineup, what the lines look like. But let me know what you guys think about what's going on. Ben, what up, buddy? If you are partaking in any beverages, let me know what you're cracking into. If not, respect that as well. See, Isha sent me the stuff to get the score bug up. Maybe it's because the game just hasn't started yet that I don't have a good widget working. We'll find out here shortly. Some of you might not even care whether or not that's up. I personally will get it up for you guys if I can. All right, we got more and more people jumping in here. Anyone besides Jake and Ben, chime in the chat here. Jake, Ben, you guys keep coming, by the way. Jupe, for the time being, definitely solo. Might have some people jumping on later on and might have people jumping in for intermissions. By the way, Jupe, if you want, I will definitely shoot you over the link if you want to jump in and have some beverages and BS with me. DM me on Twitter if you want it. Oh, coffee. This feels like the one game that the Wild have had against Vegas where coffee seems like a weird pick, but I'm sure you've got very good reasons for it. And actually, that's not fair. If Isha was on here, even if it was a 4 p.m. start, he'd probably be hitting the coffee grind. So to each their own. Respect it. All right. And yes, per Isha, make sure you guys smash the like button. Subscribe if you haven't, but that's kind of goes without saying because otherwise you wouldn't be able to do anything. Oh, got the anthem going. from the greatest Anthem singer in the business, John the Causemaker, with the electric point over to the service member at the end every time for Brave. Guy's the best. Let's see if I can get a poll. Brave, that's right. All right. Let's see. Jake, spot on. John the Causemaker crushed it. Oh, we got Kevin O'Connell here for Let's Play Hockey. That certainly can't be a bad thing. That's right, Jake. Little kid is really excited for the puck drop here. He is going crazy on my door right now, just yelling "da da da da." So we'll count that as go wild. Now he hears me saying it, so it's getting worse. Kid's a lunatic. If you guys can hear that in the background, hilarious. Whoa, Jupe, hang on now. That is not fair. You can come on. We don't have to talk about hockey at all. We can just talk. In fact, I haven't talked Gophers in a while, so we can do that too, in and out of the game. And yeah, Leafs Sens game. This one, like, it's weird to say when this is a wild stream, but that game is probably the one of the night for everyone, even Wild fans. If that goes to game 7, the collective hockey world is going to lose their minds in the best way, except for those in the greater Toronto area. Sorry to our friend Zach Phillips, who is probably going to have a real rough post-game show. Yeah, the score ticker thing might not work. Let me see if I can get this going. Yeah, I think Isha might have led me astray. I'm going to give this a little bit more effort, guys. We'll see if I can get the score thing up. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have it. Shoot. Well, sorry to those that care. Jack Eichel just, that's, the 15 is going to mess with me until the end of time. Jack Eichel is no longer number 15. God damn it. Curious what you all think in the chat, too. Vegas basically matching the Wild with loading that top line. Obviously, tonight, they don't have the line matchups they want. Wild get last change, but that Carlson, Eichel, Stone line last game went off. They were quite fun. In a bad way for, of course, us. But nothing too exciting to write home about thus far. Nyquist has been out there for a full shift, though, and he has not made a mistake, so you should all be thrilled. Let's see, where is the Toronto-Ottawa game at? 1-0 Toronto, which is nowhere near enough to make Toronto fans confident. All right, handful more people have joined. anyone that's jumped in the chat, let me know who I'm here with. And definitely, if you guys are enjoying any beverages, let me know what you're sipping on. I got this New Zealand Joyride West Coast IPA from our buddies at Loose Line. And for West Coast, it's actually really good. Those that don't know the difference, West Coast IPA is typically more pine tree, if I'm going to be aggressive with it, but more the bitter, sometimes piney kind of taste. I'm way more of a New England IPA guy, which is a lot more like juicy, fruit forward, whatever. But solid option. Yep, this is not awesome. Very, very unfortunate way to start the game here. We have we've got some 10K representation right behind the Wild bench. Who would have thunk? But yeah, Marco Rossi, not a great way to start the game. He probably won't play much the rest of the game because John Hines already hates him. Doing this is not going to help put him in any better graces. So 17:33 left in the first period. We've got a 4-minuter to kill off here after Rossi draws blood. Classic White Goodman. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Nobody. All right, so far, 2 great clears by the Wild. Michael comes up ice, gets in clean through 3 guys. Setting up top over to the side wall. Big question could be which Shea Theodore do we get here this game, because he has made or broken them a couple games of this series. God, it'd be so fun to have a guy like him quarterbacking the power play. Of course, you know. Oh, and there we go. Man, we were talking about Shea Theodore on the board for Vegas. That's unfortunate. Oh, son of a bitch. Ooh, lot of traffic. You cannot let Mark Stone stand right there in his kitchen. Yep, I do not like the amount of bodies that were in Gus's way. I give him no fault on this goal. That is just unfortunate defensive play. That sucks. Red Wings prospects chiming in 1-0. Yo, Red Wings prospects, jump over to YouTube. Let's chat with everybody, and I need to hear from you what you think is going to happen this summer for the Detroit Red Wings. I am very, very curious with how the back and forth went in the press conferences. You got Dylan Larkin saying, hey, we would have loved some help. Steve Yzerman saying we pay our best players and we need them to be the ones that are the help. Could Dylan Larkin be traded potentially? Or is it something that just leads to some uncomfortable situations going into next season? Yep, Jupe, we have 1-0 Vegas, scored on the first sequence of power plays that Rossi gave them because we drew blood. So Theodore scored from the point, pretty rough. Again, anyone that didn't hear already, way too many bodies in front. While they're doing nothing to box out and keep guys out of Gus's vision. So far, though, killed half of the back end of the double minor. Just over a minute left here in the Vegas power play. Weird. Eichel coming up ice. Shocked. Shit, Theodore over. Ooh. See, this is why I could never be Isha. I could never be a play-by-play guy because when I'm locked in on the game, my mouth stops going. Oh, no. Juror 39. Don't be that person. Not yet. Not yet. Come on, hot takes. I know you're here to just get me riled up, but Rossi sucks. Jeez. I'm also hoping he never sees the cup in his life. Sounds personal. Did he do something to you? You take your mom out to a nice seafood dinner and never call her again? Oh, buddy, we got Jupe jumping in after dinner. I don't know when dinner's happening or when it's going to end, but whenever that is, he's jumping in. I must be new to Minnesota sports. No, sadly, I am not, Jake. I am not. I am very familiar with the pain. Well, this is some bad juju coming from Big Ticket. This is how it goes, man. First team to score has won every game in the series. Well, let's hope that trend ends. That is how it goes, Jake. Man. Well, call me glass quarter full, but 4-minute penalty, coming out with just one goal given up, could have been worse. Oh, man. Everyone in the chat, let me know, who do we think is first on the board for the Wild? And the more exotic the pick, bonus points. I mean, saying Kaprizov and Boldy, I guess that's, where the smart money's at, but I feel like there's got to be some kind of redemption for someone. It's not going to be Nyquist because I just don't believe in anything that he's done since being acquired, but I certainly don't wish ill on him. Oh, there we go. Big Ticket. Great pick. Trenyon, I could absolutely see it, although who knows? Maybe Rossi just got their line stapled to the bench for the rest of the game. Hot takes. I'm assuming this means BOGO, which that is, I don't know if fans would cheer or boo based on how they've been reacting to him of late. And granted, plenty of the hate has been deserved, but like some of it goes a little bit too far on the Twitter X machine. All right, commercial break. Ooh, Ben B, Zuki. I would actually love this. Give him a little bit of redemption for that one that he kind of flubbed at the end of last game. You know what? I think Ryan Hartman goes out and gets one, and he just gives a dead stare to Gus Nyquist at the bench after he gets it. Let's see, we've still got more and more people joining the stream. Not a lot of you getting active in the comments. Please, guys, throw in. Let me know who's here, who we're hanging out with. Predictions for the game, who's scoring next for the Wild. Reasons that you're sad and drinking. What you're drinking. Again, I got this West Coast IPA from Loose Line. It is, again, for me not being a big fan of this style, it's actually quite good. It is just like the Wild, but hot takes, if we're being honest here, I've always been kind of like a Debbie Downer when it comes to the Wild in the postseason. I've never really believed in the team, if I'm being totally honest. They've looked way better in this postseason than I've ever seen them look, transparently. Unless we want to go back to the miracle run of 2003 when I was, we'll just say, in a very different place in my life, being that I was in like middle school. But yeah, the Wild, it's tough. there's been blunders. There's been, whether it's Guerin or Hines making weird decisions, people making little mistakes. But by and large, I think the team has played very admirably. And we've got a power play after Noah Hannafin heads to the box. What do we got here? Let me know. Or here, I'll throw up a new poll for you guys. Power play result. All right, new polls up. What's going to happen in this power play? Wild going to score? Is Vegas going to get a shorty? Do we just see absolutely nothing generated, or are we all just going to bitch and cry to get Zeev Buium back in? I hate being a hater, but Jared Spurgeon, quarterback in the power play, just does nothing for me. He's not incapable of it. He just lacks some of the creativity that I want to see. Like you all can boo me to the end of the earth. Kalen Addison was a power play quarterback. Couldn't do much else besides, I guess, move the puck up the ice if he had all the time in the world. But the vision, the creativity, being able to calm it down up top, like that's such an important trait, one that Buium is very, very well poised for. But, everyone hating on the decision to not have him in, I get it. Like, I do. I'm not going to sit here and defend Merrill. I'm not going to sit here and defend Bogosian by any stretch. But the kid's played a couple of games, and they've all been in the playoffs. You don't want him to be put in a position where he makes that catastrophic mistake, much like Bogosian and Merrill did in overtime. Oops. But man, he's going to be a lot of fun to watch next year. Giving him a full offseason to train with the team, giving him a training camp to go in. I think Zeev Buium next year could be a lot of fun. Now, don't expect him to be Brock Faber, okay? Very different players. First off, Zeev coming in a year earlier than Brock did. Second off, I don't like that people are dogging his defensive game because Zeev is actually a very defensively sound player. But Brock had the NHL defensive game locked, patented, ready to go. Whereas Zeev is a guy that thrives a lot more on his offense, and getting ramped up to the speed, not just like in your feet, but being able to make decisions quickly with a lot of pressure, people in your face. It's going to take him time, more than likely, and there's going to be ups and downs. He might be in the press box at times. Ben, yeah, I do actually think that Jiricek could run a power play. It would look very different. He's a guy that's more a trigger man. Like, I think he's going to rip it from the point. I think he can be the setup guy. Like, he's got the creativity, but it's just always so tough when you've got a guy that has the skating concerns that he has. I can understand why you'd be afraid to put him in there. Don't care if Zeev plays. Cost us game 4. I mean, dude, I don't agree, but that's fine. I understand where you're coming from, but not playing Zeev in overtime on the power play might be what cost us game 4 if we're being real. But go ahead, come at me. Let me know what you think. Hot takes. I know you've got plenty of them, and I respect them. Where the other guy? Florida Panthers fan, Australia. No Isha tonight. He is up in Duluth, Minnesota, land of the greatest beer per capita in the country when we're talking craft beer. But he's up there with our buddy Josh over at Back Channel. They're doing a whole series up there with people doing cold plunge, sauna stuff, whole health and wellness gig. Favorite post. Dang it. Ben, I just remember a couple of those moves he made earlier in the season. Jiricek, that is. Yeah, again, I'm a huge Jiricek supporter. I think people that want to criticize the trade, whether it's the timing, what have you, like totally reasonable. But the player and what we gave up to get him, like a winning trade. It was just weird with how many defensemen, how log jammed the blue line was, couldn't get him in, like even though they wanted to. Weird timing. But if he gets in and plays regular minutes next year, I forgive it. And I think that you've got the best, like, young defensive core in the league. If we're looking at Bouillon, Faber, and Juracek, like, that's going to be so fun long term. You guys don't understand. And if you do, apologies. But I know there's plenty that I've seen online that don't understand. And yeah, I'm with you, big ticket. Zeev haters are silly. Josh from THPN. I don't know Josh, but I know the THPN crew. But what's going on, Andrew? Good to have you here, my friend. All right, we got another commercial break. Oh, you guys let me know. What are we talking about? Like, what? Get into the lineup. Like, what are you guys happy about? What are you mad about? If you were the coach or the GM, what are the line tweaks that you would make? Because I got plenty of thoughts on this myself, but I'm more curious to see what you guys think. We'll have a little bit of back and forth and see what everyone's feeling. Ben, this is a tougher question. I don't know if Zeev and Juracek make the opening night roster. Do I think that they should and should be at least given every opportunity to earn that spot? Yes. I think they are both capable. Now, obviously, a big question mark with that is Juracek's recovery. Obviously, he had that season-ending injury. If he comes back without any hitches or delays, then yes, I think they absolutely should both be in the opening night roster. I probably wouldn't play them together, even though long term they could be a very fun pairing. But we'll see. Oh, Elliot, you must have heard from Isha how I feel about this, because if it's either or, I'm getting Nikolai Ehlers every freaking time, my friend. I am such a Nikolai Ehlers crusher. He is easily in my top 3 guys that haven't ever played for a team that I care about, that I just cheer for that player individually. I'm obsessed. I love him. Now, granted, I don't know what he's going to be asking for in a contract, but I'm very, very interested. I'm not turning down Besser. I'm not looking the other way. I just worry that he's going to be asking for a little bit too much. But contract aside, would I like adding Brock Besser to this team? Of course. Zeev will be there for sure. I would think so, Andrew. But again, I've seen crazier things from this organization. And again, if they deem that he stands to benefit more by going down and playing 30 minutes a night with Iowa and just getting ramped up to the pro game, I'm not going to be mad. If he spends the entire year in Iowa, that's going to be a little suspect to me, but we'll see. All right, Big Ticket wants to know, can we trust Hines and Billy going forward with the youth movement next year? I question, as Hines has never been a fan of younger players. It's a fair question. I'm a guy that, let's be fair here. Am I going to be critical of some of the decisions that Hines has made in the postseason? Yes. Has he, by and large, done a good job at this roster this season, especially considering, was it great when we had all those injuries? No. Did he find a way to get us through and still make the playoffs? Yes. I would have never thought coming into this postseason that we'd be talking about Hines potentially leaving. That said, you look at what happened in St. Louis this year. I don't know that, again, it was a tough year in St. Louis, but I think we all kind of saw that coming. Bannister getting the boot mid-season in his first season to bring in Jim Montgomery. Why did that happen? That was Doug Armstrong's guy. He wanted Montgomery sooner, couldn't make it work because he was under contractual obligations with Boston Bruins. As soon as he became available, he's like, I got to do what's right for this team long term. We know that Bill Guerin loves Mike Sullivan, rightfully so, by the way. If anyone in this chat has issues with Mike Sullivan as an NHL head coach, please throw them in the comments. We'll have a real fight here because I am the biggest Mike Sullivan fan. And if the decision was, hey, we just need to do what's right long term, and they part ways with Hines after this postseason and bring in Mike Sullivan, you should all be doing backflips in celebration. That said, if Hines is back, I think that he's done more than enough to earn that. Now, again, this postseason hasn't been awesome. And if you have another postseason where there's question marks from a coaching angle, do you consider him being on next year? Probably. But it's definitely got a lot of nuance to it. I do think that they can work with younger players. I think it's going to be very dependent on which younger players. But fair question, fair criticism. Nyquist should be out. Needs someone to spur that line along with Hartman. Hinostroza has shown more play at this point. Yeah, and so Hartman is playing on the second line with Zuccarello and Foligno, which I actually love that they flipped Foligno up with how that line looked earlier in the series and moved Johansson down to kind of try to spur something on the third line, because say what you want about Johansson, things have certainly been bad for him at times. Down the stretch of this season, and even in the postseason when he's played, he's been a solid player. Can't criticize him at all. Let's see. Ben, you love Mike too. Jake, if he was all but a Ranger, Mike Sullivan would already be signed there. I think he's waiting to see what opportunities are available. You look at some of the series, like, first off, we don't know if Tampa is going to move on from John Cooper. That could be an extremely enticing spot for him, especially when you got a guy like Jake Gensel who loved Mike Sullivan. That could very much be a guy to entice him in. You've got the Colorado and Dallas series. Does the team that loses that series end up moving on from their coach? Those are great landing spots for him. Some people are talking about the potential of him going to Vancouver. I don't personally see it. I think if you asked me before this season started, seeing all the turmoil, all the nonsense and like ridiculous theatrics off the ice, I'd say, yeah, Vancouver would actually be like the top choice based on their roster. But now you've got the shit between JT Miller and Elias Pettersson. You've got the potential of Quinn Hughes not being with the team anymore. And even if he is, like, you've got the media circus of them asking him all year, oh, what's the deal? Are you going to go play with your brothers after that weird press conference from GM? That's right, GM Jim Rutherford, because I don't care what anyone says. Patrick Allvin's there in title only. Jim Rutherford does whatever the hell he wants. Rangers, there's good and bad with the Rangers. They've got a goalie. They've got some players there that make for like core pieces that you can work around and be a playoff team, maybe contender. I still think they've got some things they got to fix, and they're going to pay a lot of money. But that organization is an absolute shit show. Working under Drury and Dolan does not sound fun. And then you've got the potential of him going to Boston because he has family ties there. That's where like all of his family is. His son-in-law is Charlie McAvoy, which I don't know if that's a plus or a minus for him going there. But he's also got the unfinished business. He was there before, got relieved of duty. Maybe he wants to go back and build on that. Maybe that's all the reason that he absolutely won't go there. So there's a lot to think about. Let's see. I'd love Sully, but he's Rangers, all but confirmed. I don't believe it until it happens, Jake. I understand. Like, is it the likely landing spot? Sure. If Cooper gets fired, Wild have to at least discuss it. They have to discuss it for sure. Thing is, John Cooper and Mike Sullivan are going to have their pick of the litter. I think Sullivan is a guy that could be talked into coming to the Wild. His relationship, again, with Bill Guerin and seeing the trajectory of this team, it's very enticing. Cooper, on the other hand, I don't see why he would choose Minnesota necessarily over some of the other options out there. There's a lot of speculation that he might go to Utah, which would be sad because their coach did a good job this year. But it could be just like we're talking about with Hines being kicked to the curb or Bannister with St. Louis. If you got your guy, you got your guy. Apparently he's got a pretty good relationship with the owner of the Utah Hockey Club. Still done with JoJo. Don't care what he's Don't care that he's side play now. Let's be clear, Ben. I am not advocating for him being here past this season. I'm saying right now, be happy that he's here because he's been playing pretty well. What about Carl? Carl is going to be a very interesting one. Jake, to your point, he did interview with Anaheim. He's actually interviewed with several teams. He's a weird one because the option to do nothing is very strong, but you got to think for him, are things going to drastically change with the CHL inclusion, with him losing a lot of his guys, and the NCHC only getting stronger around him? Like, this is his chance to go out and get paid. This payday, he'll probably always be a guy that's considered for NHL gigs, but right now is when he can truly cash in if someone's going to give him top dollar. Ducks would be lucky to hire him. I agree. I think he can be extremely selective because, again, he has the option to do nothing, and he could honestly go back to Denver and say, hey, I got all these offers. You going to pay me double? Great. Let's do that. Thoughts on going after Pettersson? That is a tough one. Obviously, the returning price is going to be a key factor in that. That said, like, it's intriguing. It's immediately the most talented center that the organization's ever had, but there's a lot of concern around what's happened so far with him. Like, do I think it's more likely than not that he can return to form? Yes. Dude's extremely talented. And hopefully, like with all of the nonsense from last year with him and JT Miller behind him, get a clean slate after this offseason. The hope is that he's back. But you trade for him after that, he's got a no-trade clause that kicks in. And that could be problematic if things don't work out. It's a big chunk of change. But again, if it's the right asking price, I'm always going to be intrigued going after a guy that's that talented. Great questions here, guys. Let me know if you have any other thoughts, any questions. Still 1-0 game here, and the Wild dominating the shot category. Now, that only means so much, but 3 minutes left here in the first. Critical game. If the Wild lose, season is over. Out to the golf course, I guess maybe Top Golf, depending on some of the courses. Maybe not quite ready, but it's, I don't know. It is unfortunate because at least 2 of the games are ripe for the taking. Wild should have taken or playing well enough to take them. It's just those little mistakes that mess everything up. Oh, man. Had several people join here in the last little bit. Again, guys, let us know who's in here. Let us know your predictions for the game. Who's scoring next for the Wild? What's everyone drinking? I'm about to finish my first beer here. Again, West Coast IPA, delicious. Big ticket. If for some reason Johansson ends up back next year, we riot, correct? The reason I say yes is because the question that was asked earlier in the show, we want younger kids playing. He is taking a valuable spot. I don't care what kind of deal you get. I don't care how cheap he is. Yes, I think we riot. I reserve the right to change my mind on that, but as it sits right now, if he's back in any capacity, I'm pretty disappointed. Now, maybe that's indicative that they do not trust or believe in some of these young guys, which is a bigger problem altogether, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, man. So who does Billy trade Rossi for? Ben, this is kind of the magic question. How much have we decimated his trade value with the way he's been deployed this postseason and even late in the regular season? And who are the teams out there that are interested in his services? Because I think he is a top 6 center in this league, but there are teams that are very cemented in that position. Probably not going to trade a 1-for-1 necessarily with like their top center. Are we okay bringing in a top tier wing or a similarly skilled wing to replace him? I know a lot of people have talked about JJ Peterka. Or are we getting futures, which would be a huge bummer, much like an offer sheet. Offer sheet compensation would be very disappointing to me. At this point, I love Marco Rossi. I hope he lands in a place where he's loved, cared for and has a chance to succeed. But who knows at this point? Corby, don't know if you've tuned in to the channel before. Welcome, if not. Lot to unpack there, so much. But basically, the organization has made it very clear they're moving on from him. Between what both Joe Smith and Michael Russo of The Athletic have been telling us for months, like the organization clearly isn't in. They made him an offer of $5 million a year over 5 years, which I don't think is a disrespectful offer, but some people out there are saying that it's a no-brainer for both sides. And like, yeah, it's a no-brainer for the Wild. It's not a no-brainer for Marco Rossi. And if that's as far as they're willing to go, odds are he's not going to sign, and they're either going to trade him or get an offer sheet that comes through. It's tough. I don't want it to happen. I'd be very sad. Yeah, hot takes. I'm not shocked that you're pushing back on Rossi top 6. I mean, with the Wild and John Hines as the coach and Bill Guerin as the GM, crazy to think, oh, here we go. What's going on, everybody? Got it. With 4 seconds left in the period, my boy, thank you for recognizing Big Ticket. Ryan Hartman was my pick. Good for him. Everyone's waving the towels, playing shout. Hell yeah. Ben, I was waiting for someone to mention this, but I don't think that Rossi for Larkin 1-for-1 is happening. If things get bad enough in Detroit and like he's not happy there's some kind of rift between him and Yzerman, which would never happen. Yzerman would never get in a rift with one of his top players that leads to them leaving, Marty St. Louis. I'd be super interested in exploring a Larkin trade. It will not be 1-for-1. It shouldn't be 1-for-1. Larkin is a better player, but I'd be very interested in what additional on top of Marco Rossi it would take to make that happen. Here we go. Everybody's happy. I don't know. Oh, Isha's just saying that the Rat scored. I like it. But I can't ask for a better finish than that. Wild breakthrough. 1-1 game here at intermission. How are we feeling, guys? Hot Takes wants some more. He's driving in traffic. Let me see here. I'm just going to pull it up. I'm sure Spoke Z has already thrown up the no, he hasn't yet. Shoot. All right, as soon as I get the highlight to go in and review and watch again, I will give you a much more detailed play-by-play of what happened here. Hot Takes, I got you covered. Corby, they need to move him for another center. Well, agreed, but easier said than done. Because the Wild are not sitting with a ton of them in the next wave of prospects. You know, Corby, part of the again, there's so much to break down in the whole dichotomy of why Marco Rossi is likely on the move this summer. Part of that is, at least from reading between the lines, they seem pretty confident that Yurov is going to come in and be a center and be a top 6 center at that. So I think their hope is that the replacement is Danila Yurov and that he's playing with the team come this October. I think that's a big bet to be placing on a guy who was largely viewed as a wing up until the last year or so. Did very well in the KHL playing center, but I'm curious to see how well that translates and whether he truly is a center or if he's more of a skilled winger. That we'll just have to wait and see it play out. But yeah, Ben's with you, Corby. Again, I'm with you. In a perfect world, you need to bring in a center if you're moving Rossi. There's a lot of teams that I think would be very interested in Marco Rossi. I don't know that any of them are going to be sending back at least a ready-made center, maybe like a center prospect. But I think if you do that, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're Bill Guerin. But who knows? Only he knows what he's going to do. Man, Jeffrey, I want to put the live scoreboard up. If Isha can send me an actual link to what I should be using, because I've looked up Flash Score USA, I've looked up ESPN, and I cannot find the actual like score ticker that he's used on the screen in the past. So I am not exactly sure how to display that for you guys. But I know Isha's tuning in. He says that we all need to smash the like button, which, guys, come on, smash that like button. It'll make Isha very happy. If he can send me something that I can use, maybe I'll get it up here soon. If Rossi is gone, you're out to center or wing on second line. I think the idea would be that he's going to start as the 2C if all plays accordingly. I think with the way things have gone thus far, while they're probably going to be pretty keen on keeping the first line intact, although I think they're in a much better place if they can maybe put Zuccarello and Kaprizov back together. Maybe you give Yurov a spot start there and let Ek and Boldy start their own line and get the Spoke Z Wet Dream line, which is Ek, Boldy, and Ogren. Like long-term, that could be such a fun middle six line. Again, really a second line, but if you get other skilled guys that pop and play more of that role, they could easily be a shutdown line that pivots to be a pretty dangerous offensive threat as well. Corby, I thought he was getting groomed as wing. My bad. Originally, when he was drafted, I thought he was coming in as a wing, 100%. He's been playing a lot of center in the KHL, and he's actually done a pretty good job of it. But again, I don't know how well playing center in the KHL is going to translate over to the NHL. It's definitely going to be a learning curve for him. But the tough part is he's not playing any time in Iowa. The way that some of those contracts work and what he's going to be on, he's either going to be in the NHL or he's going to be back to the KHL. So you're going to have to ride it out with him, whether that's getting a lot of time at center and just being willing to handle some of the bad games, or maybe he plays a lot of wing and slowly works into being a center. Elliot, if Yurov and Buyam hit, we might be one good signing away from being a contender. You know, contender is a tough one to gauge, especially just depending on, like you said, the other moves are going to be key in this. If we get a similar Phil Gustafson next year, and we can largely like keep guys happy and have a similar roster, but you just add those guys in, it's not outrageous to say. I've never viewed the Wild as a contender. I'll say that it's not impossible for next year if they do some of the right things. Ben B, thoughts on Rossi for Shane Pinto? I don't know that I'm doing that as a 1-for-1, but as those two just being the main pieces in a trade, I could certainly see it. Juice Pimpson, rename the team to Minnesota Fuck Ups. That's very funny. I need to know what you'd go with for a logo. That would be very fun. Jeffrey, I got it. Yeah, no problem, bro. We're good. Big ticket. Does Zook stay on the top 6 next year? He seems to be getting squeezed out. I think he absolutely starts there unless someone has a crazy good camp or he has a crazy bad one. I think he's still every bit the player that he's been of the last couple of years, and I think his game lends more to being in the top 6. If he ends up on the third line, is it crazy? No. But I think out the gate, like if for any reason we don't keep that top line intact of Ek, Boldy, Kaprizov, you can almost pencil in as a guarantee. Like we're just this far away from using ink instead of pencil to say that Zuccarello's playing with Kaprizov again. Appreciate all you guys though. Great interaction in the chat. We've doubled our viewers in the last like 10-15 minutes. So anyone that's new here, please let me know who's here. Let me know what you think about the game. Do you like the lineup decisions or what are your gripes with it? If you're drinking anything, let me know. I'm going to grab my second beer right now as we speak. But yeah, keep the chat buzzing. You guys have been awesome so far. I do not do these things. This is very much an Isha thing, but you guys keep on showing up. He's gone up in Duluth, having incredible beer, doing saunas, cold plunge shit, whatever. I had to make sure we had this open and available for you guys. Bring the community together, have fun, and hopefully cheer on a Minnesota Wild Game 6 victory. 1-1 here at intermission. Still waiting. Oh, there we go. We've got the Spoke Z video. Hartman 1-1. Let's see what we got here. So, hot takes. Foligno working it behind the net, beats Hannafin one-on-one, works it up top, basically top of the circle. Hartman, one-timer. Looks like it actually deflects off someone in front. I can't tell if that's – oh, no, it got through clean, it looks like. Traffic in front. Aiden Hill maybe should have seen it. It's kind of hard to tell, but no, I'm going to say that was just very good screen and traffic in front. Hartman rips it past Aiden Hill. We're knotted up 1-1, as mentioned before. We are all thrilled about this. And anyone that doesn't already, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and you don't follow at SpokedZ, SPOKEDZ, the letter Z. On top of him just being an incredible follow, really a prospect guru, whether that's for the Minnesota Wild or looking at draft prospects, but he clips and posts all of the Minnesota Wild goals. So do yourselves a favor, go check him out. Make sure that you follow. Hot takes, I got you, buddy. Don't worry. Rossi for Tuck or Tage. I don't think Tuck is going to be a player that is moved from Buffalo or that we'd necessarily target. Tage, there's no way it's a 1-for-1. Let's be completely clear. I would love to bring in Tage Thompson. I think that's a stretch, just given what Buffalo has. Like, if they do make a trade that involves Thompson for Rossi, just crazy that they're going to add yet another small, skilled forward to their overflowing prospect pool of small, skilled forwards. Like, really good players in their own rights. Any team would be happy to draft them, but they just have so much redundancy in that way. Buffalo would be a weird fit, but I would be very happy if this came to fruition. Ben, hey, happy to hang out with you too, buddy. Everybody in the chat. All right, Hunter, it was a little bit of a knuckle puck. You know, it kind of was. It's hard to kind of get that too in the slow-mo replays, but it definitely looked like a little wobbly knuckler. Tage would be insane. I'm with you, Ben, 100%. But, yeah, it's not even that I can't imagine Buffalo moving off him. I just can't imagine them doing it in a trade that the main name returning is Marco Rossi. That would be weird just given their roster construct. Ben did read an article from a Buffalo site yesterday that mentioned a Rossi for Tuck trade. Okay. I'd be curious to see more about that. I wonder if that's like just them speculating versus something that's actually been discussed. I think the one that's really out there that Michael Russo has talked about quite a bit would be JJ Peterka coming back from the Buffalo Sabres. Great player, but again, I'm with a lot of you in the chat that I want a center. I don't want a winger in that kind of a move. But if he's gone and that's the only real trade that can be made, I could be a lot more mad than a Peterka for Rossi 1-for-1. Yeah, Tuck would be very interesting. I'm with you guys. Never understood why they moved Tuck. Oh, Corby. Unfortunately, we were pretty hamstrung when it came to the Vegas expansion draft, and the Wild made an unfortunate decision going out of their way to protect Matt Dumba, who, let's be clear, not current Matt Dumba because he's not all that great in hockey right now. There was a day where he was like our blue chip defensive prospect. There was a lot of promise, and one bad hit, well, call it a hit, call it a fight. And he's never been the same since, unfortunately. Elliot says Tage is built for playoff hockey. I'd love him, but it would cost a lot. I'm with you. Granted, short of Boyum, Faber, Kaprizov, Boldy, like whatever it takes to bring Tage Thompson in, I'm going to be pretty interested. Assuming you're not giving up like 7 players and 7 draft picks, right? Like, let's not be crazy, but I'm okay giving up whatever it takes to bring in a guy like that who can be a real difference maker, cornerstone down the middle for you. It was a speculation article for sure. Okay, fair enough, Ben. Hunter, it might be a stretch, but how about Mason McTavish for a Rossi trade? I mean, I'm all for it. I think the Anaheim Ducks are completely out to lunch if they consider a trade like that. But sure, if that's what's happening, sign me up. All right, Tori, appreciate you jumping in, buddy. Suter and Parisi had a lot to do with Tuck leaving. I'm going to need you to weigh in on that a little bit more, man. This is news to me, or maybe I'm missing something like obvious that you're veiling in this comment. But let me know what you mean by Suter and Parisi having a lot to do with Tuck leaving. Most unfair expansion draft. Just look how Vegas has done since. You know what? It's unfair when you compare it to what the Wild did. Now, granted, the Wild's expansion fee compared to what Vegas paid for the franchise makes a little bit more sense. But I think it was more GMs getting their pants pulled down and just like not knowing how to handle it. Because you saw the exact same expansion rules for Seattle, and it didn't go nearly as bad. I think a lot of the teams were pretty they galaxy brained it. They overthought it, like what Florida did, giving Riley Smith and MSHSL. Like that was ridiculously dumb. The Anaheim Ducks giving up Shea Theodore, ridiculously dumb. Like so many mistakes there, but I'm not going to go totally down that path. We'll just say that calling it unfair, I don't agree with, but did Vegas do everything in their power to take advantage of GMs that weren't ready? They sure as hell did. No Eck either. You know what? Hot takes. I'm with you on that. That's fair. I'm not sending Eck given everything he brings, plus just the incredible contract he's on. Tage even has a great contract. Completely agree, Ben. Rossi, Ogren, and first for Tage may work. You know, not outrageous. I could see it. If I'm a Buffalo fan, I'm not thrilled about that happening, but it's not out of the question. No trade clauses. Yeah, fair. Oh, well, they were going to be protected in that expansion draft regardless, I think. Well, actually, yeah, because I thought the one that they were asked to potentially waive was going to be for Seattle, but maybe I'm like completely forgetting. Tori, you might actually be right on this. They might have actually asked Suter to waive for that one, and now, you're making me second guess myself. I appreciate that. Keep me on my toes. Keep them coming, buddy. All right. Still chilling here at intermission. Let's see, and I believe there's a chance that Jupe's going to be jumping in with us. Our boy Jupiter from Go for Puck Live might be coming in just to hang out, have some pops, talk hockey at some point in the second period here. Let's see, though. How much time we have before this next period? I can't even tell. Looks like we just got about a minute to go before play resumes. 3 minutes left in the second period. Toronto leads 2-1 over Ottawa. That one's spicy. I'm probably going to have to pull up another screen and have that one going tandem here soon because, oh my God, do I need a Game 7 there. I don't even need the Leafs to lose. I just need the panic of a Game 7. I would give them every pick if we could get Tage. You know what? If it was just giving them every pick in a given draft, I'm in entirely. Every pick plus Rossi, plus Ogren, plus whatever. Maybe I pump the brakes, but I'm with you, hot takes. Let's get him here. I would not fight it at all. Big ticket. Did you see Logan go after Snuggie yesterday? Logan hates anything Minnesota. Fair take. I didn't see that play. It didn't catch a lot of that game, but how about Jimmy Snuggerud? Jimmy Showtime playing on the first line and most nights putting up big time minutes. And he's not like having a crazy impact like on the score sheet, but he's making plays throughout these games and he has fit in so seamlessly. I'm just really happy for him. A guy that absolutely deserved better. What a shitty way to go out, carrying your team and seeing. I'm not someone that bitches and moans over reffing generally, the reffing in that game between Minnesota and UMass was appalling. It was terrible. That team deserved to move on, and I really thought they could have held their own with the team that ended up winning the national championship, which kudos to Western Michigan. Awesome for them, but I think Gophers would have had every opportunity to beat them and be the team that represented from that corner of the bracket. Maybe that's maroon tinted glasses, but I don't know. That was just a Jekyll and Hyde team all year. I'm sure once Jupe jumps in, if anyone asks any questions about it, you can get him going off pretty hard and fast. But we'll see. But we have players back on the ice. We're getting ready. Puck drop coming up here in just a second. Towel's going crazy at the X. I haven't gone to any of the playoff games this year. I don't know if anyone in the chat has themselves, but I know it from what everyone's telling me, this has been an insane atmosphere for games 3 and 4. I'm sure it's just as much so here for 6. And the fans do not miss when it comes to that. Jake, never liked Logan Stanley. You know what? I can't say I blame you, buddy. Breaking news. Ed Van Imp, 2-time Stanley Cup champion with the Philadelphia Flyers, died Tuesday at 84 years old. RIP in peace. Ed. Sad. It's the Philadelphia Flyers, so I won't go any further, but always sad when someone passes. RIP in peace. Game is back underway, though. Aiden Hill already with a save. All right, what's everyone thinking here? What's the pulse? What's the vibe for the second period? How confident are we that the Wild can pull this off? Cautiously optimistic, not believing at all, blindly optimistic, thinking things are going to work out. Who's getting the next goal? I already nailed the Ryan Hartman call. Who do we think is getting the next goal? Throw it in the chat. I'll be sure to bookmark them all and give credit to anyone that gets this right. Oh, Chief Two-Face getting wings and burgers for the second. Respect. What kind of wings? And ranch or blue cheese? That's a critical question. And he is here. We've got Jupiter.
What's up, kid?
What's going on, buddy?
Just chilling on a Thursday night now? Jeez.
Thursday night now. It's weird. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of the days when there's no Gopher game countdowns.
Yeah. I kind of like the break.
It was a weird thing for me, though. So I don't know if Viegs told you. I was sick for like 2 weeks. Me and my kid both were leading up to the Fargo Regional. I literally could not talk. Like I was said, I was going to be up there with you guys. I had credentials all lined up, and I literally could not speak. I'm like, I feel like an asshole showing up like that. So I'm just, I'm out. I'm not coming. So
really.
And then for the next week and a half, like the next 2 weeks where it would have been ideal to be talking about like the fallout of the season, players leaving, like I wasn't podcasting those 2 weeks. So I have not been able to exercise the demons and talk much about that. I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit, but what are your thoughts from the first period for Wild Vegas?
Well, I was kind of watching Toronto and Ottawa.
I don't blame you.
And all of a sudden on my watch, all of a sudden the Wild are down already. I'm like, what the heck happened there? I see they're on the power play now, so that's good. But
on the power play now, which I don't know. The power play doesn't excite me very much.
I commented on your stream. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just
same old shit.
So yeah, that's it. Same old stuff. Typical Minnesota. Typical Wild. On the power play now, hopefully they get something going. But
Swerve 95.
Powerless play time.
Powerless play time. I love it.
So a little nerd talk. It's weird being a guest.
Dude, isn't it actually way better? I have way more fun going as a guest.
Well, you're producing all this stuff, but you have all those extra things. Now I see, this is what it looks like to come on as a guest.
True.
Because I've
never
done it.
Yeah, I think the first time I jumped in with you guys, I felt the same way. Like I joined in, I'm like, whoa, this looks really weird. I can't do anything.
Yeah, well, it says I can join the chat. Let me see if I can join the chat. Sure, probably have to refresh and do all this other stuff.
Yeah, Rossi's ears are burning from all the trade talks, so I think he will put salt in that wound. Maybe we'll see. Oh, spicy jerk wings! I am all aboard that train, Chief Two-Face. You didn't answer the most important question though: ranch or blue cheese? And if it's neither, I can respect that. But the other, if it's one of the other two, I have a strong opinion. Yeah, hot takes. What's a power play? I don't know what it is, and I also don't know what the Wild do when they have one. Oh man, it's been a while for us, Jupe. It's like, once the season ends, it's like, all right, I'll see you never.
Well, that's right. No, I like it. I see sometimes that you're on and like, I'll just tune in and commenting more lately because I'm sitting on my laptop watching the game.
What else are you gonna do?
And you're like, hey, why don't you come on? I'm like, you're solo. And then I even see you talking. You're like, you're not used to this by yourself because all of a sudden you got to.
It sucks, dude. I could not sit here and talk to myself. It's brutal. Thankfully, the chat's been awesome tonight. So I've had plenty of things to riff off of. But like, man, grasping at straws and just trying to come up with like, all right, I have to keep talking because if it's just like dead silence, it doesn't really play out very well.
So who's the normal host? I never catch his name.
Isha. Isha's usually the one that runs these.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, he and I, like back in like the OG days of the Sota Pod, it was just he and I that ran the Sota Pod.
Mm-hmm.
And just with all the shows we've added, like he and I don't even do a podcast together. I think we're gonna revamp it and do like a monthly, like bigger show together. Cause like I do miss it. It's fun getting on with him, especially because like we just fight. Like
yeah, but
it's organized arguments.
I love that you do the live stuff though.
You know what? It's honestly a lot more for the people that are tuning in. Like, and that's people want to get involved and engaged. It's great.
Yeah, because you have live engagement, and it's
totally. You guys been doing it for a long time.
Well, we've had a show for a long time, but we haven't been doing StreamYard for that long. And we started on Zoom. Gosh, it was a while ago, but we started doing live, just even audio live, quite a while ago, probably 10 years ago.
But you guys have been doing the YouTube streams for at least like 3 or 4 years, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, we've been doing that. But we've always loved doing the live shows because, at first we used a program called Mixlr, Mixlr.
I don't know Mixlr.
And people could at least listen as we're recording.
Sure.
We just found it's like people listening, they could send us questions. And you know what it's like now, the interaction is great.
Oh,
and the only thing is when sometimes it goes too fast, you don't see stuff, and that's fine. But I just always love the live part. A lot less producing, or I should say, a lot less editing.
Yeah,
because you know what it's like. I've gotten to the point where I don't really edit anything. I grab the audio from StreamYard. I put it straight up. I just cut it off at the end of the regular show, and overtime's different, and it's kind of fun. But talking by yourself is
it's a battle.
I
mean,
and that's why I'm like, solo tonight, dude. You can't be going solo. Where is everybody?
Probably so Isha, you got to come out with us sometime, Duper. I guess I don't know. Are you a beer guy, or are you more just on the whiskey kick?
I'm not a big beer guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even say I'm on a whiskey kick. I just never was a beer guy.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to get some kind of buzz going. And back in the day when you first start drinking, I'm 52 years old. I mean, back in the day, there was no of these fancy schmancy beers. It was like the standard stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, God, I have to drink a lot just to get a buzz, and then you're peeing every 10 minutes. Like, screw this. Found the hard stuff, and it's like, oh, this is a lot more effective.
This works quick. Yep. And nope, that's fair. Well, so one of the breweries that we're real tight with, Back Channel out on Lake Minnetonka. One of the owners is actually Nick Letty's uncle. and we're real
Really?
tight with him. And Isha actually works on a completely like side thing with him that they just kicked off this year, where it's like a health and wellness thing. Like it's all about like cold plunge, sauna,
Oh, okay.
chiropractic stuff, just like all about like physical like well-being. And they're up in Duluth tonight through like Monday doing like a bunch of different sauna and cold plunge stuff. Going to be hitting up some of the good breweries up in Duluth. So, yep, they were originally going to be going tomorrow. Isha last minute got asked to leave today. So here I am doing my best to fill in. It's a battle,
admirable.
but we're making it work.
It's admirable, man. It's like I turned it right on. I'm like, oh boy, he's by himself.
Yeah, it's tough. And Big Ticket actually drinking some delicious beer from Duluth right now. He's got a growler from Fitger's Big Boat Oatmeal Stout. Fitger's actually has like a very underrated, very cool, like rustic tap room. Highly recommend. But Duluth, like per capita, they have so many and also like very high quality breweries for like such a small city in the grand scheme of things.
I have stepped into was it Vikra
Distillery?
Down by the bridge.
Dude, I went there I went there once, and me and my wife walk in and there's a decent sized line, whatever, cool. We stood there for 20 minutes and the line didn't move because the thing is the bartenders are like so friendly and like are talking you through all the different things they have and explaining it and giving you your options. And it was just like, you're a little too chummy. We're just going to move on. See ya.
Actually, that's what I think we did too. We walked in there thinking, oh, that's great. Looked at some of the bottles. I think we even bought something. Mm-hmm. They were like, it's just too crazy. You can't get in here.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Oh, Corby, if they give up a quick one after that PP, I will bend knee to the Guinness.
They almost did.
They almost did. Guinness rocks, but Guinness in Ireland. Guinness in Ireland, man. Have you been to Ireland?
I haven't been anywhere.
If you ever go to Ireland and have Guinness, you won't drink it here anymore.
Oh, it's that different, huh?
Yeah, it ruined it for me. Well, it's fresh. It makes that much of a difference. I've heard rumors.
It literally depends on freshness. Weird.
Well, because of how long it takes to get over. Because Guinness is nitro, right? Instead of being carbonated. It's like carbonation. You can just like stick that in. It's all good. But like with how they prepare it, like Guinness is still good here, but over there, like oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah, I actually do enjoy it. It's pretty
North
good.
or South Carolina, there's going to be a facility opening to actually brew it fresh over here and then be able to distribute it.
They'll screw it up.
They probably will. That's the problem. And I still haven't seen anything firm about like when that's going to be built and ready, but the idea of it is very enticing.
So I see the jersey behind you, the Rossi. How you feeling? I mean, people are ripping on them. You can't be feeling good.
More people are actually ripping on the organization than him. There's definitely some people who are very anti-Rossi, but
well, probably because it took him forever to get up here.
He almost died.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not using logic. Do you think fans
There's no room for
logic
in hockey?
And it's like, when's he going to show up? When's he going to show up? It took him a while. Gosh, I'm blanking on his name. Who was the longtime captain before?
Koivu?
Yes.
So overrated. Sorry, people are going to be mad.
Thank you. Thank you. He never showed up at a playoff. Uh-oh.
You want to get people real mad? Here's how we get people real mad, Jupe. Played 7 games. This is the best jersey he's ever worn because I will stand by the fact that 1, this is an underrated jersey. 2, Minnesota Wild do not have good jerseys at all. They've had one jersey that I've truly liked. Plenty that are like fine, I guess. But like I can only name one Wild jersey that I've ever truly liked. And you might not even be able to guess which one.
Christmas one?
No. Like the Russo will defend that one to the death, though. It's very funny.
Russo will defend everything.
He's with me hating the reverse retro. Like, I don't want the Subway, Edina. Like,
oh no, you don't want the North Star imitations.
Right. I hate
You're like,
them.
if you want North Star, give me North Stars.
100%. The
Yes,
logo
I'm with
was
you
way
there.
better than
I'm
the
with you there.
jerseys. And I think even if they just added the black outline, it makes it so much cleaner and better.
It
I
does.
just don't like
But
the
you-
bland palette.
but
And I
here's the
hate
thing.
green and yellow.
Yeah, but here's the thing. At the end of the Stars run here, they started adding a little bit of that black to the jersey. And I think that's why the retro fans don't want to see any of that black in that jersey.
Oh, man,
because they started doing that in the probably 89 or 90, and it was just like, and then right after that, they left. I like their home. I keep thinking home whites. But I think they need to go back to home whites, by the way. I'm sick of the colors at home.
In the league, yeah. Yes. I wouldn't hate it.
Nope,
their whites the box. Currently are fine. I like the script. I like the green with the script across it. But it was all just green and wheat color.
Okay.
Like, people hate the current color palette. I love it. I don't like the jersey where you've got like the stripe across the front.
Yeah.
And I think the red inclusion is like forced. But I like the like dark forest green with the light wheat cream, whatever you want to call it. Okay. You can swerve coming in hot. You can hear mice piss on cotton in the X tonight. That's not good.
It's that quiet. Ouch.
That's not great. Ooh, cream M jersey. So I will say my favorite jersey in the organization holistically is the Iowa Wild jerseys where they have that wheat color as the base instead of white. I love that look. Wild will never do it, but I love it.
No.
Okay, we got to have this talk, actually. We've never talked Gopher jerseys before. Are you a defender of the Iron Range?
I'm back and forth on it.
For me,
I don't know if I'm a defender.
Sure.
Here's
some people who are like mad that people don't like it.
I don't get mad at people because everyone's got an opinion. Everyone's got opinion, and we, like, I like this kind of music. You like that kind of music. Who cares? I don't care.
I only care if you make me listen to the bad music.
I get more pissed that they don't sell the damn jerseys that they have. I mean, they shitty replicas that are just brutal. I mean, come on.
Like, why don't they? That's money that's just waiting to be printed.
It has nothing to do. It has everything to do with Nike.
We hit pause on the Iron Range jersey. Their current maroons and whites are like among my favorite that they've had. I love this iteration.
I actually like it because you see Snuggerud in wearing 81. And the jersey's very reminiscent of the last jersey his father wore. Those jerseys were very much late 80s, early 90s style jerseys. Obviously, those were kind of the.
But I love that style, man.
That fishnet. It was the ones with holes in them. I've got one upstairs, an old one, from the early 90s. I didn't mind the up north ones.
With you, Tori. So for me, I wouldn't even care as much if not the fact that I can't see anything besides ASU. It looks like it's ASU on the ice. Like,
they got the same colors, yeah.
Like the color palette, like, I don't think it's a total miss, but like, you literally are trying to look like the newest NCAA D1 team. Well, I guess now like third newest, but like, come on. Like, it.
I don't know. The color kind of works here. I'm using I got kind of the anthracite with the maroon and gold here. It works. I think they could have done.
I look at yours though, and I don't see ASU. Those jerseys, I saw was ASU.
Shit, I know, but I didn't mind them. All the jerseys are going to be new next season anyway. They're already getting new ones. So,
Jake, you're cutting me deep. I think Pittsburgh jerseys are great. Now the ones that they won in 09 with the Vegas gold or whatever that was, bad. Objectively a bad jersey. Hated them. I'll be honest, Jupe.
I hate Vegas. I hate Vegas's gold. That's
the worst. Thank you. Oh, dude, we're very aligned on jersey talk. This is great. This is refreshing.
They could have done so much better.
Many people.
Okay, the only one thing I do like about it is that when you see it up close, it is sparkly. What says Vegas more than sparkle?
But that ugly mustard, like I'd rather do the detail on their black jersey.
Yeah, I agree. But if you look up close of that jersey, it is sparkly. I'm like, that is so Vegas.
Yeah, that's
why could they do that with black or something?
Dude, for me, that's the thing. The black jerseys, I actually thought were sweet, and they've just like disowned them entirely. And yeah, Tor, with you. Oh, Jake, hey. All right, apparently everyone's with us. Yeah, the mustard gold is just
that's not even mustard. That's just
it's bad. Nope, with you 100%. This is wow, we're largely aligned on the jerseys. I wasn't the biggest fan of like the Tampa Frozen 4-23 group, those jerseys, like they were just boring, and like I hate how like the stripe that wrapped around the arm, there's like a gap in the middle of it and it doesn't connect.
Let me see if I can get my camera that way.
I believe in you. You can pull it off. Oh, that is sweet. I remember you posting that.
So that's the favorite. That's the jersey favorite.
Oh no! Now you're at the favor. You were showing me the gold.
Yeah,
thing before,
you can only see half. Well, I'm
see, like it looks fine there. I hate the sleeves. Is what really bothers me.
Yeah,
and I like me being overly picky. So we're looking at this Faber jersey. I wish they got rid of the yellow stripe in the shoulder. Like, just leave that maroon. No need. You're overcomplicating something that could be really simple.
Yeah. Nike.
But I'm super nitpicky when it comes to jerseys.
You?
Texture is bad. Blackhawks and Boston are sweet. So Blackhawks logo is sweet. I, till the end of time, will be a hater of red jerseys. I do not like red for a hockey jersey. I don't like it in general, which is tough because like my college football team is the depressing Nebraska Cornhuskers. It's the only red that I'll ever support.
Better dead than red. Oh, and there's my awesome 3D.
Hey, no, that is relevant to Wisconsin. You do not direct that at Nebraska.
I do whatever I want.
This is fair. This is
so yeah, I got this made, and then I got a game used 100th anniversary puck. Mounted as the puck, because usually it's a weird mount. It looks weird. I'm like, but in 3D, it does look pretty good. So
that plays.
Yeah, it plays. So
if that's not lined, it would itch like a SOB. Corbett, I don't know what that means, but it feels like you're supporting it. As you have a red Rossi jersey behind you. So
what is that jersey anyway?
Parts red and black and white. So this is his OHL jersey. It's the Ottawa 67s.
Okay.
And I just love the like striped nature of it. Like I think it's a very clever play. Like I don't want a solid red jersey. Having red involved isn't the end of the world, which on this one it's a third technically.
Yeah.
But no.
So here, let me show you one of my prized possessions.
Oh, here we go.
It's not
sorry, fair. Jake says go Hawks. What? Jake, you're a Minnesota sports fan and you say go Hawks? Explain yourself, sir.
Okay, give me a second here. I just gotta take some things out of this so I don't kill myself. This has got the pins in it, so I gotta take it out because it was on the wall. So
Jake had no problem with the Iowas and Dakota.
So obviously Mariucci was redesigned, so they ripped everything out on the floor. So this is a pad from the box in between that protected the players from hitting the glass.
Nice.
Mariucci. And the funny thing is, it's got that ugly ass gold. This is like that gold. This is like the gold that the football team kind of had for a while, that ugly gold. But I do have a piece of Mariucci, and I love having a piece of Mariucci.
That is cool.
In my office, podcast studio, whatever.
Nice. No, honestly though, like something like that, like I just want to, but it'd be really hard to resist the urge to hit someone with that. Like it's just enough padded that it's like
it's hard
doing any real damage.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying I couldn't do real damage to someone. I'm saying like it just gives the illusion like that's soft enough. I could hit him, whatever.
It's not bad.
So Jake, you were saying hawk eyes, not like hawks, like Black Hawks. All right, forgiven. We can move past that.
What about the Fighting Hawks?
You mean the
Fighting who?
U.S. Postal Service?
Oh, that's a great logo.
Man, I feel bad for like the fans for that because those jerseys were so sweet, and like it was heavily protested and still happened. Hawks though, I mean, better than the flicker tails or whatever they were going to be, but not great.
Which was basically a ground squirrel like the Gophers were.
Which would be really weird if they were, ground squirrels versus Gophers. The heated rivalry.
And it was green, black, and pink. Pink was also one of the school colors in the past.
This is news to me. I had no idea.
You're a youngster.
We haven't had obviously it's a newer news, but I need Vigo to get on here at some point and talk about the conflict with Surly setting up shop in Grand Forks.
Oh, I don't know. What is Vig's doing?
If he was active, he would be commenting. He is definitely not shy about that, but I can't imagine he's thrilled about one of his go-tos in Surly setting up in Grand Forks and probably going to be all in on North Dakota. Gross.
Okay, so
I need to go catch a game out in Sioux Falls, Augustana. They're going to be fun.
I haven't been to that arena yet. I've been to that the USHL because obviously the regional was there last season previous, and that's a pretty good arena. Except the press box is in the corner. God,
better or worse than North Dakota's?
At least North Dakota's you're in the middle. You're just up high.
I heard they jam that thing packed.
It is pretty packed. It's not as big as Mariucci's, but Mariucci's was a little different. But then you go to other arenas.
Mariucci's is awesome. Like those are the best seats in the house. Whereas if you are credentialed by the Wild, it's like I can't see anything.
The Wild press box is a bit high. I do like that they have a shorter shelf in front of you. If Mariucci's was this much shorter, you wouldn't have to kind of lean up and look over the edge.
Sure. No, the fun thing is if you get like put in just the right seat, there's like a little camera that's like right in your way. It's like, no, like move me one seat over. I know you don't deal with that because you're in the same seat every time. I kind of get like bounced back and forth a couple spots.
Yeah.
But hard to complain. The seats are still sweet. Like you can't get a better view.
Let me see. What did Viggs just say? Can't tonight. He's busy. He's got kids.
The kid thing.
Yeah, he's like I said, he would have been commenting.
He has kids with like activities and whatnot too. Like I've got a kid, but he's also like 16 months old. So
okay, so
he's already in bed.
Bring up Corby's there.
Corby, Gophers fan all day, but they need to get a sense of D if they want to get the natty back.
From what I've heard, Renzel and Chesley didn't listen to coaching very much.
Dude, the amount of times that Vigo would like turn to me and be like, Renzel, dude, come on. And like there was one game where like I like kind of just like tried to defend him because like I was kind of leaning on the first half of the year where he did look great.
Mm-hmm.
And I told Viggs, I'm like, come on, you can't hate on him that much. He's like, oh yeah, ISO cam him this game. Report back. Walk over to him like, I'm sorry.
So Viggs had his boy with him in Fargo. The whole family, but they was in Fargo during the regional. So I went and joined him in the open seats watching the Mankato game. And he's like, let's just watch Pitlick for a little while. And we watched him for like 2 shifts. And he turned the puck over 3 or 4 times on his shifts. And he goes, that is why he didn't come back to Minnesota.
Wow. There's a lot
he wouldn't listen to coaches. He's kind of his own thing. And then obviously he put himself in a corner. Yeah. He's like, I'm going to go pro.
That's really what did it, though, at the end.
Oh,
like, he probably would have been back. Like, I don't think Bob would have told him to leave. That was just the easiest parting of ways. And, Jake, shout out, by the way, since Mankato came up. RIP, in peace, Mankato Brewery. That place was awesome. Tim Tupi did a great thing down there. Sad to see them gone. And, Elliot, I have been to Drecker Brewery, and it is elite. And I basically said, I want Drecker to fire back now that, like their Fargo setup is elite. Like I don't think any other brewery matches it in the Midwest.
Where'd you get that mail logo? That's great.
Elliot's here as a Wild fan. He's here as a Wild fan.
I know. Yeah. Hey, if you're a true college hockey fan, you could take a ribbon.
Well, honestly,
and dish it out and take it.
I've said this to people before, though. Like, if I met a North Dakota fan that was like nice to me and didn't hate that I'm a Gopher fan, like that would bum me out. I'd be like, "Are you really a fan?" And I feel like North Dakota fans are the same way. Like, if a Gopher fan like came up and was like nice about the rivalry, like zero respect, right?
No, I have always found. Ooh, nice
Elliot
shot.
does not hate the Gophers.
I'm glad
Elliot,
he doesn't, because I find
appreciate you, buddy.
if you're not a dick to somebody, they're not a dick to you. Sorry.
True. I definitely
mean,
match.
I
I
have
match
found
the
that.
dick energy for sure. Like if someone else like leads in as a dick, I am going to come over top and be even more of a dick.
Yeah,
and it
see,
just
that's where
spirals.
I've learned over the years just diffuse it.
I generally don't start it, but I will absolutely escalate it.
I found myself on a, when I first went to the Ralph, 2005, 6. This is like Kessel years.
Sick rink, by the way. I hate the North Dakota hockey team. Their rink is better than most NHL rinks.
No, it's not. I'll tell you why in a second. So I was 2005. They don't have parking close, so you kind of take a shuttle, and I'm on a shuttle.
Is this the Y or is this a different story?
No, this is a different story that has just started.
Okay.
So I'm saying people are giving me grief on the bus going over. I just diffused it, and we all had a great time. I shot from 2 years ago. I shot from kind of that first level where the TV's cameras are at. And people were BSing with me the whole time. They knew who I was. And people were good. I find that, there's this weird thing, and you find it among college hockey fans. They get it. It's a niche sport that not a lot of people pay attention to, but the
ones that do, though, do.
Oh, yeah. There's plenty of douches.
I have, I'm not even saying that, Jupe. I'm saying there's way less college hockey support than NHL, but I would argue the ones that are really into college hockey are way more into it than anyone is into pro hockey. Right. They are the biggest diehards, and that's why I love college hockey so much. But so tell me, why is the Ralph not a great rink?
It's great. The marble floors, blah, blah, blah.
I don't even care about that.
Sight lines are shit, I think.
Dude, I sat in an absolute nosebleed, and it was a great view.
Okay. You sit in the lower levels. It's so straight. And they've got a student section in the middle who stand up. I was at the dot on the side the Gophers were scoring twice. That was that first time I went there. And I could not see the other corner at all.
Reasonable.
And I was 10 rows up, and I'm just looking through nothing but glass. It's like the same level as like the X, where you could be in row 18. You're still looking through a shit ton of glass.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, sightlines at Mariucci, it's so much steeper. You're up above the glass way quicker.
Sure. So
I've also sat upstairs. I've also sat upstairs where their sections are 30 to 35 seats across. If you're in the middle of one of those sections, you got to pass freaking.
That sucks.
It's just, and the legroom is shit too. So I've been behind the scenes, all the stuff that obviously for players, everything spectacular. All the marble, I don't care. It's very nice, whatever. When I was watching a game, I had a harder time enjoying it because I can't freaking see in the corner. I'm sitting there watching the TV screen because I can't see. So, but they're both better than the Kohl Center. If you sit in anywhere in the upper deck, the Kohl Center, you can't barely see the goal if you're on the end. So it's brutal. So that's just my thoughts. The people at North Dakota, the staff, 2-1 Vegas. I'm on YouTube TV. I'm on YouTube TV. YouTube TV.
I'm on straight Xfinity cable. Ooh. Well, I already see how this is developing. Yep. I don't know how you let that happen.
Was it a power play?
No, Jack Eichel just scored.
Yeah, oh, yeah. They finally got on the board. I mean, why is Kaprizov kind of playing defense there and trying to chase him?
Were people just that out of position?
Well, I mean, Kaprizov was at the point and dove at him, tried to stop him, and fell. But
all I know is Jonas Brodin was out there, so it couldn't have been a power play.
No, it wasn't. Oh boy. Well, it's
that's
11,
a disappointing one.
11-10 left in the third. Toronto's still up 2-1.
That's close enough that it's worth that it warrants following. All right, polls up. Let's hear it, people. Where would you rather watch a game? XL Energy Center, Mariucci, the Ralph, or other? And if you pick other, you better comment and let us know where. So for me, the thing is, I've only been to the Ralph once, and it was actually the Black Friday game like 2 or 3 years ago. And I couldn't have had like a shittier seat like on paper, and it was such a good view. So like I'm very tainted. Like if you have the worst seat in the house and you can see really well, that plays well for me. But I haven't sat lower bowl and I haven't had that experience you had. So that's actually really intriguing that like you just can't see because the guys won't sit down because, well, they're rowdy.
I will always say for watching a game, Mariucci's the best. Maybe not always the best atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. But for sight lines and everything, I think Mariucci's the best. I think the lighting at Mariucci stinks because it's an open bowl and they can't shut off all the lights. You can't get that real kind of rock and roll atmosphere that you can at the X. But the X and the Ralph are very similar in that the sight lines are just not that great. I remember sitting at the X lower level, row 18, and I'm like, my sight, I'm still looking through a shit ton of glass. I'm like,
sure.
If I was at Mariucci, I'd be row 10 and I'd be above the glass. So that's just watching a game. This has nothing to do with amenities or anything like that. So that's my thoughts on that.
Amenities don't matter as much to me either. Like if you have nothing for amenities, like sure, I factor in, or if your amenities are like off the charts, sure. But like otherwise, like concessions, whatever, like I don't care that much. And it's way more about the atmosphere and the view for sure.
Like people complain about like the bathrooms and stuff like that at Mariucci, but there's an issue. I mean, I heard people complain a lot. If they were to redo, like, let's say the men's bathrooms, they can no longer do troughs. They have to go by code, and the troughs would be gone. Well, the troughs for men make it go much faster. So they're trying to hold off as long as possible to do anything.
So how outdated are those? Those
are the original bathrooms. Those are 30 years old. Those bathrooms.
No, right. But when did the code change? Like when was the cutoff of like?
Probably within 10 years because the X certainly doesn't have that.
I think the X is like that because it seems like less clean, you know. Yeah. But I love the troughs.
They're just quicker.
Quicker. There's a vibe. I mean,
I love having the media credential. I love having the media credential to have to skip all that stuff.
Tell you what.
What are you doing?
Letting Jack Eichel have a breakaway? Bad for business. Period. What's not bad for business? Barrel Theory. Elite beer. The best you're going to have in St. Paul. And it's like a 15-minute walk from the X. Plus, you can get it at the X. But this might be the last game at the X for a while, so...
Don't talk like that.
I wasn't talking like that until it was 2-1 at the end of the period.
Yeah, it's...
Now, Apartment can score another one with 4 seconds left. Different story. We got another period. It's not all doom and gloom.
The Bell Center is hard to beat as an arena.
I mean, you know what? Big ticket, fair.
That's Toronto,
very,
right?
Very fair.
It's Toronto, right?
No, Bell Center's Montreal.
Oh, Montreal.
They were bumping for that series.
Doesn't that hold like 21 or 22? It holds it's like the biggest hockey arena.
I will say, and I don't imagine you're going to disagree with me for a lot of reasons, but like one of my low-key favorite places to watch hockey, Tampa.
It's not bad.
Like the rink is solid, and the setup they have tight to the rink there. They've got the whole like concourse area with plenty of like food and beer options. Like I love that. I wish that the X had like outdoor stuff.
The only complaint I had is that if you're on the main level, you cannot go all the way around. They have a club that you can't go through. So you can't.
I still haven't done the cigar lounge there either.
I think they should be going to Tampa every 2 years for the Frozen
for the Frozen Four. I think it should just be there permanently.
Yeah.
Who cares? There's never home ice. Although I take that back because next year is in Vegas and that's gonna rock. Ball Arena is great for Nuggets and Avs. That's one that I still got to get to.
Thanksgiving. Big road trip.
Yeah,
I would love to just. Sorry, I can't do Thanksgiving this year. I'll be in the car driving and just drive out there and then spend the weekend out there.
You know what? There's worse places to spend Thanksgiving than Colorado, in fairness. But I got an unfortunate, a very fortunate situation that's unfortunate for Gophers. But the weekend that UMD is at Mariucci, due date for kid number 2. So then in the next, at least I'd say 2 weeks,
stick a fork
not going to be at games. So
so that means you won't go to Grand Forks the week before, will you?
Probably not.
Not a good idea.
I want to find a way to swing it, but it's unlikely.
Don't even chance it. You would pay for it dearly because that's 5 hours, dude.
Well, plus
4 hours.
I wouldn't want to do it either. Like I would be very anxious the whole time.
See, this is where I'm very fortunate because
Midnight Solar, what's good, buddy?
My youngest turns 22 tomorrow, so they're gone.
Yeah.
The old Chicago Stadium. Oh, I bet you that place just smelled like stale beer and popcorn.
You know what though? That's a vibe in and of itself. I am happy with the young players, Habs, and we have a good season. There's nothing for me to be disappointed about at all. But straight up, I don't care what the series score was between Montreal and the Washington Capitals. That team is on the rise. They have nothing but positive vibes going into next year. I am not happy about it.
Sens just tied it up.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're just tied it up. It's 2-2 with
all right. I need to get the game up on the iPad. Here we go. I feel so bad because there's so many people that hate the Leafs, and I'm really not in that category.
Yeah, I've never understood that, but I'm not a in
the postseason, if you can watch them have a complete and total meltdown and go to a game 7 and have all the theatrics that come with it, sign me up every time. I need it. I don't want it. I need it.
Oh,
so that is very fun.
It's from behind the net. Oh,
Midnight Solar just chilling. Corby got kicked out of ball too many times for doing nothing bad.
Oh, come on.
I need more context because that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's.
Tori, I watched the Wolves stomp the Nugs last May, and Ball got to sit 2 rows behind A-Rod. That's pretty cool. That's fun. I'm not a basketball guy at all, but that would be very fun.
I'm not a basketball guy at all either. Gosh, it was before I got married back in the 90s. My future father-in-law was in a business where he could get 3rd row seats at Timberwolves games. So that's really kind of right in the corner and right in front of where the players come in and out. So cool. My first game was KG's first game. It was a preseason game. KG's first game, I think it was.
That's pretty fucking
and
cool.
It was cool to see these guys up close. So that was cool. I saw. Do you remember the Laker named Vlade Divac?
No. But I barely remember the name Michael Jordan.
So. You're younger. You're young too. Well, Vlade Divac.
I just don't care about basketball.
He was kind of their center guy, and he was from. He was from Yugoslavia, but he might have been Croatian or Yugoslavian. You know that whole Slavic wars they had that was happening during that time when he's playing in Flop and Vlade. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, so he's coming off the court at the end of the game, and somebody a couple rows up behind me starts yelling racial slurs at him in his native language. So somebody would have in the chat might know, but I don't know if Vlade was Croatian or whatever. but it was the opposite side. This person was yelling because that was a kind of a racial war, with how it was. And he starts yelling, blah, 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 fuck you. And I'm like going, what is happening right now? So that was probably the last experience I had. I haven't been back to a basketball game since then.
Well, dude, the one that's crazy now, people will still say Czechoslovakia. And like, that is like super not okay. Like that, there's a lot of hate there. Now that they've split and they're separate, like do not.
It's more for us old people who grew up with that, probably.
Right.
That's old.
There's a lot of people because like I think back to when I was in like middle school, like it was still like that was like right around the time that it was like the split, at least when it came to like hockey and stuff. So there's plenty of people that like remember it as Czechoslovakia.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine how good that hockey nation would be? Holy shit. Like Czech Republic and Slovakia.
Oh, yeah, they were good.
I guess Czechia, if we're going with that, too.
Yeah,
I can't keep any of this shit straight. But
So the Sens goal, he bounced it off the back of the goalie's helmet and went in. Beer for Levada, yeah.
Oh, big ticket. You're not wrong. Heavy Memorial.
I'm kind of interested to see. I grew up in Bloomington. I lived on Abbott Avenue in Bloomington. So I grew up with the Bloomington Ice Garden. It was at the end of my road.
Nice.
They're spending $40 million to renovate the Bloomington Ice Garden this summer.
Which is weird, just because like it makes sense with where they are geographically, but like their hockey program is completely fallen off.
I get it. I totally get it. They made a rink 3 back in the 90s that was Olympic size. It's a big space.
Wait, isn't big 3 rinks? Is it only 2?
It's 3 rinks. So the third rink is an Olympic rink. But they had a lot of space in there. So they're going to make it standard size, put stands on it. It's a much bigger area. And just clean it all up and then redo, rink 1, and that'll become rink 3 or something like that. The first time they replaced the floor at rink 1, the original rink, I don't know, about 15, 20 years ago. It was originally a sand-based ice rink. When they took out the ice, finally, they had to dig more than 20 feet down to get past the permafrost, because the permafrost had just literally wrecked the whole site underneath the building.
Oh, Toronto scored. No.
Oh, they did. Who is it?
Pacioretty. Wow, good for him.
5 foot. Oh man, that's nice.
Like the only reason that I would be pro Toronto, because I'm not like against them, but the reason that I would cheer for them is Nice.
Nice.
I love him, dude. I can't wait for Kyle Dubas to offer sheet him like $10 million a year, and Toronto be in a total bag of like, what do we do? I will buy that Nice Penguins jersey the second that is solidified.
Penguins. Oh.
That's what I grew up cheering for, man. I'm in the weird bubble where like there was no team as I was getting into hockey. And I was a late bloomer. Like I started playing hockey when I was 8 because like all my buddies have been playing since they were 4 and they talked me into it. Huh?
How old are you?
I actually just turned 35 yesterday.
Oh, man.
But so like the Wild were a team when I was 11. I got into hockey when I was 8 because my friends pushed me into it. The Wild left the North Stars left when I was 4. Originally, it's funny, I was actually originally an Avalanche fan because the only 2 teams I knew existed were Detroit and Colorado. Because that was like the big rivalry of the 90s. And so you had to pick a side. And I absolutely sided with Joe Sakic, who's the reason I wore number 19. And I loved Patty Waugh. But the second it's funny, my origin story for it, I had a teacher who, when I was in 3rd grade, we had to do some like biography reading. And like, I'm like seeing all these like biography books. I'm like, these are presidents. Like, I just don't care objectively. And teacher's like, you're into hockey, right? I'm like, yeah. He's like, read this. And he hands me Mario Lemieux biography. And I read that book, and I swear to God, I came out of it being like, this is the greatest hockey player that has ever lived. Better than Gretzky, better than everyone. And I've been a Penguins guy since. And like, early on, like I couldn't access a lot of the games. Like I was basically a fan via osmosis. Like I just knew that I loved Mario Lemieux. And then it was like right before they got Crosby that I like kind of was able to start watching other games. And like even when they drafted Crosby, like I wasn't into like prospects and shit. Like I had no idea. Everyone's like, oh sweet, they got this Crosby guy. I'm like, cool. The kid's like 17. Why do I give a shit? And then a couple of years later, I'm like, I give a shit. I give lots of shits. Like,
yeah, so you're at that age where you didn't have anything growing up with.
Well, they didn't have the access either for like games around the league. Like they didn't have NHL Center Ice. NHL Center Ice was basically a thing when I was like a freshman in high school, and that's like really when my like hockey fandom like skyrocketed. I was like so into it. I watched every game, didn't matter what team. I was all about it. But yeah, I've been a Penguins fan. Like I pull for the Wild, I cover the Wild, but I'm not truly a Minnesota Wild fan per se.
I would kind of
Claude Lemieux is on that team, gross.
Yeah,
you know what,
Claude and Liam, what a thug.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. I appreciate you, Chief to Face. Creepy Colors. Kennedy High School's hockey team is done, which is sad. Like that's such a weird thing that they've merged.
I went to the very last game.
Wow.
And I ran into Sats there. Tom Satterall, the old Jefferson coach. And I've
heard more than enough stories about that guy.
Oh, great guy.
Well,
great
stories
teacher.
have been good and bad. Good and bad.
That
wasn't like either direction. It's like I've heard really good and really bad things.
But he said he couldn't believe it. He said it was super sad because, it's a rival that he played against for decades.
Well, aren't they merged now too?
Well, that's just it. They're merging.
That's weirder.
I'm kind of curious what they're going to do. Is it going to be just Jefferson? Are they going to come up with something?
Bloomington? It's called Bloomington.
I don't know what's going to happen there.
I lived the same thing though. So I obviously grew up playing hockey and like I won't pretend that I was anything particularly special. I played through high school. I didn't pick up lacrosse until I was a freshman in high school, but I was way better at lacrosse.
It didn't exist until your age.
Like I was like right at that like starting point. I was right before like all the schools were like being sanctioned and whatnot. But for me, our biggest rival, do you know Mound?
Out in Minnetonka.
Mound, Westonka.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's where I grew up. And Orono was our like hated rival. And that was like after my freshman year, team folded and merged with Orono. And it was like the weirdest dichotomy. Like, I'm like, what do I do here? Like, my initial instinct is that I hate every single one of you fuckers. But then I like became friends with some of them like this. I can't do this. This is weird. Like so many of my friends too. I tried to talk some of my hockey buddies because like the skills translate so well. If you're good at hockey, you can fucking be good at lacrosse.
I wish lacrosse.
I tried to talk people into it, and all of them are like, "Wait, you played Orono, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, No way.
Lacrosse would have been so fun. Just to even play it one time.
Dude.
It just didn't exist. It was nothing back. I graduated in high school in 91. Right. It wasn't on the radar.
Totally. And for me, I'm way more knowledgeable, like way more interested and invested in hockey in general. Lacrosse is more fun. I would rather play lacrosse. And part of that, I was better at it, so that helps. But like objectively, like lacrosse is so fun for so many reasons.
Honestly, it is similar. Not skills, but similar setup. You know, you setting plays up. There's one small goal. There's play behind the net. It's obviously a bigger area, but everybody can run, everybody can move. Not everybody can skate. That's where it makes hockey so much more difficult.
Creepy colors. They should call them Bloomington East West. I love that.
No.
And Jake. Very true. Still find it interesting how 3 hosts on the Sota pod aren't Minnesota fans as their first team. LOL. Yep, I got the Penguins. Isha's got the Vancouver Canucks. Spoke Z has
out comes the goalie.
Bruins.
Ottawa's empty net. 155 left.
Oh baby, here we go. I'm actually a touch ahead of you on that one. I'm confused.
Yeah, it's weird.
Ahead on one and behind on the other. But hey, Chief to Face, new member. Appreciate you. Friend, welcome to the community. Let's see, big ticket. As a North Star fan, I hate the Penguins. Yeah, nope, totally fair. Right after losing them in the finals, I do not blame you at all. Again, I was 4 when the North Stars left, so I have like zero tie or emotions with the North Stars. But I completely respect that logic.
But
Hating
that might also be the
because of
reason
that
why you
period.
love the Gophers too, because that's when the Gophers
No, that's well, I
always
love the
on
Gophers
TV.
because they were the team. That was my pro team, and that's
And when
why
the
I was so the Nebraska fandom, right? That's because I mean my dad was from Nebraska,
yeah, and that makes sense.
but it was so cool to me that like it was their professional team. They had no professional sports, and Nebraska football, even when they are donkey dick, they sell out every game, and people are so passionate. It's so cool. I loved that. I love the vibe. Oh, empty net post. Here we go. that needs to turn into a goal.
That was close.
Oh, baby. Willie Nylander not happy. That was close. That was very close. But yeah, so truly the Gopher piece, I've always been a diehard Gopher fan because that was my pro hockey team.
It was
straight
the team.
Up.
It was the only team here.
It's funny because I don't even remember it. Like you go back to childhood, whatever. My mom told me, and granted, I was never going to do anything with hockey. I was lucky that I ended up becoming good enough to play and like do 3 years of varsity. No way I was going to go beyond that. My mom always told me that like when people would ask me about hockey, like, oh yeah, do you want to play in the NHL? I'm like, no, I want to play for the Gophers. Like that's straight up what it was. And I don't know. We need to bring that culture back, Juke. It's been lost.
Now the TV thing kills them. The Big Ten hurt that too, but you know, back in those 2000s, like 2005, 2006, 2007, on Midwest.
Oh no!
What?
Nylander got the empty netter. It's over. Ice. Damn it!
He got the penalty too. So what do you mean, damn it?
I mean,
Toronto, man.
I wanted a game 7. I needed that to be a game 7. Just to see the meltdown in Toronto. It would have been so great. Chief to Face gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Chief to Face, you're awesome. I think first time viewer here too, at least for me. You've maybe joined on with Isha before, but let us know, Chief to Face. If there's a topic you want us to get into, happy to divulge. I don't know if you're a hockey fan in general or a Wild fan or what, but let us know what's going on, my friend. Jake, Vikings fan. That was my team. I'm funny. Sure, I'm a Vikings fan. I hate the Packers more than I like the Vikings. Like it's a weird dichotomy of hate. Like I love the Gophers more than I hate the Badgers, even though I passionately hate the Badgers. I genuinely, if I had to pick between on a given weekend, granted, there's like, what's at stake, but in a given weekend, if I had to pick between Packers and Vikings both winning or both losing, I'm picking losing. I want Packers fans to be sad because they're so obnoxious. I cannot stand them. Oh, Hot Takes got one of them. Oh, this is dangerous. Welcome aboard, Hot Takes. Dark Charge. If Mario Lemieux didn't have the herniated disc, he could have had a long career. I maintain to this day his best seasons were lost due to
probably
both cancer and his back issues. That's a guy that, if healthy throughout his whole career, could have been pretty close to what Gretzky's numbers were.
I don't think he would have. Reason being, by that
I don't
time,
know if it would have matched. I think he would have been very close.
Maybe, but I just think the game had started to change in the 90s, becoming much more defensive. When Gretzky in his big era, I mean, they were averaging 5 or 6 goals a game.
What's funny that everyone was like worried about Ovi scoring empty net goals, and it's like all of Gretzky's goals were empty net. Like, why are we?
Gretzky's not a goal scorer. Gretzky's not a goal scorer.
That is also a fact. Like,
he's not. He's not a sniper.
Hang on. Here's a hot take / question for you, Jupe, because I brought this up, and obviously Isha is a big Ovechkin guy too. Like, he would definitely pick Capitals over Penguins in that rivalry. And I'm a Penguins guy. I asked him, what's more impressive, Ovechkin beating Gretzky's goal record or if Crosby ended up scoring more points than Gretzky has assists, which is possible, it'll be close. But everyone says the craziest stat in the game is Gretzky has more assists than any player in history has points. If Crosby could be the one to break that, that might be more impressive than what Ovi did. I don't know.
Because Ovi points wise is way back.
Yeah, but goals, it'll never be that way like on the true score sheet, but like goals matter more, straight up. Like,
true.
I can objectively say that. Like, Crosby will have more points. There's no doubt. And I think Crosby all around is a better player.
I think Crosby's ahead of Ovechkin right now in points anyway.
Well, he is, but point is, the amount of goals that guy scored, you got to get more credit for something. Hey, puck is about to drop. Towels are waving. Let's go. Toronto did win final 4-2. They advance, and they're probably going to get absolutely caved by the Florida Panthers.
You think so?
They looked dangerous, dude. I think the two best teams in the East were Florida and Tampa, and Florida dismantled Tampa.
And yet the Vegas says they might make the Cup, and they're struggling with the Wild. You just never know.
I think Wild are a weird matchup for them, though. It's a team that's uniquely, like, similarly deep and just has the better goalie. And, oh, weird, that first line is popping off. On a per-game basis, Super Mario is almost as good as Wayne. Yep, it's right there. Again, I'm not saying that he's better necessarily. The thing is, it's the funny conversation of who is the better individual and who is the better team guy, right? Gretzky makes everyone around him better. If you ask any defenseman from the 90s who they're more afraid of one-on-one, none of them are saying Gretzky. None. Mario Lemieux was a terror if you had him one-on-one.
Okay.
Out of the way.
Wait a minute, though. Who caused more fear? Lemieux coming at him?
One-on-one or on like an odd man rush? There's a difference. Odd man rush, Gretzky. One-on-one,
no.
Lemieux,
I'm saying
down.
Coming down the ice with the puck, I fear Jaromir Jagr more than either of them.
Oh, that's a fun one.
And there's just something about him. Yeah, he didn't have as many goals. But I fear him coming down with the hair flapping away more than Lemieux or Gretzky. Take nothing against it. It's just something about Jagr that was just different.
Yeah. So for me, the biggest what if is, I already said, Mario Lemieux missed the best part of his career due to cancer and injury. Jaromir Jagr left the NHL at the prime of his career and played, 4 years in the KHL and then decided to come back. Mm-hmm. Imagine if he stayed. He is probably right there behind Gretzky. Like, he's probably pretty dang close.
Lindros was always injured.
Yeah, well, plus, I mean, the antics that he had with Brindamore are part of that.
What was that St. Cloud question you had up there? Somebody
wasn't a question. Sorry. From
great memories.
That's great memories watching Gophers versus St. Cloud through my fingers back in the day. Love it. Appreciate you, buddy.
Oh, that is a good one.
What about Brett Hull? As far as goal scorers, definitely interesting on the list. And just all-out vibes now. Like, you saw how he celebrated that 2019 Cup for St. Louis. He was drunker than any of the players on the team, and I loved it. Glory, Gloria. He was so fun. Brett Hull was a moose. He was a beast. But they chanted, "We want Florida."
But how much does it kill the Stars fans when Brett Hull scores the winning goal for Dallas to win a cup? An illegal goal at the time.
Oh man, me and Veach go back and forth on that so much. That's the easiest way to get him riled up, is to say, like, "What do you think about crease violations, buddy?" Come on, boys, we got to win this period.
Yeah,
we do. How is Jagr still playing? Well,
he's not. I think he finally did retire.
He has not. That's why he is not. He
really?
Won't retire formally with the Penguins until he's actually out of the game, and he can't be in the Hall of Fame until he's done playing hockey. Do you know why he's still playing?
Probably Russian bets or something like that.
No, his dad owns the team, and the team is only profitable because he's playing. So he's literally keeping the franchise alive by continuing to play like into his freaking 50s. His dad was short but really thick. Talking about Brett Hall, Bobby,
and a great hairpiece,
and other things that don't need to be talked about because R.I.P. in peace. Oh yeah. Lindros, yeah, we talked about that a little bit. Linden's was awesome too, but Mental's, yeah, definitely issues there. The mean mug of Messier on a breakaway would have made me pee my breezers if I was a goalie. I still think Lemieux would scare me more, but that's reasonable. Also, I'm not a big fan of him on the ESPN coverage, but that's just me. Maybe I'm too picky.
He's okay.
People
just want something to complain about too. They complain about ESPN. They complain about TNT. I'm like, shut up. The games are on TV. And this is the only way I'm seeing the Wild games. YouTube TV doesn't carry. What are they now? No, they're not Bally's. What are they?
FanDuel
Sports Network. I don't get that. So I get to watch. I'm watching the ESPN feed right now. So I don't get to see the Wild all year unless they're on national broadcasts. That's probably one of the reasons why I don't get to watch them as much anymore.
It's just dumb.
They're not on.
What's crazier is that like ESPN boasts themselves is like, hey, we are the way to watch hockey. We're the future. Get ESPN Plus and you can see most of the games. Then you get to the postseason, nothing. Cut off.
Really?
Like I just think that's with all the momentum that hockey has right now from four nations, a great finish to the regular season. Like there's been so many compelling storylines going into the postseason and some really good matchups. Why do you gatekeep now? It makes no sense to me. You should be trying to get as many eyes on the sport as possible right now to continue growing the game as you're trying to boost revenues. Cap already announced to be going up like crazy the next 3 years. It's just crazy to me that you're like that keen on the money grab that
there's a reason why Gary Bettman gets booed. It's not just for the joke anymore. They're still booed for a reason.
Choice. Let's be real. He is the mouthpiece for the owners. The owners dictate everything. Gary does a really good job of doing what they want,
but it's more fun blaming
finding a smart way to do it. Like he's actually brilliant. Like kudos to him.
See, I think the Wild need to get away from FanDuel because that whole
FanDuel, TNT, ESPN, TBS, all of it. It's crazy. I'm with you, Chief.
But their whole streaming situation on FanDuel just really bad experience.
Oh, I'm sure. I've
heard a lot of bad things.
That is a great Panthers logo. I still think that even though it's not like at all baked in their history, the reverse retros from Florida were elite. The baby blue with the palm tree and stick logo was so cool. I loved that jersey. FanDuel is great, John. Come on, buddy.
Oh my god.
Now I know you're trolling me, John. Come on. Yager and Belichick hang out at the same club. Oh my god. This is the most underrated comment of the stream. This is a joke about Yager and Belichick both hanging out with 20-year-olds, we'll just say.
Shocking.
Do you remember that one, Jupe, of Jaromir Jagr, the teammate?
Well, what?
So there was this girl who was like, she had to have been like 22 years old.
Did she take a picture of herself in the hotel room with them?
No, she took a picture of him. She took a selfie with him sleeping there, and she goes to him. She's like, I'm going to show this to everyone. I'm going to show your teammate, because she was dating his teammate. She's like, I'm going to show him, and otherwise you have to give me money. He's like, post it. I don't care.
They got to bury that.
And she did, and he's like, whatever. Like people,
he doesn't care.
But like didn't give a second's hesitation to like, you're not blackmailing me. I don't give a shit if you post this.
Doesn't work against single men.
He's gonna be pissed, but oh man,
they just missed an open net there. What happened?
I missed it. That's my problem, dude. My ADHD is all over the place, and I'm trying to watch the chat, have a conversation. I finally just closed up the side action of the
producing sucks, doesn't
Toronto game. Oh, it's the worst. But someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it. Get rid of the Menards promo. Let's go. 15 minutes left in the third. 2-1 Vegas still. Lot to be determined here. John lives in Vegas, gets it here. Huh. I don't know. ESPN needs to step up their game. Plus, some of the people they choose to hire are crazy.
They switched hosts, though. They put Bucci back in the studio. And who was it? Who was in the studio as the host before? It was Levy. Levy's calling the game on ESPN right now. So it's like they switched out. They put Levy in the booth and they put Bucci back in the studio, which is fine because I think Bucci calls a terrible game, which most people tend to agree with.
It's not even that I think he calls a terrible game. I'm way more bothered when he's covering college hockey and like he just cannot hide the bias. It's crazy. Him and Colby Cohen are like
he can't hide the bias and he cannot. He focuses on one guy from every team.
True.
Snuggerud's on the ice. Okay, we know. Oh, here comes Snuggerud. I'm like,
don't know if you guys knew, but Snuggerud is the best player for the Gophers. Yeah, everyone watching knows that. Actually, thanks. Yeah, him and Colby are pretty tough for the college coverage. Bucci for NHL coverage, like, is it the best? Am I gonna like defend him? No. Does he bother me? Like, he's fine, whatever. I'll take that over Leah Hextall asking coaches questions in between whistles. Oh my God.
Oh, I loved it that last game when she basically reread the wild PR tweet on Gustafson. And I'm like, did she just read the exact tweet?
Hey, this is the logo. Here we go. Brutality Blood. You changed it. You beautiful bastard. I love you. But he says, he still says Florida Panthers coming out of the East 100%. I mean, it's looking great now. Before the postseason started, I was afraid to pick Florida or Tampa because of that matchup. So I picked Carolina to go to the finals because they have the easiest path in the East. Now that Florida's won and it's beat Toronto, beat, in my mind, probably Carolina, yeah, Florida's probably my front runner at this point. Reasonable take. Big ticket. Sure would be nice if Wild had a D-man that could put some offensive pressure in the third period. But let's play Merrill Bogo. I mean, we could go on this forever. I understand some of the reservations with Zeev Buium, but after Game 5, seeing what both Bogosian and Merrill did, like, it's not enough to warrant sitting Zeev when he changes your power play that much. And again, from a third pairing perspective, he's going to give you more rushes the other way by transitioning the puck the way he does. I don't know. Leafs moved on, cottaging with Christian.
Why did we trade Brent Burns? That was forever ago.
Why did we trade Brent Burns?
Chewbacca.
A lot that went into that, I'm sure. Sad. It was crazy back then, though. Like, that was way before the beard and everything.
Oh, yeah. He had started getting it, but
dude. He was
Marchand
crazy though.
The Panthers looks weird to me. Yet, brutality. Still a very punchable face. So either way, it's good.
His face will always be punchable. And let's be real. Like, no disrespect, because I have no problem with Florida, but like, as far as teams go, I would say Boston and Florida are among like the more punchable teams just because of the way they conduct themselves. That's honestly probably more of a compliment than an insult. Like,
I think it was a
Marchand.
Your team to be
a bunch of rat bastards, right?
I just hate Marchand. I just want to punch him in the face.
You mean the nose?
Come on. Wild have lost 8 straight playoff series.
Well, if we're not counting last year when they didn't have one.
But the playoff series, they've lost 8 straight.
Zach Phillips. He's the only person that I'm happy for right now. Our buddy covering the Leafs. He's probably doing his post-game show right now and probably like happy drunk at this point. He never tips. Damn. I don't know. Marchand's one of those guys that if he was on my team, I would absolutely love him.
Yeah.
He's never been on my team, so
you never have to worry about
that.
it.
Can't do that. Same with Tom Wilson. Scumbag. Hate him. If he was on my team, I'd change my tune pretty quick. Although I still will never defend him going for people's heads the way he did for
wasn't he on Washington?
He's always been. He's a guy that literally seeks out people's heads, and that bothers me. I mean,
yeah,
I'm biased because I am a multiple concussion survivor, but like it pisses me off because he is big enough, skilled enough, everything to kill people without launching at their heads. There's no need for it. Like, why do you have to do that when you could literally just go through a guy's chest and murder them?
You can't fix stupid, though.
Nope. It's tough.
11 minutes left.
Yep. 11 minutes left. Still 2-1. Wild dominating in shots, but again, sometimes that stat gets a little skewed and misrepresented.
I've always hated that stat.
Yeah.
I've never cared about. I don't care if you outshoot a team by 50 shots.
Do you know what the worst stat is? Scoring chances. Because it's the most subjective stat in the world. Who is to decide on a scoring chances? If the puck hits the net, it's a scoring chance. Come on.
Technically it is, yep.
It's crazy.
Is an empty net goal considered a scoring chance?
It should be.
But is it?
Brutality blood. I am just happy Bobrovsky has a cup going from CBJ to Florida Panthers. If he retires, I am happy for him. And man, he was basically written off as dead for a couple seasons there. Like, I was among them. I was like, holy crap, this is like among the worst contracts I've ever seen. All it took was one playoff run for him to completely change the narrative. So good for him. Totally. Nathan H. So the NHL is trying to make hockey more popular and well-known in the States. Why are they putting the playoffs on a paid network? Nathan, you're preaching what we said probably 10, 15 minutes ago. Completely agree.
Oh, but it's been this way a long time, though.
It has, but I think of all years, this is the year with everything you capitalize on. Four nations.
Okay, no. Okay,
make it accessible.
Go back to the 90s when ESPN first started showing games. They'd show one game of a playoff series.
That's also indicative of the time.
And we might see, well, let's say early 90s, and we might see the Wild on Midwest Sports Channel. We wouldn't get to see every single game. It wasn't even close. We're seeing every single game on a national network. It's been on, that's the only time. That has only happened on paid cable, satellite, whatever television. So I think that's a bogus argument. Bogus. You could watch Dallas and Colorado right now in the before paid cable television. You wouldn't be able to watch that. You wouldn't be able to stream it. You're not going to get any radio from it. So I just think that's a bogus thing. Yeah, but I'm old. I remember the old days.
All right, new poll up. Let us know what you think about ESPN's hockey coverage.
But talk about old school. It must have been a spring break visiting my grandmother in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Mm.
Back then, the playoffs started a little earlier, and I think it was actually a mid to late April. I was able to pick up a North Stars game called by Al Shaver on AM 1500 at night from the car radio from Oklahoma City. Because I'm in Oklahoma, there's no hockey in that area at that time in the 80s. There's no there was no ESPN covering hockey then. But now, like I said, we're watching all the games. There's 4 games tonight. We'll get to watch them all.
It's at least available. It's just, I understand the fatigue for fans. Like, how do I have all of the coverage that I need to watch? Like, just like I can't stand Big Ten Plus, which I know you and I have kind of debated in the past. Like, give me a way to just pay so that I can see all of the games on Big Ten Plus. And doesn't even have to be all the games. Like, you should be smart and find a way to make a niche.
I would agree with you. If you're paying for Big Ten Plus, if a game is on the Big Ten Network, you should be able to see that game live, and you can't.
Period. But I think
anything on the
network, there's got to be a way, though, that teams can work it out. That let's say I just want Gopher hockey, period. I should be able to pay for something where I get every Gopher game, but Big Ten Plus has to kick some of that revenue over to like whoever it is that's showing those games. Like I would pay more to be guaranteed that I can stream every single Gopher game right there.
Can't argue with you, but
it's just tough when like one game a month you have to watch on Big Ten Plus. It's like, all right, so I have to have a month subscription to watch one weekend. Like, God damn it.
You see, I don't mind that so much, but I'll also sit home on a Friday night and turn on Penn State playing Ohio State and Michigan playing Michigan State because I'll get to watch those because they're not on TV.
See, if I didn't have a kid, I'd be with you, but I do. So I watch Gophers and that's it.
Kaprizov going to the box for a trip. Good timing, kid.
Trav Zimmerman, what is a paid network? Castle, please go to Game 7 Stars versus Avalanche series. Hey, I would love to see that series go to 7. I think that's the best series, period. And kudos to the Dallas Stars, by the way. With them not having Heiskanen, like, forget the Robertson injury. Like, that obviously sucks too. But Heiskanen injury was really the one that, like, scared me away. I picked Avalanche in 5. And the Dallas Stars have looked awesome. Granted, Cale Makar not being Cale Makar definitely doesn't help. But that series going to 7 is necessary. Tori says, hey, Stars fan, give us our logo and colors back. We're right back to it. Florida Panthers fan, Australia. Hey, guys. Yes, I'm wild. Appreciate you. Trav says to Tori, NHL owns North Star logo and colors, not Dallas. I do think the North Star's logo is sweet.
I think
colors, like I like the current Wild colors better than the North Star colors. Again, I hate Edina. I hate the Green Bay Packers. Like, I have all the reasons to hate green and yellow. On top of the fact that objectively, it is a horrible clashing color set. Yellow and green does not look good.
Yeah, but you know what? I think back when they had them, I think they've almost brightened them up a bit. I almost think the green was more subdued back in the 70s and 80s. It seems like, when the Wild bring it out, it seems too bright, maybe? I don't know. There's something weird about it.
Snooper and Dresky still believes. He says the Wild are going to pull this one out and win in Game 7. People, let him know if you agree. Trev, since you're not educated, use your phone's AI. It'll tell you. Damn, Nathan, that's cold, but also, sadly, probably factual. Boston Red Sox better win on Saturday or drop players down. Florida Panthers fan, Australia, I'm going to be honest. Baseball doesn't even register for me. Completely different world, different galaxy. I don't know, Jupe, are you a baseball guy? Like, are you following the Twins? Yeah.
No.
Tori confirms it was a darker green. Red Sox played like trash today. Yeah, that's tough. Remember the Mooderist logo? That was interesting. It was very interesting. Castle Siege. I don't care if you're a Stars fan. You're welcome here anytime. You're fun. Shorthanded, all caps. Yes, we are shorthanded. 33 seconds left in the penalty kill. 7 minutes left in the third. Still down 2-1. Leading in shots 27-22, even though that doesn't mean shit. Never mind. Nathan, no, you tell me Einstein to find paid network. All right, we got Dimension within the chat now. I'll let them fight amongst each other.
Is it kind of like you and Alex Micheletti from last week?
Dude, Micheletti got mad.
I know he did.
Well, so a little background to that because, again,
what do you mean? You're trolling, man.
Isha and I go at each other hard. Like, there is no, like, we love each other. Like, Isha's the best. It's still so much fun to argue with him and tell him why he's dumb. And sometimes he takes that and he'll go to Twitter and decide he's just going to be a donkey and go around and argue with people. And Micheletti is a regular target because I love Alex Micheletti. Great kid. he like flip-flops on how he wants to conduct himself on Twitter pretty regularly. Like he either wants to like bash and like go at someone, or he wants to be happy-go-lucky, and he kind of fluctuates between the two. And Isha just does not take it. Isha fights him every time. And so when I step back on him, when he's like hardcore jinxing the Wild, he comes at me, he's like, go troll somewhere else. I'm like, I don't know how I'm trolling. I'm offended that you are jinxing the Wild. And he's like, well, you and Isha always do this. I'm like, do not lump me in with Isha. How dare you? How dare you, sir?
You see, I think it's good to have the arguments, the yin and the yang. Do you pay much attention to Beyond the Pond? KFan?
Limited, some.
It used to be better when Molesky was on with Micheletti.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were batting heads. Fallness just kind of...
Fair. I also think
he doesn't.
Molesky's another interesting guy to me too. Like sometimes he's just like there, like vanilla, monotonous in the background, and sometimes he's like, I want to fight people, but he like can't decide which lane he wants to be in. You know?
Yeah.
And that's not a criticism. Like that's just like an observation. But no, that's fair. I mean,
so okay, yeah, I see.
That's for sure.
I see Tory Blair, Kevin Fallness, lame. I don't know if I've ever met him in person.
I actually like Fallness. He's fun.
Okay, so then please explain why are they so mean to him? Why everyone is like mean? Is it just a bit?
I think it is a bit. I like Russo going at him is 100% a bit. Wild have had 8 high danger area chances so far. Just can't score that important goal. Story of the franchise.
They just had a wrap round that just went. There was nobody there. 4:45 left.
Football teams and Horned Frogs are bosses. All right, what up? If the Timberwolves can beat the refs, then the Wild can too. Damn.
Oh, okay. So I heard you talking about the Gopher UMass game reffing right before I came on.
Brett is cool. Dude, you tell me. Am I out to lunch saying that the reffing was just atrocious?
You're not.
Like straight up, I am not a ref complainer. I am not. I'll point out when a bad call happens, but that was atrociously officiated. I'm offended by the way that game went. And did the Gophers do themselves favors in some critical moments? No. But holy fuck, did the refs do everything in their power to fuck them in that
Vegas
game.
did just score.
Oh no, you're ahead of me. Oh no. Oh.
Not yet. You're getting my first reaction. It's
I saw Eichel in the crease. Mother F. Mark Stone scores. Series not over, but pretty much over.
That one. That's the one I thought was going to be goal. The Eichel wide open.
No, the Eichel in the crease. Yeah. I thought for sure. I was like, oh, here it is. And I'm like, oh shit. Jupe's way further ahead of me.
I am way ahead of you.
There's your dagger. That's the series. Good night. Hey, Snooper and Dresky, if you're taking off, appreciate you stopping by, bud.
That's brutal.
Peace out, my friend. God damn it. You dudes ice cool. Hey, appreciate you, Florida Panthers. All right. Trav, let's explain how it works,
Flurry.
Nate. The NHL doesn't want to be in the broadcasting business. They want to be in the hockey business. They pay for a platform to broadcast a product which isn't free. There's more to it than that, though. If it was that simple, there'd be one platform instead of 7. But agreed on the general idea there. John Jr., thanks. Oh, man. Girlfriend flying in on her birthday, 5th of May. Ooh, a day after the Star Wars Nerd Day.
Oh, no. Goal. Where's Lynn 1? Come back, guys. Come back.
You're too far ahead of me, Jude.
Sorry, man.
But now I know when to pay attention. This is good.
Come back. Come back, fans. Hartman.
Hartman with 2 goals. God bless that boy. He gets so much crap and...
Well, maybe he shouldn't have hit the guy in the back of the head and neck. That's some of it's warranted.
I'm not saying that none of it's warranted. I'm saying that there's way more than he deserves. And it's not even for like the antics. Like a lot of people just think he sucks at hockey. It's crazy to me.
So Foligno,
there's a challenge, dude. Don't tell me that.
Foligno's in the crease.
Stupendresky stayed. The game's not over till the fat lady sings. She Boston Celtics fan, Red Sox and Wild, Florida Panthers are right. Is Vegas the newest nemesis for the Wild? Used to be the Jets. Honestly,
yeah, come on, drop the puck.
I think Vegas has been a nemesis for the Wild for a couple of years now, Corby. I'm with you. Which old school Dallas Stars players did you like? I mean, everyone will say Mike Modano. That's a given. Depending on which fan you ask, Bill Guerin may or may not be on that list because, well, there's bias there.
Okay, 3:20 left.
Old school Dallas Stars players. I feel like most Minnesotans, like especially the ones that like tried to use like Minnesota going to Dallas as the reason for their Dallas fandom. Marty Turco was a guy that a lot of Minnesotans liked. Not you?
He played on. Who do you think? I believe he was in net when Mike Legg did his Michigan. I think he was in net for Michigan because I think he was. That was his years in college. So I've never been a Turco fan because of that. Turco was a Michigan guy.
I don't know why I thought he was Michigan State. That's my bad.
No. That's
I loved Zubov too, but granted he came from my Penguins. But Zubov was always so fun.
Who was the well, I'm probably a Hall of Fame goalie. Who's the goalie from Michigan State won the Hobie?
This year?
No, years ago. He won it back in the 90s. He retired recently. Who was the
Michigan? I don't have a good answer then.
I think he was in net in he was in net for Team USA when they lost to Canada in the Salt Lake.
Oh, Braylon's in the chat saying, "Let's go Knights." Braylon, welcome to the chat, my friend. Let us know what you think. I actually want an objective view. What do you think about the Minnesota Wild?
Braylon, what do you think about that god-awful gold?
With Florida Panthers fan Australia. Yeah. Braylon, there's no way you like the gold jerseys. The black jerseys were so much better. I actually loved Jonathan Marchessault before he landed with Vegas, and that was the easiest fantasy hockey pick I've ever made the first year of Vegas. He made me so much points. No, the Knights did it. Let's go Knights. Oh, boy, we got some handful of Knights fans in here. Jen Ragowin. All right. Hey, we welcome all here. Let's have a conversation. Turbo was maize and blue. All right. Yep. Corby confirms. I'm an idiot. Knights win the series. We'll see. Jen, you calm down. I always forget Matthew Barnaby played for the Stars. Oh, I never forget Barnaby was at the Stars. VGK, go Knights. John Jr., Jen again. Lots of Vegas love here. We need way more Minnesota support. People, come out here. Let's go. The kid in the Bruins jersey, that's me.
Ryan Miller is the goalie I was thinking of.
Ryan Miller. Oh, yeah. Okay.
He won the award in 90. It's a long time ago.
Man,
But Ryan Miller, I think he was on Team USA when they lost to Sidney Crosby. He was in goal. He gave up that goal.
He carried them. He was so good.
Yeah, he was.
Ryan Miller torched in that.
But he was he was the big Michigan State goalie, but Turco was Michigan. Gosh, what year? Because like I said, I think he was on the ice for
Go Eli.
The last commercial break. So Colorado's gone up 1-0.
What's up 1-0?
Colorado's up 1-0 with 12:55.
Good. We need a game 7 in that one. Elliot, come on now. Avalanche scored. Yep. The kid with the mullet, Bruins shirt, brown hair. I wonder how many of these are actual Knights fan or know what hockey is. I imagine most of them are, or they just hate the Wild, which, hey, teach their own. I'm using my mom's account. Oh no. Jen, you've been hacked.
So Brandon, hard to be a Minnesota sports fan after Gary Anderson 1998. That's when the Vikings kind of lost me, as I have to watch their game.
Are you a fan of How I Met Your Mother?
So
That whole sequence with Robin going to the Minnesota bar is incredible. I got to show you, Jupe. I'll post it sometime this summer. You know how their whole like bit there was that Canadians are afraid of the dark?
Yeah.
When we sat down and did our interview for before World Juniors, it was Oliver Moore, it was Brody Zemer, and it was Woody. Wood told us, we're like, so like, what's weird about being in the States? Like, give a shit, whatever. He's like, I feel like you don't have enough street lights, and it like turned into like, afraid of the dark. Canadians are afraid of the dark. Confirmed. It's confirmed. It was so good.
Oh, so yeah,
so
they obviously
I'll
the
release
Vikings fans, the 99. Oh, here comes the goalie. 2:02 left.
Yo, what's up, Florida Panthers fan?
But after
Jonathan Marchessault might come back.
After the
I love Jonathan Marchessault. He's a great player. Although his antics on Instagram were very funny a couple of years ago, where people were coming at him. The replies were incredible.
Okay, here we go. Gusty's out.
Favre interception. Oh man,
that was a big
that was
hump for me.
bad.
I knew it was coming.
It was so bad though. Like he lost them that game. Everyone wants to blame the bounty. It's like no, Brett Favre still had that game in hand and he messed it up. Yeah, the Blair Walsh miss was tough. I was pretty drunk for that one, James.
I'm probably pretty cold if you're at the game.
Oh, I was not at the game. We were at a bar, but it was bottomless, like
okay. Here's the deal. I can never blame
dinged.
Blair Walsh. Blair Walsh is the only one who scored in that game for the Vikings.
He was good. He
missed the last one, but could they've gotten a touchdown in the game? Maybe. Every single point from that game came from Blair Walsh. Without Blair Walsh, they're not even.
Where's the other guy who does live streams? Isha's in Duluth. He will be back at some point, but not tonight.
I'm a gopher guy.
Florida Panthers fan Australia is all about Johnny Marchessault.
I saw Hoppy lonely. I'm like, dude, I'll come on with you.
I appreciate it, man. It helps a lot.
That looked like a tank down. So 111
Do you
left.
think Marchessault comes back to Las Vegas? Yes or no? I don't think so, just because of the contract. It'd be pretty tough for them to pull off, but I think he wants it. I think Vegas wants it if the money wasn't a thing. Oh, Fleury's your favorite player of all time, then you don't want his career to be over. Come on, Jen's kid. Well is my favorite player. Oh, minute 11 left. 1 goal separates the Vegas Golden Knights and the Minnesota Wild. Determines whether or not we go to overtime or to the next round for Vegas.
And who we get to blame?
That'll be really where this goes then. Asking the chat who we blame.
Whose fault is it?
Whose fault? Clap it up for Fleury always. It's funny because like being a Penguins fan, like there were dark times for Fleury. And Wild fans can't wrap their heads around the fact that like I had times where Fleury was not my favorite. I've always loved him as a person, and he's never been like he's always been skilled, but man, he had some post seasons in the early 2010s that were atrocious. Like so atrocious. It was terrifying. Robert Thomas and Pavel Buchnevich, Jordan Kyrou, and Nathan Walker are my favorite St. Louis Blues players.
45.
Hey, get Jimmy Snuggerud in on that. Oh, you're like a good 14 seconds ahead of me. Damn.
37.
Eli blames the refs. Oh, your dad worked for the Hawks. Dang.
Icing with 19.8 left. Not looking good, folks. It looks like I got to do another retweet of Dylan Lauk's tweet. Because he said after they lost that game when they were up 2-1 in the series that Last 2 times they've lost it, and it looks like they're going to do it again.
All right, polls up. Who do you blame? How much left in the game? 19.8 seconds. But it's an offensive zone face-off, tied up. Vegas has the puck, tied up along the wall.
It's over.
You're definitely ahead of me.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you don't have to apologize. Faber. That's game. At least they had Faber out on the ice. That's different than what the Gophers would do.
Gotta give it to you on that one.
You know,
so this is their
I haven't
third.
talked to you about this.
This is their third time in a row. Third time in a row, the Wild have blown a 2-1 series lead.
Very tough.
And lost the rest of the games of the series.
Yeah.
In 2022 and 23, they both lost those games in 6 games after having a 2-1 series lead.
So I saw you and Vigo in Tampa in 23.
Mm-hmm.
I was there with my dad and my brother-in-law, and they're both like not traditional hockey fans, but like they still really enjoy watching it. Both of them looked at me in the second period of that game, Jupe. I shit you not. And they're like, Gophers going to lose this, aren't they? Gophers are up 2-0. They're like, they're going to lose this, aren't they? I'm like, honestly, I wasn't going to say anything, but that's exactly how I feel. It was the weirdest, most like prevent style game that they should have never gotten into way too early.
I will not argue with anyone on that.
It was just.
I had a parent of a player come up to me last year after they lost to BU and told me they were instructed to play defensively, not keep doing what they were doing.
Which is, I just don't understand that.
And
that was a weird
Motzko said he didn't, but then last summer, Paul Martin was on a podcast. He says we did change our style. He said it on a podcast. I'm not sure which one it was, but he mentioned that, and I'm like, ugh. So ESPN switched over quick. They went right to Edmonton Knights game, or Edmonton and Kings.
Edmonton's playing right now.
They're doing the Anthem right now. ESPN went right to it. They didn't stick with the Wilds. Remember, I don't have.
No, but I just didn't realize. I thought for sure
4 games.
I don't know why I thought they were playing tomorrow, but all right, they're playing tonight.
Sometimes like they have 2 games a night, and then they have 4 games in a night.
It is weird how they go about it.
So, do you do a post-mortem here? Who do we blame?
Well, we got the poll going. So far, the poll.
What's the poll say?
So far, the poll has 19 votes, and the leaders in the clubhouse barely are Hines and Guerin, followed by the refs, followed by Nyquist, followed by Bogosian.
Okay, and refs, stop.
I had to put that in there as an option because I know that's how things
I know, but still, stop. I mean, come on.
Reffing's been bad, but the Wild always won the series in spite of what all happened there.
Yeah, look at the Timberwolves.
Hey, Chief to Face, appreciate you, buddy. If you're taking off, have a good night.
Hey, at least it's not midnight. It's only just after 9.
Florida Panthers and Australia blames the earth. I don't blame you. Hey, Landon's happy. You know what? Vegas has a 6 squad. Honestly, if they could just take like Kaprizov, Boldy, Eck, and Gustafsson, they would be unbeatable. Blames the world. Damn. This is tough.
Well, I'm guessing tonight you probably didn't get to watch as much because you're hosting. It's tough to watch.
Definitely missed a lot of the game.
And to really kind of, because like the other night you weren't hosting, so you were kind of watching a little more. But don't bring politics into this. Just stop.
I mean, if you misspell it, I gotta post it. Dolan Trump. Man, this is. I mean, it's weird because most years I'm like, ha, told you so. Wild never had a chance. Like, they were in this series every bit. They had everything going in the right direction. Tonight, what I saw was a little lackluster, but like the first 5 games of the series, the Wild were better for a lot of it. And sure, some of it's reffing, but like this is a good Vegas team. Like, they're no joke. And we should be thankful that the Giants slept as long as they did. Like, Eichel and Stone were silent for the first, 3 games? That's not how it should go.
Okay, well, let's go
Hey,
with this
Bugs
then.
Bunny and Daffy Duck. Here we go.
Let's go with this then.
Yeah.
What do you do with the $20 million next year that's not on the cap because certain few players are finally gone? It was around 20 million total, wasn't it?
It was closer to 15, but
the
problem is
whatever, something like that. But
8.5's already allocated over to Brock.
Yeah.
They paid high on a couple of contracts already, and hopefully you're paying a lot of money to Kaprizov that'll kick in a year. I think the biggest thing now is how do you bolster your forward group? Because I think the blue line is fine where it's at going into next year, assuming everyone's healthy. Question is, what happens to Marco Rossi? I'm pretty sure he's gone, so you need another center. And if they're banking on it being Urov, it scares me. If they go out and get Brock Nelson, that scares me more. I think you've got to try and find a way to use Rossi in a trade that brings back an actual top 6 center. You're going to have to give up more than just Rossi to make that happen. I think that's best case scenario. But there's guys out there, like, everyone wants Brock Besser, and I totally understand it. Can score goals, Minnesota boy, whatever. Nikolai Ehlers is the guy that I would salivate over. He is so fun. But at the center position, you got guys like Dylan Larkin, who might be disgruntled with his current situation after his back and forth and separate press conferences with Steve Yzerman. I would love to find a way to bring Tage Thompson in, but again, I think that's going to be expensive and unlikely.
Okay, so let me get your thoughts on this then. How long are these contracts?
Which ones?
Faber.
Long.
I mean,
that will be long.
How excited were people when they signed Parise and Suter?
Wow.
And then a couple of years in, they're like,
13 years is a lot different than the max of 8. And they signed later in their career than Brock did.
Yeah. No, I know.
Brock Faber, I'm not worried about at all.
True. But Suter was a cancer. Suter was a huge cancer. He just was.
He was, but you couldn't know that before you brought him in.
No.
Like, it'd be impossible to know that he'd be a
And I love how you guys got into Eichel being a cancer as well and how you would not want him here on your last show.
What a joke, dude. I was so mad when people were going off on that. Like, again, was he going to end up here? Could we afford him both in salary cap or in what you'd have to trade out? Probably not. But to say, I don't care about any of that, I don't want him here, period, is insane to me. He is so good. I would have done unspeakable things for Eichel to be here.
I guess I was more anti-Suter because he just...
No, fair.
Because Suter was similar to Koivu. He just did nothing come playoff time. And he was playing so many minutes. He's playing basically what Faber's playing.
At his best, he was a very good player, though.
Yeah, but he's not that way anymore. He shouldn't have been playing 29 minutes a game at his age and play that all season and into the playoffs. He's too old. Faber can do that. He's younger. He's not going to be doing that in 7 years. Not likely. LA just went up 1-0 over Edmonton, by the way.
Wow, I'm surprised. I thought Edmonton had this in the bag. LA has looked so defeated. It's crazy.
Okay, so also ask me this. Does everyone in Canada own a hockey jersey of their own team? Because I'm looking at that every time, whether it's Winnipeg, mostly Edmonton, though. Almost everyone is wearing a jersey in that stadium right now. You can see the orange shoulders on almost everybody. I looked down at the Dallas game, or in Colorado. It just looks like another crowd to me. So what is with it in Canada that does everybody just in Edmonton own a jersey? It's incredible.
I'm guessing they're not current jerseys.
I bet they're all vintage. Do. They could be, but I see some, they
jersey
either have
prices today are insane. Like they're absurd.
Look how do you have the game on? It's ridiculous.
Pulling it on right now.
It is ridiculous how many orange shoulders you are seeing in the audience, and then you see the opposite.
In Dallas, Colorado?
No, Edmonton, LA.
Oh, gotcha.
So this is in Edmonton.
Yeah, I'm definitely more dialed on Colorado, Dallas at first. If it ever turns on for me. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, I'm going to be straight here with you, Bob. Love you, buddy, but
can't blame a goalie.
The last person I'm blaming.
Can't blame a goalie.
He's been so good. And the amount of people, and like straight up, Pat Micheletti being one of them. Like this summer, when we went up and did all of our like interviews with Gophers at the alumni golf tournament, we're chatting with him at first, and like I tried to defend Gus. Granted, never would I try and say that I thought he'd be as good as he's been this year, but I thought he would be more like he was 2 years ago versus last year. And Pat looked at me like I was the dumbest person on the planet. So, like, I think most people were very out on Gus. That's not like targeting Pat. Like, so many people wanted Gus gone, and the fact that he's done what he's done, like, this is your goalie of the future. The one person that is completely blameless is Philip Gus.
High game. Oilers just tied it, and it's like a sea of orange just stood up
so fast. What do we do with Minnesota Wild rebuild sack coach?
They're not doing that. I think they should at least give.
I could see there being a possibility of Hines being gone only if it means Sullivan's the guy coming in. Bill Guerin loves Mike Sullivan, and Mike Sullivan is a top 3 NHL coach. Period.
But I want to see how they handle, getting that $15 million offer on their neck and increase cap space. See what they can do with it.
But it's not that much cap space because they've already spent it.
Well,
it still helps.
But it helps because you actually have
it's
players.
Just overstated.
You have players that are using that money for instead of nothing.
You're just not bringing in something.
Yeah.
Like Brock Faber earned that raise, and we're thrilled that he got more than we ever expected he would. But
does he did he sign a contract yet? Or I have
he's got 8.5 by 8.
Starting next season? Okay.
I don't think so. See, Oilers don't have any other teams.
I don't know. I just love so many jerseys in there. I think it looks awesome.
Hey, you can't shit on Zook. Zook will be good. Fair, Corby.
Okay, Pat Micheletti said to me before. Yeah, you were in Tampa with your dad, but about an hour before the game, I go, Pat, what do you think? Minnesota's going to rip them 5-1.
I never would have thought that. I definitely thought Minnesota was.
He said 5-1. I'm like, really?
That's
yeah. They're going to put them away. And maybe if they would have kept playing the way they were playing, maybe they could have. But that's Pat. We need a new goalie. Well, you're going to get at least one new one.
Trade for Sid. Sid will not. If Sid leaves Pittsburgh, he's going to Colorado. There's no other option.
Well, geez, LA just scored. Now it's 2-1. This is.
Eichel's so fun to watch.
They're less than 4 minutes in, and it's 2-1.
So
it's 3 goals already. 16:23 left in the first. Edmonton, LA.
Cameron Myers, what up? We have hired the exact same coach twice now. Absolutely pathetic watching Rossi play 7 minutes a game. GM trades a second for a no-impact player, then 3 assets for a 4th line nothing. No line changes. Cameron, I understand your frustration. Like, I do think that there were lineup decisions that didn't make sense. My real question is, who made those decisions? Is it Hines doing what he wants with the players available, or is Bill Guerin making these decisions? I genuinely have no idea, and we'll never get a straight answer. Like, Guerin's never going to come out and be like, oh, yeah, I actually tell Hines what to do every night. Like, he's always going to say he empowers his coach, and his coach makes the decisions. Some weird decisions, and I'm truly baffled on how the organization views Marco Rossi. Now, if Marco's saying he wants like a 9x8 or he's out, yeah, get him out of here. That's ridiculous. But to be mad because he doesn't accept a 5x5, come on. Like, that's not what he's worth. That's not how this works.
Colorado up 2-0 after 1.
2-0 Avalanche. Hey, we're getting a game 7, hopefully.
Shh, too early. Way too early.
Just top 10, maybe top 5. I'd bite on that. 60 minimum except. I'm going, coach. Yeah, you might be able to. I'll see. He has an injury. I'm convinced. I don't think he played that bad.
And they wouldn't tell you until now anyway.
Correct. Was there nothing out there at the time
so.
other than Brazeau? And I think prices were really high. Like, Guerin wanted to bring in Brock Nelson. If he paid for Brock Nelson what the Avalanche paid for Brock Nelson, I would have broken things. I would have been so mad. Did I understand the Avalanche doing it because they thought they were pushing for a cup? Sure. They aggressively overpaid. And weirdly, it's the last move that Lou Lamoriello will ever make as the GM of the New York Islanders, as he's been relieved of his duties. That trade was masterclass. He got highway robbery in that deal. Avalanche, my second favorite team. Oh, man. Brutality, blood. I can get on board with the Florida. I don't know if I can get on board with the Colorado. They are fun, though. They are fun. And Kel McCarr is, besides this playoff, he's been unmatched. Zuka's worth the money. I'm with you, Keith. New Jersey Devils have some good players. I mean, they do.
Anything having to do with this year, you can't talk about. They had no money this year.
Right.
And that's where I say, at least next year they have money for bodies.
They're handcuffed.
They were handcuffed. How long have they been gone? 3 or 4 years now? It's been a while.
No, they've been gone for a while. No, you're not.
But it still handcuffs them.
My biggest pushback is that, like, most fans are like, oh, we can bring in like 2 or 3 superstars. It's like, no, you can bring in one really good player because of it. There's just so many people that think like, oh, because they're off the books, we have a clean slate of 15 mil to throw wherever we want.
It is a shootout in Edmonton, kid. 14:05 left the first. It's 2-2 now.
We love this.
All right, it is a shootout.
Heck, why is this game not turning on for me there? Let's go.
No, I totally get it. But I think you guys were live a couple weeks ago or a month ago. I'm like, don't be spending any money around the trade deadline because you're just going to make it worse for the next year. Get through this season, see what you've got, then make your moves in the offseason. This is a crucial. This may be the biggest offseason for the Wild in recent memory because
the biggest piece being if you don't get Kaprizov to re-sign or get his extension in place in like July, you have to trade him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have no choice. Can't be mad because Patrick Roy played for Avalanche. Brutality, blood. You keep on changing your logo, man. I'm confused. Track meet in Edmonton. No kidding. We better not overpay for Nelson. Old and slow team. Cam, I'm with you 100%. If they pay him what some people say he might get paid, I'll be very upset. End of the day, it was a heck of a series and a heck of a last game. Wasn't for lack of effort this year. This is the one year where, Cosmo, I'm with you. I think that the Wild were in this series. I liked a lot of what they did. I think there were some coaching decisions that went wrong. I think even more, it was just individual mistakes that happened. It wasn't like you had players that just completely tanked. It was more one thing here, one thing there. I liked a lot of what I saw from this team. And if they can do the right things in the offseason, I really like them going into next year. And I've never said that about the Wild before. I haven't. No money. Guerin has spent $20 million on third and fourth line re-signings. All right. Trav, the cap was a thing. I think there were some contract signings that were wrong. Trennian being one of them. I think everyone knows that that's not a good contract long term. It's tough.
Here's the funny thing is, since I don't watch the Wild very much, I had no idea who he was.
I'm
like,
reasonable.
Who is
Most
this guy?
people didn't know much about him until he was here.
I had never heard of him. I'm like, who is this guy? When I started watching,
I'm with you.
Like I said, I don't watch him during the season.
Next year is make or break.
Yeah.
I think that's really what needs to be talked about. And I'm gonna
Kaprizov is make or break, dude.
Take a pee.
Kaprizov
I will be back within a minute, but I want everyone to comment on what they want to see this summer and going into next season from Bill Guerin, because let's be real, like this summer is pivotal. This year, I don't give a firm judgment. I actually thought things went as well as they could have given the injuries. Next year, no punches are pulled. Like this is it. Do or die. You gotta put up or shut up, and Bill Guerin will be heavily scrutinized going into next year. So everyone, give me your comments on what you think is needed.
I'm gonna go get a drink too. How long are you gonna be on?
I'll keep going. Get a drink. I'm
gonna go get a real drink.
I'll stay here. I'll talk. Hopefully you guys can't hear me peeing, but I'll keep talking.
We'll be back.
Looking at next year, I really.
Now, I don't want to hear you peeing, dude.
Yeah, it's probably gonna happen.
I am leaving now. I'll be back. Empty screen.
Next year is tough. Need a center. Need more depth on the blue line. I just hope. I'm less worried about bringing in the right people than I am about signing the wrong people. And the key culprit of that is Brock Nelson. He scares me. He's probably going to cost a decent amount, and he's on the wrong end of his career. He's old. He's slow. He's looked bad for Colorado, objectively bad. Rounding out the season, I just do not want him. I want nothing to do with it. If he came in for cheap, sure, I'm fine with him as a middle six center, but if he's looking for $6 million plus, get out of here. I don't know. If other people disagree, please let me know. But I would love to hear from everyone what you think the best players are to target, whether it's in free agency, whether it's in a trade, or guys that you think might step up from the Wild prospect pool. I'm open to all suggestions. Let's get into it and debrief, because sadly, we have nothing more to talk about for the 24-25 NHL season for this iteration of the Minnesota Wild. All right, coming back over, friends. We're going to get something a little bit stronger here. We're going with old reliable Maker's Mark. I won't call it, I don't know if it's my go-to whiskey necessarily. It is the bourbon that will always be available at a reasonable price, and I'll never not be happy with it. We're going to put it in the classic. Don't know if anyone can read this. Probably not. It is from Game of Thrones. It says, "That's what I do. I drink and I know things." Granted, it should be I drink or I know things. We pick or choose. But let's vent. Let's commiserate together. All right. I've always worried that Darcy Kemper was going to become the next best goalkeeper. You know what? He became way better than I expected when the Wild let him go. I think he's still somewhat overrated. He had a great year behind a strong defensive team. He won a cup when the team was elite. You saw what he did in Washington. Left a lot to be desired. He's a solid goalie. I'd rather have Gustafsson. This has to be make or break season for Billy. Completely agree. Kings Oilers is fire wagon hockey 2-2. Who's not excited about that? Minnesota Wild should get Luke Hughes. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm not mad. No more Brocks on the Wild. Good with one. Big ticket. I won't argue. I'd be totally fine just sticking with Faber. Hartman and Trenyon were both great this postseason. Completely agree, Cosmo. I think as far as the postseason is concerned, love them both. Trenyon still leaves a lot to be desired when you look at his contract for the regular season. If he's only going to show up for the postseason, it's a tough pill to swallow for the regular season. 4x4 Trenyon. Hey, 4x4 NMC. That's the classic, right, Cam? Could you stop spoiling the other games for me, please? I'm listening at work and watching later. Whoa. Juice Pimpson. I had no idea. Sorry.
It's a live broadcast, dude. That's how it goes.
I
don't want to know. Don't pay attention.
Fair. Would you trade for a younger player? Oh, Larceny's legit.
I do like Larceny.
Larceny is solid.
It's pretty smooth.
We did it's been a while because like most of my family went soft and isn't that into whiskey anymore. But there were a couple of years where for holidays we get together and we do like a blind whiskey tasting.
Ooh.
And we'd have like upwards of 5 bottles. And it's like, hey, one person pours them up and no one knows which one's which. And we sample. The 2 big winners one year for us were Elijah Craig and Larceny. And I'm a big Elijah Craig fan. And it went up recently in price. I think it's like $8 more expensive now. But for a while, it was like $45 for a bottle of Elijah Craig toasted barrel. So good. Oh, that's a sweet glass.
So there's the glass.
The puck lodged in, baby. Here we go. I got a basic glass, but it's
okay. The Wild season's over.
Guy?
I'm not.
Okay. Do you know the great quote from Tyrion Lannister where he says, "That's what I do. I drink and I know things." That's what it says.
Time to change the colors.
Oh, sad. Would you trade for a younger player under contract or go UFA this offseason? I mean, I would much rather trade for a younger player that I can control, assuming it's the right player and it's the right price. Like, obviously, a lot of speculation goes into this, but I hate signing UFAs just because you're always going to overpay on the free market. Always. Now, sometimes it's necessary, and I'll take it. But just in a vacuum, if you give me those options, I'm taking give up assets and bring in a younger player every time. Kosevich and Cam Makar. I like Cam Makar. I wonder if he's as good as Kale. Free to leave. Hey, be nice to Juice Pimpin'. You're cool, buddy. It's okay. Piss break. Yes, that happened. How many actual spots are open next year? 2 or 3 tops? That's the real question. Who comes back? I gotta imagine Johansson's gone. First and foremost. I'm actually gonna have to pull up. Let's see where we're at on Money Puck or not Money Puck.
How much is the cap going up?
Goes up like $7 million, I think. I'll confirm that quick.
Yeah.
But the real question is who moves off the roster. So Johansson expires, Nyquist expires, Rossi goes to RFA. He's getting traded. Brazeau expires. That's it from the forwards. Blue line, Merrill and Chisholm expire. I don't imagine either of them come back. So blue line is going to pretty much stand pat. They'll also slot in Juracek. Fleury's gone off of the goaltending position, but Wallstedt's going to slot right in there. And it will be the final year of Phil Gustafson. I got to imagine they try and extend him this summer. So yeah, forwards, there's not a lot opened up. There's 2 middle 6 spots essentially. And a 4th line spot. So basically 1 spot on lines 2 through 4. And some are going to be claimed internally. Some are going to be claimed from UFA. And honestly, some of our prospects that people might think are getting slotted in, like Ogren's a guy that's been thrown on a lot as being a trade guy. Like pad him with Rossi and a draft pick or something if you want to bring in a real bona fide center, like a Tage Thompson being the example that everyone wants to talk about. Elliot's with me. No Nelson. Yes, Ehlers. Oh, baby, I'd be all for that. Buffalo Trace is what's needed. Corby, you're speaking my language, buddy.
I do like a Buffalo Trace. I was thinking about buying a case of that stuff since it's hard to find.
it's so sad that it's hard to find now because like literally like 5 or 6 years ago, like you could grab it off the shelf for like $23, no big deal. Now it's allocated, and that's why I like Maker's Mark. It's never going to go the way of allocation. They don't care. They print money. They don't need to print additional money. Trav, you gotta work in the morning. Hey, cheers, buddy. Enjoy. Do you think Kyle Dubas firing Mike Sullivan was a mistake? No, because I think the reason that Kyle Dubas got rid of him is because Mike Sullivan's going to make them win more games than they should for their roster. He's trying to bottom out and bring in decent draft picks. They're in a position where they're just not going to be a contender. They're not. And I think it's good for both sides. I think Mike Sullivan wants to find a playoff team because he wanted to stay, and like him and Sid are like this. I think that when he heard from Dubas what the real plan is of like, yeah, it's probably going to be at least 2 or 3 years before the Penguins are competitive again. He's like, I don't want any of that business. And I think it was fairly mutual that they parted ways. Let's see. This list is too long for what Wild need to do. Big thing first is dump or buy out Trenyon. Yeah, that's going to be real cost prohibitive. I don't see Trenyon going anywhere. I'm not against your notion that he's problematic, but going to be really hard to make that work. Would try to trade Spurgeon or Brodeen as they can't stay healthy. There's something to be said there if there's a real market for either of them. But that's like, we got to really unpack a lot there. So we'll table that for now. That'll be a big offseason topic, though, I'm sure. 4x4x4x4. Cam, appreciate the comedy. Personally, I'd build towards 2027. That gives Yurov, Zeev, Yuri, and Ogren to integrate. I think they can be competitive, and contender might be a stretch, but like contender light next year if they make the right moves, I think is possible. Look, guys, what you want? Cale Makar and Luke Hughes. I mean, sure, I'd love all of those. I just don't see it happening.
They're not coming here.
Time. All right. Tell Guy Fieri to sell me some of that whiskey. I'm out. Hey, Elliot, peace out, buddy.
I had somebody this week. I had somebody this weekend when I was in Omaha. Say, he looked like Guy Fieri. I'm like, yeah. Especially with my, like,
you know what? There's worse things to be called. I've been called.
But I at least say his is bleach blonde. Mine's natural white.
Trav, I think Yurov coming will strictly come down to the terms of the contract because ELCs are fairly standard, but there's things that can be negotiated, whether it's on like whether or not you can slide to the AHL, that being a KHL provision, whether or not you have like specific A or B bonuses afforded to you. I think that's really what his agent's going to push for. I think Kaprizov's decision is pretty insignificant as far as Yurov signing his initial ELC. I could be wrong, but I don't think that matters. Now, maybe that changes his excitement and enthusiasm for being here because I'm sure he'd love to play with Caro, but I think it's more about the fine lines of what you're going to do contractually there. But let's see, UFA class is not good. Agreed. And again, UFA is always way too expensive. It is said that they lost the series, or it is sad, sorry. Daniel, what up? I think this is the first comment I pulled up from Daniel. Welcome. It is sad that they lost the series. I want them to beat Vegas Golden Knights, agreed, and have Marc-Andre Fleury win a Stanley Cup for the Minnesota Wild before he retires. Well, that is out the window for sure and sad, but I don't know. I think there's a lot to be positive. I've never been the positivity guy for the Wild. I'm usually like, yep, they did exactly what I thought. Like, I thought this is a good year. I thought this is a good postseason. Bad bounces, plenty of things we can point to, but it is what it is.
A very Minnesota-esque season with how sports are in Minnesota.
Yep.
It's looking like they're going to go up 3-2 with 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Man, that was so
How cool. Minnesota was that to be offsides and to lose in overtime? And then to follow it up with this joke of a game tonight. They didn't perform tonight.
Yeah. It's tough. But it is very Minnesota. And just like what Brandon G says here, Wild asking $50 million from taxpayers for XL renovations, initially $400 million. which actually it won't be XL anymore, which I'm very fascinated by. I think it needs to be Quick Trip. Quick Trip needs to be front and center. The Quick
Land
Trip
O'Lakes?
Hippodrome would be sick.
LOL, Land O'Lakes?
Food. LOL is funny just for that reason. I like that. But dude, Quick Trip
that's
food
not mine.
being
That's
served at
Vegas.
the X would rock. That would rock.
It is tough to change names. And that's why it's always nice to, obviously my generation, we grew up with names of, the Metrodome, Mariucci, not 3M Arena at Mariucci.
That one's just
the
funny.
Met Center. Metropolitan.
Quick Trip Hippodrome would be sweet.
Quick Trip. I don't know. The Hippodrome, that's too hard for some people to say, probably.
I'd call it the Tripodrome.
Quick Trip. Do they got the funds for it?
They got a lot of money. And that just cements them more as a Minnesota company than their Wisconsin roots, which would be fun for me. Map expires. Sad. Agreed. Let's be honest. This series loss is on Matt Duchene in 2013 for scoring while being a mile offsides and causing offsides review. Cole, probably the smartest comment that we've had all night. Brilliant. Well executed. Topical. Agree. And it's sad that, I don't think anyone expected it to lead to this, but it is to the point where the reviews are ridiculous. Also, let's be real. If we're going to sit here and harp on offsides reviews, how many times is there an icing that doesn't get called because it's close enough? Can we review that if a goal is scored? Probably not. What the hell is the difference between offsides and icing?
And that's just it. How much do you want to review? How much do you not want to review? If
I think the line should be gone. Lineless hockey.
Yeah, but the thing is, if that had gone against Minnesota.
Oh, completely.
So
everyone would flip their
opinions. Was a good call. You cannot complain about it.
I'm not challenging whether the call was good or not. Everyone wants to be like, oh, they reviewed twice. Well, guess what? The first one was Toronto asking for a review. It was called correctly, but I'm in agreement that looking to the millimeter and saying, are you offsides or not? That was not in the spirit of what the review was purposed for.
Correct. Yeah.
And my biggest thing, and I don't think it would have mattered in this one. I think they could have figured it out quickly enough, but I think all reviews need to be limited to a minute. If you can't give conclusive evidence within a minute, it doesn't get overturned. It sticks with what was called on the ice. Move on. Everyone's happier for it.
Dallas on the board.
I can't wait till 2-1. Yeah, I saw that. My boy. Oh, wait.
It's so okay.
Did Duchene get that one?
It's so weird not being able to just click something and have it come up. I'm so used to being the producer. It's so weird.
You tell me what you want pulled up.
No, it's just fine. I just see something. I'm like, it's just it's a different point of view.
I don't know what
I think Anders Lee's a little on the older side. Probably
he's on the older side. I think what he brings in intangibles, huge. I think
if you can get a Minnesota discount
in close. Well, but there's no Minnesota discount. He's under contract. You'd be trading for him.
Okay.
I don't see there being a good fit there. Or is Anders Lee expired? If so, then I'd be curious.
You're talking to the wrong person there.
Yeah, I don't know either. Find a way to get one of the Gophers forwards back here. Got to find a way to make it happen. Hey, I would do unspeakable things for Matty Nyes to be here. I'd love to have Logan Cooley here. Those things are never happening.
How about the Olympics? Let's reunite Snuggerud, Cooley, and Nyes for a line.
That would be sick. I would pay to have that happen.
I would
enjoy
Snuggerud's
it.
not going to be
Taco Bell Center is very, very topical and clever.
Snuggie is not good enough yet
all for it.
Stars player hurt, number 6. Can't see his name. He is not.
It's not Harley, is it?
He's not getting up. What is this?
If it's Harley, that's.
He is not really moving much.
I genuinely don't know who number 6 is. Now I got to look it up. Hit and miss on cross checks is the most frustrating. Fair. The offside challenge is ruining hockey. Agreed. If the refs miss it, I think it's bad. But again, objectively, if it happened to Vegas, Wild fans will be applauding it. I get both sides. I'm just saying I wish moving forward, can't change anything.
Oh, that's a shoulder. That's dislocated shoulder. He went into the boards weird.
Yeah, but it was clean.
No,
Like,
yeah,
nothing malicious.
He's got his hand on his hip a bit. He loses skates.
I mean,
It rolls over into the board. Ooh, that's man.
Nothing more than maybe a minor penalty for that, though. Oh, Bichelle.
That's ugly. He did turn, and it's his shoulder. It's got to be his shoulder.
Solid too, but good for them that it's not Harley. I was worried that it might be Harley, and that would be like game changing. They'd be so screwed without him.
Oh, he's getting up. Oh, see, he's kind of grabbing his arm as he's going up, but is it a shoulder or? Oh.
Nick Doulis chiming in for the first time. For me, it's the lack of adjustments. Cassidy made changes after game 3 and were able to slow 97 and 12. We didn't move anyone around, just ran basically the same lineup for 3 straight losses. That's been the history of the Wild too, Nick. I'm with you. That's what we saw. Like, there was no gamesmanship from Dean Evison when he was here. And I love Dean. I thought he was a good coach, but like postseason, the demeanor, the lineup changes, like nothing was there. And again, I wonder, because it happened with him, because it's happened with Hines, is it Billy Guerin that's making these decisions? I don't know. I'm speculating 100%, but I wouldn't be shocked if these coaches are doing what they're told. He's up going to the locker room. Yep. I think Mike Sullivan is going to New York Rangers, in my opinion. You think it will work? I just hope it doesn't happen because I hate the Rangers so passionately. I'll be so sad. Do I think it'll work? Do I think they'll win a cup? No, but I think that's because of things that are out of Mike Sullivan's control. I think they'll absolutely be a better team for it. They'll be a playoff team. They might win a round, maybe 2 if they're lucky. This is barring any changes they make in the offseason, but I really just don't believe in the New York Rangers. Their ownership and front office is a joke.
Mr. Gull.
And I hope Mike Sullivan finds something better.
So what are you drinking?
We got the Maker's Mark, baby.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I love it. That was my gateway whiskey. Like forever,
I was drinking Jay Carver quite a bit.
Yeah,
the local place. I haven't been back to him in a little while. I did go to Gosh, I think I went there on my birthday one year, and they had a special meal and all this good stuff.
So what are they Waconia?
Yeah, they're in Waconia. They're in an old car dealership on the edge of town. They've gotten a little expensive though.
That's funny. So my old man, I grew up in Mound, but he had his own shop. It was like auto aftermarket, like manufacturer's rep. So basically just like went out, did dinners, went out to trade shows, schmooze people, whatever. Him and his partner had a decent setup out in Waconia, like just off the beaten path. Like anyone that knows where the Youngsteds and the Caribou Coffee are, they were like just back behind there. And it was like a big garage, and then it was like an office space that had like one big conference room and then like 3 decent sized offices. And when they sold the company, it was like right when COVID hit is when my old man retired, and they sold the business off to someone else. They didn't want the space, so they sold the office space to just some dude who was like a big sales guy, I think for Cargill, maybe made big money, but he just had like some really nice cars, and he like literally wanted to make their whole office his man cave.
Really?
So like I would love to go back there and see how much of a man cave he turned it into. It's literally just where he stores his nice cars and like goes to drink.
There's a lot of space. There's a lot of space available there because the old Ace Hardware that was in that spot,
the one that fucking exploded.
Yeah. After they remodeled after that, it's been empty there for a while, and that's a big lot. It was a big area. It's still empty. Hey,
big ticket. I'm with you here, man. 2 coaches in a row. I think we know who's setting the lineups. That's why I won't go as far as to say that I know, but like that's why I'm suspicious.
Okay, but that's on Guerin. That's on Guerin then. Guerin made the decision.
No, that's what they're saying. They're saying
it's totally
Big Ticket's saying he thinks it's Guerin who's making these decisions on lineup, which is another problem entirely. Cole, this is the question I've been asking, right? Could Hines be out for Sullivan? Only guy I see Billy firing Hines for would be him, and I agree. And I don't know, Jupe, what's your take on this? Because if we think about the St. Louis Blues, right? Bannister gets hired. This is his first year as a coach. They didn't live up to expectations, but let's be real, like outside expectations, I didn't think they'd be a playoff team. Like I didn't have high hopes for the St. Louis Blues. Were they worse than even mediocre expectations? Yes. But you don't fire a first-year coach unless you've got your guy. And Doug Armstrong was very clear. He wanted Montgomery a couple of years ago. He just couldn't have him because he was with Boston. Because he brought Montgomery in as an assistant. Like that was his guy forever. He became available. You know what? I'm really sorry, Bannister. You're out because my guy's here. Hines, I'm not saying that his season leads to like you need to be fired. But if Bill Guerin really believes that Mike Sullivan is the future and he's willing to come here, I absolutely think
I'd be over
this
that.
scenario is possible, and I would celebrate it. Dude, my hot take forever has been that the 26-27 season, because I thought maybe Sully would do one more season with Pittsburgh. I've always said Sullivan's done in Pittsburgh. He comes over here, and that's when the Wild become contenders. He is such a good coach.
It's just
so
tough,
good.
though. It's just tough, though, because
it is.
I mean, that was his first full season. He's had one full season.
Right. Bannister didn't even have one full season.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I bring it up, because it's weird and you feel like you're doing a guy dirty. Here's the real question. Do you think the Minnesota Wild can win a Stanley Cup with John Hines as the coach?
No.
I don't either. Now, am I going to sit here and bang the table and say no chance? No. But do I think he's the guy to do it? No. Do I think that in a year or two with Mike Sullivan as the coach and the right roster decisions made, the Wild can win a Stanley Cup? It's not out of the question. It's not out of the question. I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, they're going to do it. But Mike Sullivan versus John Hines changes a lot of things. I think Mike Sullivan coaches this team against Vegas. Minnesota Wild are going to the second round. If you disagree, I respect it. I'd love to hear everyone.
It's hard for me to disagree because I'm kind of with you there. I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to be a realist. I don't think they're going to get rid of a coach after 1.5 seasons.
I think that's the one case.
It's not the Minnesota nice thing to do.
This is the one scenario because it's Sullivan. I think he could. But you're right. It is a tough ask. All right, let's say we have a real team in 1 to 3 years. Is John Hines the guy? Honest question. That goes right to what we were saying. I think no, personally. But he also hasn't done anything wrong for me to say, get him out of here, right? Like, I'm not crucifying John Hines. Are there things that I will criticize from this series? Yes. Do I think that he's done more good than bad for this team? Also, yes. So it's tough to say. Big Ticket Tattersall is worth the visit. Love their vodka. Noted. Granlund scores. That's a guy that I never liked.
Yeah, but Colorado just came back and took the lead again. So it's 3-2 Colorado.
Oh, I know. Nate is finally on the board. He's waited long enough. Dear Lord. He was so good in the regular season, though, for Colorado.
And Edmonton's up 3-2 with just 35 seconds left in the first.
This is a fun one from Corby.
Who is your most hated player you could never
hated player that you could never cheer for if brought onto the Wild? Who?
Oh, brought onto the Wild. I'm just kidding.
No, one that could be brought to the Wild.
Marchand. I
would love him if he
a lot of people would. I just hate him.
Oh, nope. I got mine.
It's just I would want to punch him in the face even if he played for the Wild. Sorry. He's just never liked him. Who do you got?
I would want to elbow in the face. I would chicken wing him so hard right in the freaking nose. Jacob Trouba's a piece of shit. I hate him. I could never like Tom Wilson and Brad Marchand. I could work myself around to being like, yeah, they're my rats now. Jacob Trouba's just a loser. I cannot stand him. Him and Alex Pietrangelo. Fucking hate that guy. Minivan man, you piece of shit. Like those two. If they ever became a defensive pairing together on any team, that would immediately become my least favorite team. I despise both those players. That's a fun question. Corby, appreciate you, buddy.
Great question.
Trav,
for me, it's Marchand. I've always just hated him, and I would hate him if he came here. So
I respect it. I think I could come around to Marchand being here, but I get where you're coming from because I feel the same way about Trouba. Trav, does a GM get to fire 3 coaches and keep his job? Answer is no. I think there's a lot of situational bias that goes into that. Because first off, the first coaching fire doesn't count because you inherited them.
I'm a guy. Yeah. Yep.
Second guy, you get a redo. Third one, I'm with you. Like the third one is kind of like that's it. But this one, I really feel like it'd be different in this scenario because you're not saying I fucked up on Hines. You're saying my guy is there. I am firing Hines to go get my guy, being Sullivan. Now, if Sullivan didn't work, gone. You failed, Bill Guerin. Get out of here. But
yeah, the thing is, though, I think
it's different if you ride out the Hines contract and it doesn't work. You don't get another try after that. So I'd be with you on that sense, Trav. But I don't know. What do you think, Jupe? You're right, Cole. That's his guy.
Okay,
it's also my guy.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Sully is his guy. But if he rides out with the current situation, he might not make it to that third coach.
100%. I think making that change now.
But if he can get a guy like Sully, just like call him up right now, we will say, sorry, I don't know if this is legal, whatever. We'll get rid of current coach.
I think that's legal.
If you because it's not
because Mike Sullivan is no longer employed by the Penguins, it's legal.
If they could do that, I would be totally support of that. But the problem is if Hines in the current situation doesn't get better, they're both gone. And maybe he feels that. I don't know. Kaprizov, yeah.
I agree.
Go Knights, go. Jeez, really?
Hey, you know what, Rico? Congrats, buddy. Deserve the win. The Knights played well. I think they're a great team. I think they're going to dismantle whoever wins between Edmonton and LA. Good luck against, I guess, whoever wins between Dallas and Colorado, because that's probably who it's going to be. Man, it sucks to see the Wild lose the same way they did the last 2 times. I think
it's 9 straight. They didn't lose the same way, but it's 9 straight playoff series they've lost. They've become the Twins.
That's tough. But I will say, like, again, I've said this before in Horror Docs, like, you've been around for plenty of my streams, bud. Love you. I think this year's different. I don't care that they went up 2-1 and lost, and, like, everyone wants to say, oh, because of that, it's the same. Like, it's not. This was a competitive series. The Wild have gotten up 2-1 and looked absolutely pedestrian the next couple of games. I think the Wild have looked good throughout. There's been mistakes. There's been coaching blunders, whatever. But, like, they were in this series through and through. There wasn't a bad game.
I will agree with you 100% on that. The difference is, from a fan's perspective, it doesn't matter.
Fair. But I'm not a fan. Because so that's why.
Fans, as a fan of whatever team.
3-3.
Yep, they just tied it. As a fan of whatever team you may be a fan of, you're never rational.
Yeah.
You see the same results three times in a row. We totally get it. And it's
that's Gophers for me rather than Wild.
Yeah.
I'm irrational with the Gophers.
Yeah.
With the Wild, I'm extremely rational because I don't care.
So you were credentialed this year for
first
the University
time.
of Minnesota. How'd you feel about that? Did you like it?
I loved it, dude. I said it already. Like, I've never had a better seat for a hockey game than sitting in the press box for the Gophers. It's so nice up there. And let's be real. Like, all the guys that are up there are awesome. Like, you, Vigo, Randy, Laux, like, all the people are great. And it's a different experience for sure. Like, you're way more locked in. You're separated from the noise, but you still get to take in the atmosphere as it is. Like, and I was surprised because, like, for a while, the notion has been, the Mariucci, like, no one shows up, never sell out, even though they say they sell out. Like, dude, I don't know what those people are talking about. It was packed and loud every freaking game, except with the exception of, like, the stuff over the holidays. Like, sorry, that's going to happen. Whatever. But no, I really enjoyed it. And, like, I mean, I think you know firsthand, like, you're the one that doesn't want to ask questions. Like, I did my best to kind of, like, sit in the background and linger. Like, I'm just going to like ingratiate myself for the first year. Like next year, maybe I'll try and do some more stuff, whatever. But like, it's just nice having a different level of access, being able to ask questions to the coach and the players if you have something that's topical. And I mean, just like, dude, Slarks is a great dude. Like he is super accommodating, whether it's with credentials or setting up interviews for stuff we've done with Gopher guys throughout the season. Like, it's just fun being able to get in and feel more integrated with the team. Still absolutely a fan, but like it's less of a fan and it's more like, hey, I'm here to cover this versus
it is,
hey, I'm just over here cheering in the corner, you know?
It is different. So I was credentialed game by game starting in the 2006-2007 season. So the 2007 Final Five was my first experience of a Final Five. Well, that's the Blake Wheeler goal. So it was a pretty good experience.
What a goal, dude.
It was a pretty good experience. And for me, it's still just little bit surreal that I'm just a normal guy. I'm
Trav, we got to grab a beer pregame or postgame at some point, buddy. You just let me know. Just not late October, early November this year. Because I will be.
Oh man, Viggs and I are gonna have so much fun in Grand Forks that weekend. It's too bad you won't be able to go.
I'm jealous.
And the folks at Grand Forks, they set us up. They're great. They accommodate us. We did a podcast from a suite 2 years ago. Live podcast with Schlossman.
That's very cool.
Suite. I didn't like the way it was lit because the ice behind us is too bright, but they're very accommodating. One of the number 2 guy to the athletic director, his name is Eric Martinson. He doesn't run the hockey, but he's very involved.
Live in the chat. He exists.
Oh, there's Viggs. Oh, you might have to.
College Hockey Media World is an accommodating crew. Join us in Grand Forks.
Oh, he can't though.
Viggs, bad news, buddy. Good news for me. Bad news for the hockey stuff. Kid number 2 is due end of October, so I probably won't be in Grand Forks.
Congrats on that for one thing.
I appreciate that. Vigo can understand. He's got 2 kids. I'll have 2 kids.
Understands that more than anyone.
Vigo.
There was times when Vigo would do a podcast from his Honda Civic to get away from babies crying.
The Civic
He was in his Civic. One time we were doing a podcast live. It was still audio at the time. And my daughter decided she wanted to cook fish. And the smoke detectors went off. During a live show. So that's what I love about live. You just never know what's going to happen. Send Viggs a link. Maybe he'll join us.
I literally just sent it to him. I'm like, if you're so inclined. But Vigo, you either have to join us or you have to comment and tell me your thoughts on Drecker opening a Grand Forks location.
Ooh.
Feels like betrayal. But no, so
get Vigo going. Get Vigo going. Yeah.
Back to all of it.
Dude, awesome,
like year one, awesome being up in the press box, but like I'm definitely a measured person where like I didn't show up and be like, yeah, I'm gonna like whip the dick out and be big man. Like I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna see how things work this first season. We'll see how it goes.
And I'm like, I sit back. Well, you saw me. I would just record the audio and stay back.
But you're doing more stuff. Like you record, you go and get all the photos. Like, I have those skills, man.
Yeah, I'm not a writer. I let Viggs do that. And Viggs.
See you there, Horodox. What's up, Miserable Sabres fan? Hey, appreciate you, Cole. You're my man. Vigo, kids are awesome. I've got 2, and it's amazing. Save me some of the fancy bottle booze for the collab. Oh, yeah. By the way, yeah, we were talking about that the other day. We're going to have some summer collabs where we just talk whiskey, strong, dark beers, and hockey.
Not always hockey.
It doesn't have to always be hockey, but some kind of crossover between you guys and us because, I mean, our vibes just fit so well. We align.
I've thought about doing these live shows for road games, but I'm kind of like you. I don't know if I could watch the game or pay enough attention to the game.
So what I kind of want to do, and I want to talk to you and Vigo about like ideas of how to do this. So we'll just brainstorm and spitball right now. I think what we could do, not for road games, but for home games at least, I could definitely set up the infrastructure for us to do intermission stuff, even if it's just like quick 10 minutes, like, hey, what did we see? What are we looking forward to? I could have all the shit set up so that we just like jump in and like three of us sit down for a little powwow and talk and just say like, hey, what's going on, right? And it could even be something too where like to like kind of collaborate across both, like have first intermission be GPL, second intermission be Sota Pod, and then if there's a post game that probably wouldn't work though because we're going down for like
and to see
availability.
See, I know Viggs could probably do that if he's at the game.
Business move, yeah.
I'm going from one photo spot to another. I don't have hardly any time to do anything because I'm shooting. I'm in the box.
You could sit down with me for 5 minutes and say what makes you mad about.
I wouldn't have 5 minutes. I have a hard enough time getting from position to position.
All right, Vigo.
In the freaking 12-minute intermission breaks, which is fast.
Well, Vigo and I'll figure it out then.
So you and Viggs can do it though.
You're always invited, Jupe. You're always invited.
I mean, there are periods when you just sit and watch the game too.
But yeah,
because let me tell you, folks,
yes. But doing a live coverage like throughout the whole game, no chance. I could never do that for Gophers. I would not be able to pay attention.
Well, it's easier for home games. It's just, or no, road games. It just is. It'd be easy to just comment.
Sure, but I still don't like. I want like when I watch Gopher games,
back in road games and watch the game. I would 100%. Like. I got my screen right here. I could maybe set up my laptop or something behind me. Or well, here's something funny. So I got the couch behind me, and I've had people suggest to me, Frank Mazzocco retired. I should just do a podcast and have him sit and watch TV behind me during a show. And never say a word, never acknowledge him, just have him there.
Have him just chilling.
So you just see him sitting there.
He's ready to chime in. You're like, shut your mouth. Stop it.
People be chatting. Why is Frank Mazzocco? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I think it'd be a good gag. I think Frank might be up for it, but I don't know if he'd want to drive out to Belle Plaine where I'm at.
Belle Plaine?
I'm in Belle Plaine.
You drive that far for Gopher games. God bless you.
It's not that bad.
On a Friday and Saturday, it can be.
No, I leave here at about 4.
Dude. I'm in Richfield, and
that's nothing.
Right, but if you leave at the wrong time or go the wrong way, it can be a long drive.
See, there's a stats guy.
How early
Rob Shield is one of the stats guys. So he's right up behind you during the game.
Sure.
I've known Rob since I was a kid. He was a friend of my brother's. I stop at his house in Eden Prairie. We drive in together. We use his parking pass, so I don't have to pay for parking.
You're a sly bitch.
So we get there early. Well, maybe sometimes we get there around 5. We'll go to Cane's for a little dinner. Real quick, head to the game where they're 5:45, 6. So we beat.
All right.
Kind of that.
Pick one game deeper into the season. I'm coming along with you for that whole adventure.
Yeah.
We're going to Cane's. We're getting the game early. I'm doing it, but that sounds delightful.
Yeah, that's totally what we do.
See, I'm usually scrambling out of the house the last second I can.
Yeah.
So that I don't lose more brownie points than needed.
So my full-time job, I work with 3M. I work from home.
You work at 3M?
I
didn't know that.
3M
Arena at Mariucci?
There you go. I'm a web project coordinator. I coordinate every single one of their US website updates for their commercial products. Post it, Command, Filtrete, their big brands. Any updates go through me. So it's an at-home job. So right at 4, I can leave. I'm gone. And I go into work once a month in Maplewood or whatever it is. So I can leave here right at 4 p.m., get to his place, and we can get there. But we can use the same lane on 35. So we're kind of driving by the traffic too. That helps.
Fair. Yeah, but as soon as you get to the whole like 35 crossing with 94, like it doesn't
Go
matter
through
if you got the
downtown.
fast lane.
Go through
You're screwed at
downtown.
that point.
Go through downtown. Go right through downtown, right on the main entrance, all the way down to Washington. Washington, cut it over and take the 10th Street Bridge instead of 35 over. You go around, you save time. Trust me. We've been doing it for years. We know all the back ways.
Fair. This is fair. Again,
but yeah, and then
I really got thrown for a loop this year, though, Jupe, when they had certain days that the parking ramps were like prepaid pass only. And I'm like, what the hell do I do?
On a Saturday for...
There was one that I showed up halfway through the first period when, based on my planning, I should have been there like 20 minutes before puck drop.
Yeah, I had one of those days because I wasn't committing to Rob that day. And I was one of the last cars to get in the 4th Street ramp before they shut it down. And but one thing we have to, now I'm hoping they keep the same kind of schedule next year. Those 5 p.m. games on Saturdays.
Loved the 5:30s on Saturday.
Because then we go out, we could be out for 2 hours and it's only 11 o'clock at night, not 1 in the morning.
That's a fact.
It's fun to go out afterwards. The particular establishment we go tends to also have the weekend referees for the entire series. So you get to talk to these guys and get their feedback. And you hear a lot of interesting things. And you hear a lot you hear a lot of reasons why they call something someone. Like you hear it straight from the mouth. We don't share any of this info, but it's just nice to know this info.
It's good context for future games for sure.
Totally.
And it's like as soon as you say it once, like okay, they're never going to say anything again. Like,
then I've got a referee coming on. I'm sitting in the box for that last Notre Dame game that they lost. One of the main referees comes over and starts BSing with me, and someone gets a picture of me with the West. They're like cavorting with the enemy. I'm like, oh my God.
Hey, I was trying to pay them off. Okay.
Yeah. People don't realize these referees love hockey more than you can imagine.
You have to if you're a ref.
They love it. They love it. They're just guys. They're just guys like you and me. They don't always see everything. When you start to meet these guys, you start to understand why they do things. So you get a little different perspective.
No, that's fair. God.
Especially when
I'm gonna have to learn about this post-game establishment. I might just randomly stumble over there at some point.
You're more than welcome.
Or is that do you got to hit 5-year, 10-year before you can?
No. Come on whenever you want. Anytime you want. We're just trying to get Micheletti to come out with us. It's always too late for Micheletti. He's like, I gotta go to bed. I was
gonna say it's bedtime. Man.
Oh, jeez. Funny, last year. We go out to our Disney place, and all of a sudden, Wally Shaver gets a text from Wally. Why did you guys tell me you were going out? The wife wasn't home this weekend. I could have gone out. And he's like, we invite you every single time, and you never come.
All right. You want to hear something funny? So I told you my old man sold his business, retired at COVID. And
what a perfect time, by the way.
He got out at the right time.
Cheers to him. Holy shit.
No, cheers to Papa Hoppy. But he subsequently, like alongside that, bought a cabin up north and got in at the perfect time. Like he got a place ballpark $400K, and now it's probably worth like 150% of that, like probably closer to 6 or 7. Mm-hmm. Like just perfect timing to get in. 3 cabins down on our little like outlet on our lake, Ramsey Estate.
Really?
Yeah. And so because of that, it's funny because my dad, I told you, he's not a hockey guy, right? But he obviously knows Miracle and all that. And so like he was just like so proud of himself. He's like, hey, I'm friends with Mike Ramsey. Hey. And he like refers to him as his buddy Mike because like they'll go out fishing in their own boats, but like they'll talk to each other, chum it up, whatever. And I've like done podcast stuff with Jack. Like we're familiar with each other. I have yet to be up there at the same time as him. He's there when I'm not. I'm there when he's not. We've never had beers up there.
With Jack?
And then, yeah. And then this year, there was one game. Once I found out after he came on with you guys, I didn't realize he was doing radio calls this year.
Mm-hmm.
And so I saw him at the game, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And like, tried to start talking. He had no freaking clue who I was. None. And I could tell, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to let this go. Walk on. And then, like, he thought about it because I had messaged him, like, a day or two before. And then after the game, he, like, comes up and talks to me. He's like, I realize now who you are. I'm sorry. And then it like went from there. But like to this day, have not drank up at the cabin together. It's gonna have to happen at some point. But
I think we all need
just
to
a
go
funny.
up there.
All right, hey, that'd be a good summer retreat. Sit down, do a little recap.
A live
it's a great
podcast
spot
from
too.
the cabin.
It's a great location too. It's like, so it's, I'd say 45 minutes north of Brainerd. So it's like far enough that it's like past the like general spot, but it's like not far enough that it's prohibitive. And it's a sick lake. It's a big freaking lake.
Yeah, it took until the last game for us to get Jack to go out after game.
No, he's great people, but yeah, you can tell he's definitely like not as big. 5-time podcast minimum rule.
You can't come to post. Whatever.
Hey, I've only been invited once, and that's only because I gave Vigo a beer. So, like, have I even been on once at this point? Probably not. Oh, Chief to Face, 5 more Sota Pod memberships. I don't know what you're on tonight, but you're a beauty.
What is that?
Love you.
Maybe I should get in on. What is that? Is that a YouTube thing?
It's a YouTube thing, 100%. There's memberships. It gives you access to different stuff. I've
never paid
at this point. I'm pretty sure Isha just has it set up that way because like some people are awesome and want to interact with us more and do more things. We should do way more with it. And we've asked people in the past, like, hey, what would you pay have a membership to get more access for? And people haven't really replied, so we don't know what to do. Chief to Face, you rock, buddy. Love you.
You see, but you're live a lot more often.
Jack is a real dude.
We're only good.
Glad to know a guy who gets it. Jack is a real dude. Honestly, Jack gives me a super light version. He gives me the Dustin Bufflin vibes where like he prefers to just disappear into the woods and have no one know where he is. Like, and then he just weighs like
he came back
like 20% of what Bufflin weighs.
He came into Dinkytown with a deer strapped to his hood when he was playing. I mean, come on.
Oh, when he was playing?
When he was playing.
That's wild. That is a crazy move. Now, if it's just in general, like postgraduate, right? Like coming back, happens to have it. As a player doing that's wild. Also, how can you get away with going deer hunting when you're a Gopher hockey player? Like, how do you get away to do that? I couldn't do that as a high school hockey player. How do you do that
but after December, isn't it? I mean, is December still hunting season?
You can't hunt past the end of the year.
So it's probably December when they had their break.
So if he's a bow hunter, like you can go earlier. I don't know if he's bow or firearm.
We're gonna have to ask Jack on that one.
That's like mid-September it's mid-September or mid-October that you can do archery. And then deer opener for Minnesota for firearm is beginning of November.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can muzzle load or do archery through the 31st of December. But like, unless he came like around Christmas, that means he was dipping out and going hunting like in the middle of hockey season, which would be a crazy move.
The whole end of December, they're not playing usually. So the whole middle,
right? But that's like the only time that I'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
Or unless he's doing it in the middle of the week, though.
You don't remember if it was out of December?
I mean, hell, didn't Bud Grant would go hunting like the day before a game, and he'd go hunting?
Bud Grant can do whatever the hell he wants.
That's true. That's true. So, okay, you guys did a lot of good live, a lot of recorded stuff with players this year. We've been having people give us grief for a long time. Why don't you have current players on the podcast? Why'd you?
It's 50-50, man. Some are super reserved, some are
yeah. And that's just it. They don't give you much.
Some do.
And I'm thinking, and I also have this feeling that on a live broadcast, they might give you even less. which is why
we haven't done them live with any of the players.
Yeah, which is why
for sure.
Which is why we've kind of stuck with former players, because somebody like Jack and Shearhorn and Micheletti and
former
Angel.
players are definitely going to be way looser and have more fun, but there are some players that are awesome. Like, honestly, this will be funny because like it didn't perform well, it didn't get as many views as some of the other ones, whatever. The best interview, in my opinion, that we've had was the Middlestat brothers. We had both John and Luke on together, and they were awesome. They were hilarious. They were really fun, like bickering back and forth. We'd pit them against each other. Like, that rocked. Snuggerud and Ollie were our first two guests. They were a little reserved, but they'd still give you like enough that it was a good interview. But they were definitely reserved.
Soulier would have been good. Soulier.
No, you didn't see that one? Oh, buddy, we had.
I think I did. That's what I'm saying. He's a good.
It was like over an hour that we sat down. It was Soulier, it was Airy, and it was
I saw that
the
one.
Goalie coach too. That one was fun. They were great. Soulier, awesome dude. Like, he has to be in my top 3 for like Gopher players from this past season. Like, if you remove the hockey and everything from it, like who do I want to sit down and have a beer with? Soulier is in that list. He's such a cool dude. And he was like very straight and very real with everything. And the one that was really fun though, and kudos to Isha for this, the one that like Slarks looked at us and was like, yo, Matty Wood, he's not going to talk. Wood comes in to talk to us for the World Juniors bit that we did. And Isha immediately is like, yo, bro, you're from Vancouver Island. Me too. He's like, sure, whatever. He's like, no, here's where I lived. He's like, holy shit, that's like 5 minutes from where my parents' house is. And they were buddies right away.
Okay, that helps.
And then we went into the interview. He talked more than Zemer and Oliver Moore did. Like, he was so dialed in. He was so happy to talk, and it was awesome.
He was brutal post game.
Yeah, no, he was.
And you probably saw it too. I think the last time he came on, I went over and talked to Dan, the kind of one of the sub Scott guys. And I'm like, dude, really? He's like, I know, but.
This is awesome. Steve Johnson, shout out, by the way. He's doing well now, yeah?
Oh, so great.
That's so good. That was crazy that all popped up. But
I can't believe
I gotta ask you.
Yeah, we got to fight and figure you out with Jack, though.
No, straight up. Like, I feel like Jack and I could be like really good friends with like the vibes, but it's just like it's never aligned. And like, I'm not the person that's going to be like, hey, let me know we're going to be up there. I'll make sure I get up there. It's more just like, if I go up there, I let him know. If he goes up there, he'll say, and it's like, it's never lined up. It's never lined up. It's crazy. Besides like 4th of July, when like you're deep in your own shit with whoever's up there with you, right? Like I would never be like, hey, let's meet up on the 4th. Like, come on. But I got to ask you, because the only guy that I knew factually 100% was gone this year was Snuggerud.
Yeah.
The rest of the guys that left, a lot of them were on the radar, and you're like, yeah, I think
Renzel was not a big deal. I don't think.
I want to know what you think though about. We can go both angles, right? I want to know who should not have left based on like where they're at in their development, but also who surprised you, because there's 1.5 that I was kind of shocked left.
Moore is not ready. He's going to spend a lot of time in the AHL. So I'd say Moore is. I think
that one wouldn't have happened if it wasn't him and Renzel going together.
Possibly, yes. The surprise was Kurth to me.
I was shocked by Kurth. I was so sad. And he's a guy, straight up, one of the better post-game guys.
Oh, yes.
He'd lay it all out there. I thought he was going to come in next year, be a leader, be a great player. I did not think Kurth was leaving at all. Like, he was like 20% gone, 80% staying for me. That one really sucked. I was really sad. Also, randomly, now that it's not happening, there was a chance that I was going to help him and Leo Gruba start up a podcast. That's not happening now, but could have been really interesting to see what those two might have put together. The other one for me, because of our meeting with them for the World Juniors thing, I thought there was a decent chance Wood was staying. I really did. Because I think he could have used another year.
Yeah.
Nashville is a shit show.
It is. And he did play a little bit, but he's an AHL player.
But the big thing to me is he like gushed over being a Gopher. Like he was so like floored by like, oh my God, the facilities, the people, the way you're treated. Like you could tell it was genuine though. Like he was really like, oh my God, this is so different than where I came from with UConn, right? Like he really loved it. And I was like, I think there's a chance he stays. I think there's a chance.
So here's the deal. Big Ten will always be a great place to go because you know what? For the most part, you're doing the money is really, it's not, you know, it's nice to have all your meals done, chartered flights to almost everywhere. That's a big deal. You know, I see what I saw a kid from Wisconsin signed, you know, in the portal, went to Mankato today. I can't remember his name, whatever.
Awesome. Love that.
But he's going from chartered flights to bus rides. How much is he going to enjoy that? How much are Chesley, Kurth, Moore going to like going from chartered flights for the Gophers, meals, and now full scholarships paid for because of the whole new deal to bus rides in the AHL and serious competition for their job? It's a different ball game.
Yep. Agreed.
Completely different ball game. It is so cutthroat. They don't give a shit. They will take your job at the University of Minnesota, any college. There's no one really. There's a player on the team maybe that can take your spot, but there's not. I mean, you're not going to lose your job really. In the AHL, these guys are after your job, and you're on buses
constantly. And you know what though, the one that I do feel bad about, and I 100% agree with you on the take with Oliver Moore. He showed me a lot this year. Like coming into this year, I'm like, there's no way this dude leaves this year because like he's just not ready. He played awesome down the stretch. The back half of the year, he looked so good. And it's not like he was like putting up crazy numbers, but I never had a game where I was like, Oliver Moore disappointed me. Like he was a guy that stirred the drink most games. And it's a bummer because like I don't think he's NHL ready.
He's not.
And he's gotta have self-awareness there. He probably knows, but his skating alone is gonna always have him in the discussion for being on the NHL roster because he can skate like no one else can. The real question is, can he put the rest of it together to the point that he can be a mainstay on a roster that right now sucks? But like, give it a couple of years. They got a lot of prospects. Eventually, it's going to be battling for a spot. He's got to round the other parts of his game out. I think he can, but I'd be lying if I said I'm like guaranteeing he will.
The whole Chicago chaos situation doesn't help either.
In what sense?
It's just chaos there.
Chaos or just like they suck?
Yeah, they suck.
Okay.
I mean,
fair.
You're learning you can't win with one guy. Sorry, you just can't. It's not like the old days.
Nope. They've got some good pieces though. Like it'll come together, but it's at least 3 years out. And he needs to come in and solidify himself before that deadline hits. But otherwise, he's going to be replaced.
Next season, he'll be in the AHL, I'm guessing. Unless they're just that bad, they can have him up.
I think he could be a tweener.
I don't know.
It just depends on where things roll. But I feel bad. And Rinzel, I'm so torn on because he could be like sick. He's got the skill, the pedigree. Can he be fully engaged every game? Because that's what we saw with the Gophers, right? Like, it's not that he was bad. It's that he took plays off, got caught watching, and that's when he gets burned. Like, Vigo will scream it from the mountaintop. Like, that was his problem. And granted, it's a lot easier to be complacent when you're like one of the best players in college hockey and you play for one of the best teams. I want to see him on one of the worst NHL teams forced to prove himself. He could end up completely turning it around and being sick right away. I want to see it. I want to see what the first 20 games next year looks like for him. I'm very fascinated.
It's just so hard to predict. So hard.
It is, totally.
It's just.
Now, a couple from our boy Mateo, who actually produces our prospect show, Judd's Buds. First one, how excited are both of you about Maceo Phillips and Javon Moore? Any opinions there, Jupe?
I think Phillips, he's getting a little beat up right now in the U18s, or at least he was outplayed a bit. I think he needs another year.
Is he for sure coming in, by the way, at this point?
We don't know anything on that. That's just it. They've got all these players lined up, and how many roster spots? They got a shit ton of roster spots open right now.
I mean,
and we don't know who's for sure coming in, because for one thing, I think the bigger schools like Minnesota are waiting to see what this House resolution comes out to, because are they going to have 26 roster spots and full scholarships? Are they going to have 27? Are they going to have 28? Are they waiting for that decision to cherry pick a couple CHL guys?
I want to know what Bob's plan is for the CHL. Like, he'll never like flat out divulge it, but I need to understand, like, what's your plan? Is your plan, hey, we've got a couple of guys that we're like aggressively targeting. If they come, awesome. If not, we're not going to just take a guy. Or is it like a more widespread strategy? Because there's a lot of guys that could be fun. Like, does it reach a point too where it's like, hey, there's wild players that have been drafted that are sick CHL players. Why not push them to the Gophers, both for close to home development, but also like, it's a great spot to be. Like, it is, you're playing a man's game in college, and you trust Bob Motzko to groom and develop these guys, and you get to watch them close to home. Like, why wouldn't you want that? And that goes to Mateo's other point. Ryder Ritchie to the U of M. I would do horrible, unspeakable things to make that happen, with or without his partner in crime, Gavin McKenna. That'd be so fun.
I wish I knew. I know that Bob had a little regrets on a couple of Western Michigan players that could have come here.
And you mean one in particular?
No, not the one you're thinking of.
Oh, really?
What's
divulge?
Well, it was the goalie and the brother.
Oh, really? Okay.
Bump was not. Bump is not a good student. May not have been able to get into school here.
Oh, is that the concern?
And personality, character issues.
Kevin McKenna at the U would be insane per several. Oh my goodness. It's not happening.
No.
But
no.
What I'm really curious, because Michigan and Michigan State are bringing in a bunch of those guys. I wonder if they get over aggressive on it and it backfires.
And that's just it. Wait and see. We have no idea what's going to happen. Because honestly, these kids are great players. But sorry, I think college is a little better than their leagues. Players are older, a lot older, more mature. You don't know what's going to happen.
No, that's
and
very
are
fair.
they even eligible? Michigan
that is the new question.
Big Ten schools are harder to get into compared to other schools.
You can find ways around that, though.
You'd be surprised how anal the Big Ten is.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
So there's that. But I think Schloss even did part of an article today talk about how a lot of these CHL players are not.
I saw that.
They're not going to be. They're just not concentrating on school, and I totally get that. So it makes it hard.
I think that'll change.
It makes it a lot harder to get into schools like Boston College and Boston University, Minnesota.
Sure. I
which
think
is you might see them go
that's resolved though. Like CHL kids have never had to care about school.
Nope.
Because they had one path.
Mm-hmm.
But for the interim, yes, I think that'll help too in kind of slow rolling the transition of CHL to college guys. I'm way more fascinated, and neither of us know anything about how this will play out, but I'm more interested now to see how many Minnesota kids end up going and playing in the WHL because it doesn't hurt their college eligibility. Like how many kids leave high school early and forego playing in the state tournament to play WHL? Because WHL is no joke. That's legit fucking hockey.
Can the CHL guys come in if they have an NHL deal? No, I don't believe so.
Nope. If you have an NHL deal signed,
that's pro contract.
Not amateur anymore.
Yeah, you might be the rights.
Which is why
somebody has your right.
Riley Height wasn't an option. Otherwise, I would bang every drum in the world for Riley Height to be a Gopher. I would do unspeakable things. I love Riley Height so much. Him as a Gopher, I would lose my freaking mind.
You see, and another hesitation I have.
Big Ticket's got a good one.
There are still standards of getting into a school.
CHL kids water basket weaving.
CHL kids are going to figure this out. There are standards.
I agree with this though, Horror Docs. I think the next big program will be UNLV, and they're just going to be Canadian Raiders, period. And let's be real. If I'm a Canadian who's like, I'm sick at hockey, I don't care what goes on, I'm going to ASU. Sounds like a real fun time.
Maybe.
But it's going to be interesting because it sounds like a lot of the Canadians right now are looking at Michigan, Michigan State, BU, BC. Like, those are the only ones that get talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know, is that like a choice?
But here's the deal. So much money is being thrown around. Oh, they're paying this guy. McKenna wants $1 million. Whatever.
I'll pay him $1 million.
Not happening at any of those schools. No. None of them. You're not going to see any of that.
Cheek to face appreciates you going tarps off there, Jupe.
Well, I'm just hot. It's warm in here. There's a NIL agency, Nielsen. I think they're kind of new. Michael, the main guy behind it, I've been talking with him behind the scenes, and he says agents and parents are putting out these ridiculous numbers like $250,000, $350,000.
I bet it's more parents than agents, to be honest.
Yeah, he says it's parents and agents are inflating these numbers, kind of sneaking them out there and saying, hey, this guy wants $250,000. This guy wants $350,000. These are not the real numbers that are going to these players. And somebody like Motzko wants to have his players that are already there and committed get the NIL money, not entice a kid to come in and play for NIL.
So, a really good point, though. Coming from one of our guys, I know Max Veach, Duluth guy.
Yeah.
I see eye to eye on a lot of things besides our personal fandoms. Chief to face, speak the truth. That's right.
Okay, that's him.
No, that is not Veach. No. Sorry. Side tandem. Veach's take that I completely agree with that I hadn't thought about. I've actually thought about this more from an NHL perspective. He says that NIL offerings should be capped and it should be based on your tenure with a program. So like as a freshman, you get X amount. As a sophomore, you can get X amount. As a junior, you can get X amount. And if you transfer, you start over as a freshman. Keeps people in a place.
Here's the problem. Every damn lawsuit is one. NCAA loses on any of these things.
I know.
It's getting bad. It has nothing. Okay, forget hockey. Hockey means zero when it comes to NIL because of football and basketball.
Less than zero.
It's nothing. Less. And so these people throw out all these numbers, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? We don't know if they're actually getting this much money or not.
No, you're 100% correct, though.
It's going to come to a head. It'll start with football. Look at Saban got out of the business because he's like, this is not where I want to see it. I'm done with this.
Can we take a quick sidebar, Jupe?
Yeah.
That is the reason that I think David Carl has to take an NHL job, because his job is going to fundamentally change and he will never be more marketable as an NHL coach than he is now.
He already turned down Chicago.
I would turn down Chicago.
Would you?
He can easily go to Anaheim, which is a way more enticing gig for a lot of reasons. He could easily go to New York, Boston. Heck, there's plenty of opportunities out there. I would not be at the forefront of Chicago if I'm him, because if his biggest thing is security.
Mateo, David Carl to the Wild.
Not happening.
No.
I mean, granted, this is the reason that I would give it a shred of possibility, but no, it's not happening. I learned more about college hockey in the last few years.
Sorry, I'm the college hockey guy. Hoppy here. I saw him on
Chief to Face. Where'd you play? I need to know. Chief to Face says he played D1 hockey. And his dad was asked to move to east end of his town so he could play for them. I don't know what that even means.
So another side story. I was at a ranch in Colorado in 2017.
Okay.
Brought my daughter there. I had gone there as a 12-year-old. And my dad went there as a kid. So we kind of go back, every generation. The main cowboy who took us on rides and stuff into the mountains played for Northeastern.
No shit.
Hockey. It was so weird in the middle of Colorado, cowboy country, to have a guy who totally understood the college hockey thing.
Interesting.
Well,
David was also behind the curtain with offering for players. A word from my buddy who.
Yeah, there's always that, but that's always been around.
That's never not existed.
Correct.
But 77 Racing, you're not wrong. We are not telling you you're incorrect. It's just everyone knows and looks past it. It is what it is. But no, I don't know. It's going to be
By the
really
way, Dallas is up
4-3
early in third period.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. We should keep and I think LA just scored. It might be 5-3 in that game.
It's 5-3, yeah. Edmonton 5-3.
I'm starting to feel this, dude.
Good. It's positive.
When our Thanksgiving episodes, it's always on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Oh, buddy.
Our overtime.
If you think I'm not aware of how buckled you get on Thanksgiving, you're crazy. Like I tune in when I can, but the only appointment viewing is Thanksgiving. Tell you what,
I don't have to get up in the morning.
Jupe,
embrace it, man.
I need in on Thanksgiving episode.
Okay, we got you in. You'll come in overtime next year.
I'll thrive there because my drunkenness will be simply faded into the background.
And I'm still
Never
producing
heard of six-figure bags in college hockey till lately.
Oh, Viggs, we need you on the show, man. He's too busy.
This summer, we're going to do some kind of collab. It's got to happen. Do we go hockey on the rocks or whiskey on the pucks? Like, what's the clever moniker that we go with?
I don't even think you have to go hockey. You don't. I would love to do podcasting about completely different things. You talk about your co-host.
Politics, I'm in.
No, tell you talk about your co-host. Sorry, I'm blanking on his name right now.
Isha.
Yeah,
it's
Isha.
not a normal name. I got you.
But what do you say? He's up in Duluth talking about, what, cold baths and something like.
Hey, cold plunges and saunas are freaking awesome.
It's like I've always been interested in doing other type of broadcasting podcasting.
All right, what's your favorite yard game?
Oh, geez.
You can give me multiple if you have several, but yard games. Let's pivot.
Croquet. I like croquet.
Croquet.
It's fun.
That was, as a kid, that and badminton were like my favorites. As an adult, I don't think I like either.
Yeah. I was younger, so I went to
Horodox says bocce ball.
Bocce ball.
Mateo says washers or bags. And
I'm so terrible at bags. I'm terrible at bags.
Dan says lawn darts. And if we're talking beer darts, I'm in.
I have played beer darts.
Beer darts rocks.
Gosh, I know the guy who had beerdarts.net website.
So I went to St. Mary's down in Winona, my school.
Yeah.
We did cross-campus bocce ball at the end of every school year. And it was awesome. Like, we literally played across the entire campus.
So you're just throwing the ball all over the place.
Oh, yeah, all over the cement. We went across the main roads. Like, yes, it was just fun. And we were all pretty buckled, naturally. Washers, depending on the setup and, like, how they constructed it, washers can rock, but sometimes it sucks. But bags is a standard.
Dan's talking about long darts. I went to a party at so Mariucci is run by Craig Floor. Craig Floor has been on with us quite a few times in overtime.
Sure.
He has a lawn dart set. Original lawn darts.
Yeah, I need beer darts, not lawn darts.
They're this long, dude. They're big.
I'm not questioning they're big. I just love throwing them at a can and punishing one person.
I have played beer darts. God, does beer darts?
That's what makes it fun. I love a game where I can choose a person to punish.
Does beerdarts.net still exist? Beer darts.
I don't know. Gophers Buds Live. Here we go. Old school metal spikes. No. Oh, it's got to be metal spikes, Dan. Got to be metal spikes.
Oh, yeah. I knew the guy who ran the website beerdarts.net because we did it at Pregame, a lot of WCHA Final Five tailgating too. But they used to do a pregame for Gophers too. So this is early 2000s, and or at some of those parties.
I've seen several people have a foot, a shin.
Yeah,
or like
you gotta wear.
It's not there.
It's not a sandals day when you play that.
Don't be arrogant.
Especially if you've been drinking.
Now, my personal favorite that it's only fun if you have four people that are somewhat competent. Have you played Can Jam before?
I don't know what that is.
Can Jam Rock. So it's KANJAM. And it's basically you connect it, whatever. It looks like a garbage can essentially that's open in the top and it's got a little slit in the front. And you have a Frisbee. And the object of the game is to get the Frisbee into that bucket.
Okay.
Your teammate on the other side can bat the Frisbee down through the top of the bucket, or if you throw it through the slit, you win. But if you throw the Frisbee above it and your teammate can swat it down in, you get 2 points. If you hit the can, it's 1 point. Like, it's a very fun game. You should Google it. We'll play it at some point. It'll be
great.
Bring up
Vegas Post.
That'll be the Grand Forks one. Is Hoppy suggesting playing beer darts with a lawn dart? That would be insane.
Oh my god!
See, I love how Vigo
I played beer darts with Vigs back in the early 2000s.
Hang on now, because
tie game.
Essentially, yeah, I saw that 4-4. Vigo is essentially trying to peg me for his incredible idea that you should use a larger dart for beer darts.
That's going to put a damn big ass hole in anything it hits, though.
Yeah, it's eviscerated easily.
And if it hits your shin or your toe, it's going in. Beer dart.
I mean, you better have good reflexes.
Oh man, that's dangerous.
What beer darts?
Honestly,
rock. Can Jam rocks. Have you played? Did you ever play the?
I played badminton.
Sauce hockey kit.
No, that's too recent.
You essentially like sauce a hockey puck across, and it like goes into a net. Whatever. It's all right. But Can Jam rocks. Bags awesome. Have you ever done? Did you ever do spike ball?
No, but I've seen it on ESPN. It looks hilarious.
You see the people that play it well, and it makes you not want to play if you're not that good. Like, it's so intimidating once you see professionals play it.
Oh, yes. But you also need to remember, I'm a lot older than you. And a lot of these games, we played a lot of different games back in the day.
Fair. So give me one that isn't played anymore.
The most politically incorrect one you can think of, Smear the Queer.
Well, I played that as a kid.
I know, but I mean, we did that every day almost after school. There was no political correctness back then. This was 1985. You're not
Bridge.
There's
Vigo,
no.
goddamn.
Oh my gosh, Bridge! Come on,
hang on. Are you a card game guy, Joe?
I'm not a card game guy.
Not for you then, Vigo. Maybe you or anyone in the chat. 500 is like my favorite game in the world. No, it's basically euchre for intelligent people, because euchre you don't have to have many brain cells for, and euchre rocks. But 500 is euchre for smart people. Smear the queer dude, yeah.
I'm old. It's just what we called it.
No, trust me.
It's what we called it.
When I was in middle school, it was called Smear the Queer.
It was still called that? Really? Wow.
Oh yeah. Nope. I would say by the time
I'm part of the generation, I'm like they say, I'm Gen X. I'm the latchkey. I was home alone after school. I literally drank from the hose, like they said.
Macaulay Culkin, baby.
They had TV commercials. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? I am literally that.
Those commercials are great.
I mean, you've seen them now. You're like, why? What that? Because that's the parents didn't pay attention to anything back then. I'm the quintessential Gen X person, born in 72, dead center of Gen X. So it's a different thing.
Fact.
Grew up with 500 parties. Acknowledge that you grew up with. I never,
Mateo's pretty young, and the fact that it was still called that till he hit his teens is shocking.
Yeah, it is. I am actually surprised. I was surprised that you even knew that name.
Oh, cribbage is a solid
The only
game.
card game
Dan, my boy.
The only card game I ever played when I was a kid it was called Spite and Malice.
I know that one.
Yes, you do know that one.
Probably, but I don't know by that name.
Have you ever heard of the game called Skip-Bo?
Heard of it. Haven't really played it.
It was commercialized as Skip-Bo.
Got it.
So we were playing it as a card game.
So basically Uno with different rules.
No, not Uno. Skip-Bo is a different game.
I know Skip-Bo's different. I'm just saying different rules. Yeah.
500.
I'm Texas Hold'em and in between.
Okay. Hey, so now
in between was the gateway to my gambling addiction. And then Texas Hold'em is what made me good at gambling.
So when I hear 500 as my generation, 500 is going out the street with a football with some friends.
That is a different game.
Throwing a ball up, and we called it 500. Throwing a ball up and saying 50.
We did too.
But that's what it was called 500 back then.
Mystery box.
Is that what it was called?
Oh, that was a cherry bomb. Sorry, because I don't like you. But if my friend catches it, it's 500. Hey. No, that was 500 in my childhood too, but my parents were big card
500
players.
card game. Yeah.
Yeah, 500 card game. So, do you know euchre or no?
No. I know jack
Have you ever
shit.
Have you ever played a card game that involves a trump suit?
No.
Then you will not understand. So I will not waste your time.
I've never played those games. They're
great. We had a bridge over a nice deep enough river. We would tackle each other. Oh yeah, that was fun. Oh, I had a pool for like 10 years of my childhood, and it was always fun, like just setting someone up on the edge and tackling each other into it. So
negative 1 zillion
points. Negative 1 zillion points. Mystery
so
box
true.
was the way. Horror box knows.
Right before the ball comes out, negative 100.
No, it was always mystery box. Whoever caught it, you'd be like, well, based on who caught it, I'm going to make my decision. It's like mystery box is the biggest sham ever.
So what was the game
Queen of Spades.
What was the game as a kid when you had 3 kids, a baseball, and they were running back and forth, trying to get to the baseball?
Pickle in the middle?
Is it? I think you're right. I remember playing that a lot because I'd go over to the neighbor's house and the 2 brothers there. So there was always 3 of us. So we'd play pickle in the middle. Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
How often were you in the middle?
Not very much.
Oh, good.
See, this is the stuff I love.
We played 500 a lot.
Yeah, like we did a lot.
The football game, like we played.
Yeah, throwing it up. It could be a baseball. A lot of times, it's a football, baseball.
It was always football for us,
or a frisbee.
Nope, for us it was always football, or we would do the launch rocket, where like you had the little rocket, and you hit the little launch pad, and it would shoot the rocket out. We would do it with that occasionally.
We were doing it with the original Nerf ball.
Oh, that's fun.
The original old school Nerf from like the late 70s into the mid 80s.
So the game that like changed my childhood dramatically, and like this is, I don't know, call it privilege, whatever. Like I didn't live on the lake, but I lived out in the Lake Minnetonka area, and I had friends that lived on the lake. And it's so disgusting to talk about this now, but basically Jennings Bay, where we were at. Oh, Colorado scored 5-4. Here we go.
Oh, nice.
Jennings Bay was an F grade for lake hygiene, which for most people was terrifying. For us kids, it meant we could play dock tag. Dock tag was a game where one person's everyone's running around doing whatever. And the beauty of it was if you went underwater, no one could see you. This isn't the nice lakes up north where you can see either. 6 feet deep. Correct. But if you're not doesn't matter. You go underwater, you try and escape. They can maybe feel your current, but that's it. But we had a friend who their dad built the bougiest houses in the west suburbs. That was their whole business. They had a pool that was like L-shaped. It was basically 2 pools. They had a dock that had a houseboat, a speedboat, and one other boat that was all bracketed off. And they had a giant water tramp. And we'd get 12 kids to go over and play at one time. Dock tag. One person's and everyone else is just yeah, good luck freaking catching me and finding me. Best game ever. So fun, but it's hard to explain to anyone that hasn't played it because it even as I explained it, I'm like, that sounds weird. But if you play it, it was the coolest shit ever.
A lot of Nerf ball love out there. Apparently people take bites out of Nerf, and I remember there being teeth marks in Nerf.
OG Nerf was a blast.
Yes, totally.
Nerf ball.
And then the turbo Nerf came out, the one that's got the grooves in it. And you could throw, you could literally throw 70 yards.
Did you ever hear about people playing Nerf Gangland, Jupe?
I have not, but I've heard about a lot of the Nerf shooting things going on lately.
Yes. So not lately, but when I was
just in the news recently, they were talking about the Nerf.
Right.
Oh my God.
But for me, it would have been 10 years ago. I would have been early 20s. And what it was, there were kids in our town growing up that started this Nerf Gangland, where basically you had teams of 4 everyone had a color assigned to them, and there was like a neutral safe zone where like all of the team rosters were listed, and you would go there and you would cross off the people you killed in your color because you shot them with a Nerf gun. And it got so freaking intense. Like, there were local businesses, there were restaurants that people would show up in, and they would get massacred there by other Nerf people. And eventually additional rules had to be made because they were worried about being arrested. And me and my buddies, so it was like my best friend was one of the guys that kind of like started this up. He was 2 years younger than me by school, but like really I'm young, he's old, so like we're a year apart. They convinced me to make a team, me and 3 of my buddies. We were the white team, and we literally used white out for our kills. And it was insane because my buddy and his team were like the team. We go over to their house like the day that the next round starts when they invited us in, and we massacre their entire team, and they were the best team. So like immediately we were on the map. People knew who we were. I'm not shitting you, Jupe, when I say that my sister, who's 5 years younger than me, and I was like 22, she's letting random people from our neighborhood into our house to sabotage and ambush us in my parents' home because people got to her and got her to let them in. And the whole dynamic was insane. I can't believe that it was allowed, that it was legal. It was the coolest thing ever, but like, thank God it got shut down because it was unhinged and psychotic.
You know,
it reminded them of Subway bread.
I think about the, you know, how easy it is to communicate.
Super Soaker with P. It was very fun, Horodox. It was so cool. Nerf Gangland rocked.
That's something that would have been totally up my alley as a kid. Like I said, the way technology has changed so much in communicating. I mean, I had to call somebody on a landline and hope they would answer. You couldn't get a hold of everybody texting. I mean, I could not imagine how much trouble Gen X would have gotten in with the type of communication we have today. There's a reason why we're not looked down upon as much, because there was no video recording of anything. No one saw the stupid shit we did.
Dude, straight up, like,
my gosh. And how, you know, I keep thinking how stupid kids are. They record everything these days. I'm like going, the only reason we didn't get in trouble because nobody saw it and nobody recorded it.
Dude, think about the coordinator's kid who like just pranked Shadur Sanders. It's like,
where did he end up going?
Can you be caught on camera? You recorded yourself. You're a fucking idiot. Like, I can't imagine if that's what it was like when we grew up. And granted, I was actually like, people won't believe this, nor should they, but I was a really good kid up until I went to college. Like, I never drank. I was very like crushed school, like did what I was told, hard work in whatever sport. And it's just insane that like you see some of the things people do. Like, I can't fathom some of the kids I went to school with being caught for dumb shit they did and having it recorded and like live forever. It's insane.
Bring up the most recent one from Chief to Face there. Chief, are you a Gen Xer or maybe a early millennial? I'm just curious because a lot of stuff he's talking about kind of fits in there.
Chief to Face is just living his best life. But for me, like, it's just crazy that some of that should be way more known, and it's not.
39? Like, okay, you're still a young man.
Will be canceled. Yeah, Chief to Face, you're between me and Jupe. That means you're safe.
Yeah, I'm so glad we didn't have
1977 here. Dan, what up?
There's a Gen Xer. Boom.
You guys are making me feel like a baby. Damn.
Okay, so now here's another key that I have found over the years. Interact with people not your age.
Yeah, fair.
I'm 52. I'll hang out with somebody like a Jack Ramsey or a Drew Cove, who's also kind of out there. He's in his mid-20s.
Drew Cove rocks.
He's awesome.
Cove's one of the good ones.
But then I'm hanging out with.
I can't believe you've gotten beers with Cove and you haven't gotten beers with me.
Oh, I've gotten beer. I had beers with Cove and Madison a couple years ago. And my girlfriend Barb paid for his beer, and he's like, "Well, thank you. Didn't have to do that." He's all thanks because Drew's all super nice and everything. But it's great to interact with people not just in your age generation. Like I said, we'll go out and drink with Wally Shaver, Frank Mazzacco, Pat Micheletti, whatever it may be, and then you've got people in their early 70s to people in their 20s, and I'm in my 50s. I encourage all of you out there, interact with people who are not your ages. Just do
both directions.
Completely both directions. You don't have to be best buds, but you know what? Hang out once in a while with a 20-year-old. Hang out once in a while with a 65-year-old.
Agreed.
You get so much perspective on life. I highly recommend it. And that's all.
I'm all about that life.
That's all I have to say about that.
The peak of wisdom from Jupiter. Hang out with 65-year-olds, hang out with 20-year-olds. You're set. It's depressing to hang out with people my age. Dan. That's true.
It's
no matter
not,
what
though,
your
Dan.
age
If you're
is.
born in 77, you're Gen X. Don't listen to that bullshit. Don't get weird. Amen.
Present company excluded.
But you just turned 30, right?
No, 35.
35. So
yep. Just hit 35
I'm 17
yesterday.
years older than Hoppy. And here we are hanging out on a Thursday night, talking hockey, talking things from our
17's
childhood.
not bad. I can work with that.
Yeah. But like
honestly, 17 older hits way better than 17 younger. I don't think I could do this with an 18-year-old. You're pretty rough.
But you can hang out with a Drew, and we had Drew on the podcast.
And Drew's basically an 18-year-old, right?
Well, he's in his mid 20s now, but I think we first had him on the podcast. He might have been 19 years old or 20.
Drew's good shit though. Him and Nate,
at the Minnesota Daily,
cool guys.
Who'd you say?
Him and Nate are both cool.
Oh, Nate, yeah, Nate's a little older. Nate says he's going to come back sometime this summer. We're all going to hang out.
But see, I'm the one that should be. Oh, Horodox, I need to know if you think that that's older or younger than I should be. I need to understand the level to which
if you shaved the beard and took off the glasses, you'd look like a baby face, man.
Oh no, dude! If I can't shave, so it's crazy because people can't comprehend this if they've never seen me in my younger years. But I had really long hair up top and I had zero facial hair. As soon as my hair faded a little bit in the front, I literally shave everything by choice because it's just awkward and weird.
Mm-hmm.
But once I did that, I'm like, I can't be bald and no facial hair. So I started the facial hair because I shaved. So
the face says 39, the voice says 24.
Face says 35, voice says 24. I appreciate that. So I feel like my voice sounds weird as shit.
You see Hoppy here always wearing his glasses. Whereas I see him at Mariucci, he's not wearing his glasses, and
that's right. These are blue light glasses.
Completely
just
throws
for the
me
screen.
Off. Completely throws me off. Oh, see, that's so yup. You're such a yuppie if you're doing that.
Fair. 24 going on 58, Mateo. Here we go.
Hanging out with 24-year-olds. If 24-year-olds are listening to a 35 and 52-year-old, more to you, man. More to you.
Now I'm 45. Damn.
Keep the hat on. Look at that. Some of us have got a full head of hair. It might be white. See, I have no color anymore, but look at this.
No, dude, I would take that trade off for sure. I would give up my black hair for having full hair.
So then there's this thing. I grew a beard this year for the first time in my life.
Hang on. I gotta know. I think I know the answer, but I gotta ask. Do you shave the rest, or is that just all that grows?
No, I've started to shave.
Okay.
But
I thought so. I just had to make sure.
Very sparse, and I tried this year. I had a beard going for a while. Look at the old podcast, you'll see it. And then I'm like, it's just
shout out,
painful.
Go for Puck Live. Everyone go check it out.
So I literally took all this off. I'm like, oh, if I keep this, it makes my fat face not look so fat.
No, straight up.
It elongates it. So I'm like, I'm keeping that.
No, Jupe, you're spot fucking on, because it is the secret hack. Like, I have 7 chins. No one would know.
Boom.
You just see hair. 6 chins hidden. You see the main chin. That's it.
Yeah, I've never had in my life. I never grew it. There you go. So what do we got going? We've got third period, 15-12 left.
Go full Frank
Edmonton is up 5-3.
My voice.
Edmonton up 5-3. We've got 5:25 left in the third. Colorado up 5-4. That one's going to go game 7 if they can hang on. Edmonton would also bring it to game 7 if they can hold on.
5-4 Colorado, 5-3 Edmonton. Yep. No, Edmonton closes it if they win.
Oh yeah, I just saw 3-2. I didn't even see it. So yes, you are correct.
Hey, cheek to face. Love you, buddy. Yeah, well, I'll try and forget that the team lost. But
I do not get upset over losses anymore.
See,
and honestly,
I do so for the teams that I really care about.
It started with the Vikings in '98.
So it's been long.
No, hold on. That's when the Vikings started. It got kind of finalized with 41 donut against the Giants.
But that all sounds like football.
But I am sitting on my couch in my living basement, and I'm watching the Gophers play in Grand Forks against Holy Cross.
Mm.
And Annie Ehrman, Dan Ehrman's mother, had already arranged to get us tickets for the final the next day. I got tickets for you. She's like setting us up because we had gone up there earlier that year when Minnesota swept North Dakota in North Dakota. And then they lost, and I literally just sat back in my computer like, I fucking don't believe it. And ever since then, I've gotten to a point where like the losses, I can't let them upset me.
So hang on, here's the real question then, Jupe. Is it that you just got over it and don't care, or are you now numb to it?
I would say it's not that I don't care. I do care. I care about.
So you're just numb to the pain.
Yeah, probably. Sorry.
Sorry, Greg.
That was the game. Sorry, Greg. That was the game. That was the game.
By the way, anyone that has not taken our lead and gone to Better Edge, BETTOR Edge.com, the best legal betting in Minnesota for any sports wager you want to place. Greg is one of the men at the helm.
Really?
Do it. Don't question it. They rock. Yeah. Oh, Jupe.
So he definitely feels the pain of losing. So Holy Cross is what did it for me. Honestly, ever since then, even seeing the big, like the UMass loss or the BU loss last year, or even in Tampa, it didn't affect me as much because you know what? Damn, I had a fun time in Tampa. Did you have a good time in Tampa?
It was so fun, dude. Like straight up, until the loss, I had the best time. Like that had all the makings of being the best like hockey experience ever. And then it was obviously a huge disappointment, but like the rest of it rocked.
I enjoyed it so much. I enjoyed 2 years ago when they lost in Sioux Falls. And I'm hanging out with
1 year ago.
I guess it would have been a year ago, 2 seasons ago. And, you go out post game and you're seeing people and you're talking to people this year, when I was in Fargo, you're seeing people you see once a year. You know, you're hanging out with Slosh. I ran into I can't remember his name. You know, you just run into people you never see. And I've started realizing that it's more fun being with these people, hanging out. And you know what? The victories are a bonus on top. Don't let the losses bother you.
But see, for me, it's less the losses than how the losses occur. Right? Like it's the how for me rather than the what. Because there are losses that I can stomach, but there are losses that turn my stomach. And there's not much of an in between. Like it's either, hey, we tried, we lost, it's okay, or God damn it, we should have won. Here's all the reasons I'm angry.
So it's interesting. A lot of people, God, the refs are so bad. It's the refs' fault. It's the refs' fault.
Sometimes true, sometimes egregious.
But I'm getting texts from former players during the game, prominent players that you would know about, saying, gosh, this feels like Tampa. They quit playing.
Yeah.
When I hear that from a player, you know what? It's not all the refs. Yes, they played a big part. But you know what? Players still got to play. So,
Chief to face, you rock. Keep it going, buddy. Just can't help himself. Wants everyone to be in on this. But no, I'm with you, man. And like, there's absolutely an extent to where it's like, shut up if all you want to do is bitch and be mad. But there are times where I'm like, yeah, I get the complaints of the refs, whatever. I've never cried refs for the Gophers except for this year against UMass. And it feels wrong because I say it and then I'm like, oh God, I'm just complaining. But it's like, no, like this really was bad.
It was. And confirmation of that to me was hearing from right after the game, the SID from North Dakota was running the show. And
what do you say?
And the guy above him saying, I have never seen it this bad before.
Wow.
When you hear North Dakota people saying that type of stuff
about the Gophers, that's a big deal.
That's kind of a big deal. Nevertheless, Middlestead gets a high stick behind the goal. There's still 4 other players on the ice, just like Vigo said in our podcast. You got to keep playing. You got to keep playing. Look at that famous play that the Gophers scored against St. Cloud a couple of years ago. In overtime, clearly pulled them down. Sorry, he did. St. Cloud stopped playing. All of a sudden, what's his face? Gets open in front of the net and buries the puck in overtime.
Yep.
You cannot stop playing. I don't care who you are.
But
it's your fault. It's your fault. You cannot stop playing.
100% agreed. I would argue that I was more upset about the reffing blunders prior to the overtime debacle for the Gophers this year.
Correct.
Than that. Like
the Notre Dame,
was the cherry on
Dame
top.
Games, yeah.
No, not the Notre Dame games. I'm saying in the UMass game.
Okay.
There were so many things that happened that should not have, between Soulier's equipment issue that never should have got him kicked out of the game, to the first goal that there should have been a penalty called before the goal happened with Middlestat's antics. Like the overtime one, I would have generally looked past if that was it. But it was everything that happened to bring it to overtime.
It's everything piling
and then that happened.
Yeah.
That's what really set me off.
Mm-hmm. No,
like
I get
the Chesley one, that one's a tough one to call in real time. Like I don't blame the refs. That's a really hard one to call on the spot because like it wasn't super conclusive. If you go back and watch the replays, like it's absolutely a trip. Should have been called, and then it goes to a goal. But that was like the least offensive miss in my mind. Mm-hmm. They should have called a penalty on the play against Middlestat before that goal was scored. They should have let Soulier play the fucking game. And guess what? Maybe they score, but you're giving us another arrow in the quiver to bitch about because you took Soulier out of the game and put Airy in. Like, it was a great goal. Like, that's not Airy's fault. But still, you can't say it didn't impact the game.
It did. they should have given him more flexibility there. Talking with Eric Martinson, the Associate Athletic Director with North Dakota. He is on the rules committee. He's one of my guys. He used to help out with stats back in the days for the WCHA Final Five. Great guy. He gave us the heads up when we were in North Dakota a couple of years ago. He's the one who got us into North Dakota. That hey, they're changing. We want to change the high stick rule. We wanted to make it up shoulders. I'm like, we knew this was coming before. And he talked to us after the game and was like, that goalie rule was just put in this season because of a certain Michigan goalie stalling when they were playing against Quinnipiac in the Frozen
No, that's
Four.
never happened. There's never been a Michigan goalie that would ever,
because he went to the bench
or anything.
He went to the bench. Who was the goalie? I'm trying to remember his name. He's always knocked the goal off at Mariucci.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm just blanking on his name, but
damn it! Now I'm spacing on his name.
Yeah, he knocked the goal off a lot because Mariucci was messed up.
Hang on, Michigan hockey goalie
Portillo. There you go, yeah. Mateo. Thank you.
Did Mateo say it?
Yeah, he did.
Yep, there it is.
Portillo.
Yeah, no, Portillo was the
Portillo caused issues in the Frozen Four game.
Colorado, 1:16 left. It's going to be an electric Game 7. I'm so excited.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Eric Portillo was the fun one. That's Portillo, like, net came off. So, shocker.
Because of Eric Portillo causing issues in the Frozen Four against Quinnipiac, they added this rule about if your goal is going to take more than 30 seconds for it, whatever it is, you need to replace them.
Blame Michigan every time. God damn it.
Frickin' Portillo. And the funny thing is, the net at Mariucci was messed up and didn't work right because they moved where the red line was. What
do you mean they moved where the red line was?
You probably don't know this, but in the Lucia era, he changed. Mariucci is an international rules rink. It originally was. It had the original deep corners with a with the red line being where it needs to be for international hockey, which left a lot of space behind the goal. Sometime during his tenure, I'm not sure when, Craig Floor could probably confirm for me, they moved the red line back to match the red line of the NHL and how far it is spaced from the back wall. International, it's about 2 or 3 feet further out. It's a bigger space.
Okay.
When they moved it back, for one thing, the goal had to be moved over about 4 inches because right below it was pipes. So the goals at the old Mariucci before they redid it recently, one goal was either 2 or 4 inches to one side. And they couldn't get quite the proper hole. So that's why that net always had issues with the posts and it coming off. But somebody like Close and the goalies, they get used to it because they're playing on it all the time. But somebody like a Portillo takes advantage of it.
Sounds like Michigan.
Yeah.
Connor, respect to the Knights. It was a good series. Tough for the Wild, but hey.
We're used to it, man. You guys have won a cup.
They have in 6 fucking years. God damn it.
They've won a cup. Tampa's won a cup. Dallas has won a cup. Carolina's won a cup. Miami, Florida has won a cup. State of hockey.
Fun,
State of hockey.
Hey. In fairness, Jupe, if we want to be technical, Toronto, our neighbor to the south, has gone almost twice as long as we've existed without a cup. So, could be worse.
They've still won a cup at least. Was it
they
1954?
Won a cup in 67, and it was a gimme
cup.
67?
67?
Yeah, but 67 was the expansion year. That was the year that whoever came out of the East was going to demolish the West because it was all expansion teams with not current expansion rules.
Okay, hold on here. 8-7. Colorado has tied the series.
7-4 final.
Edmonton, they got just over 9 minutes left. They're up by 2.
Yep, 9.5 left, 5-3. That'll be fun.
25 years and wild nothing. I
feel you're right.
I feel lucky enough to have been alive for the Twins.
In fairness, again,
World Series.
This is the best the team's looked. It's only going up. We gotta hope. So what do you think obviously there's a few things that got to be rounded out for Bob's roster next year. Are the Gophers sitting 2 or 3 in the Big Ten? Are they sitting 4 or 5 in the Big Ten? Where do they fall?
I've thought about this.
Cosgrove, welcome back, buddy.
Oh, he's got you there.
Oh, it was right before the expansion. That just means it's even older. But all right, touche. I will never give up on my stand. Hey, appreciate you, buddy.
I don't know what to think anymore. I mean, okay, let me go to my site and see how many roster spots they currently have right now. They have no.
Oh, there's plenty.
There is plenty. Let me go over pucklive.com for those of you.
Forward group, you probably could fit
17 of 26 roster spots right now. So they're missing 9 spots. And I'm saying 26 roster spots because we believe the House ruling will give them 26 spots. Not for sure yet.
But there's also guys that probably aren't included in that then.
None of the
roster guys.
None of the rookies are, because we don't know who's coming in.
Sure, but is Michael going to be there?
No, he's gone.
Oh,
so right now, the current roster is Whipple, Rude, Luke Middlestead, Thomas, Begley, Gruba. That's their defensive core. Forwards, Falloon, Hendrickson, Lamb, John Middlestead, Clark, Ludke, who's the transfer from Omaha, Paulson, Zemer. Goalies, you've got Ari, Weiss, and DePasquo, the transfer from Michigan State. So right now they have 8 forwards.
LJ Mooney will be one of them.
Yeah, I believe so too. And that's just that we just don't know who's.
But that's it for certainty for me. The rest are very up for debate.
The understanding though is they do have letters of intent that last a year from Grimes, Kavinsnika, whatever you say it, Rambach, Mooney, Moore, and Phillips. And Townsend. So they all have
Moore will be here. I think Phillips has a decent chance to be here. Past that, I don't know.
So one thing they do have for defensive recruits: Grimes, 6'1", Rambach, 6'6".
That's fun.
Moore, 6'4".
Don't say Mooney.
Maceo, I won't say Maceo. Maceo Phillips, 6'5". These are the defensive guys.
Yeah.
On defense, they're recruiting a lot of size. Mooney, the last numbers I had, 5'6", 146 pounds.
That's probably generous.
I could lean on him and just push him over.
I think he's 5'7", but 146 might be padded.
This was last year's numbers I grabbed off of
Gotcha.
prospects. I haven't updated any profiles yet because I'm waiting to see if they actually come in.
Mooney is a small guy. There's no doubt.
But small,
he's also
small works for college. Small doesn't work for the pros as much. Small works for college. In
college, it can work. It can. I wouldn't say it does. It can.
And did you see those videos of him pushing his weight around a couple days ago? What happened, dear?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, you disappeared for a second.
Oh, really? Shit.
Yeah. But Mooney was pushing his weight around. Big checks, big hits. You need to be tough if you're going to be small. Can you do a pull-up? Oh, my gosh, Sean. That is funny because...
The middle stat shot?
Gosh, I think I got a text from former SID.
It has to be a middle
Brian Deutsch talking about pull-ups and stuff. Who was it? Cooley? Who was it that couldn't do a pull-up?
No, it was Middlestat at the NHL.
Yep. Oh, I think I've got a picture of that.
And maybe there's someone else he's talking about, but I imagine it has to be that Middlestat couldn't do a pull-up.
It was Middlestat, I think.
But that was definitely for the NHL combine, not anything Gopher related.
Oh my gosh. Let me see if I can save this. He sent me a picture of Middlestat trying to do a pull-up. He's got a photo. Oh my God. Please tell me I can upload this.
I lean Avalanche. Less because of anything that either team has done right or wrong. Oh, you got the picture. Here
there you go,
dude.
You can press that. I can't.
God damn it, Jupe, I'm gonna cry. The face is so perfect.
Okay, he was actually referring to Shedeur, the draft. And he's like, maybe Shedeur couldn't do a pull-up either.
No, he for sure meant this.
Well, he was good. He's like, maybe it's why he wasn't getting drafted. Sanders was because he couldn't do a pull-up.
Oh my God, that's great.
Oh, so there you go.
All right, so we got that. But I do think Avalanche, not because anything the Stars have done wrong. I just think Avalanche are the deeper team right now, unless they get a couple of their guys back. If Heiskanen, Robertson are back, different story. But I lean Avalanche, even though it's going back to Dallas.
You got to give it to the Stars, though. You got to give it to the Stars because
they
finished the season as a pure shit team. They were in huge trouble.
Oh,
get through
Chief
this series.
Face is getting a mix.
He's in the finish.
Oh man!
Oh, look at this full. You see my blue and I got blue and pink going now.
It's like bubble gum, cotton candy.
Delicious. And now I can see your Pitlick jersey. Look at that.
Have you seen the signature?
What does it say?
Oh, bloody.
I don't need to see it. You can keep it up. Oh, you're just going to hang her. Okay.
No, you do.
Okay, go full screen. Go full screen so you see it better.
All right, fair. Let me work this.
Come on, you should know how to do this. Come on. I'm sorry. What, Rio? Wait.
I'm sorry I waved Rem. Signed by Bill Guerin.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's my prized possession.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So our buddies that run
that is good.
Run 10K takes. They had it was not this year, but the previous year that they had like a meet and greet with Bill Guerin before like one of the earlier games in the season. It was kind of like address the fans, like what do they think? And like he literally took fan questions at a podium, and I was like, dear Lord, why are you answering these stupid fucking questions? So then he was signing like autographs with like just like signing a like picture of him that they gave as a stock option, and my wife wore the Pitlick jersey. We get up to him and like we intentionally went to the back of the line. So like we're not going to play other people, but we're going to be assholes and we're going to try and talk to him. And my wife's wearing the jersey, and I was pretty buckled. Like I wasn't like obliterated, but I was feeling it. I had
You were tuned up. You were tuned up.
I was just short of tuned up, I'd say.
Yeah,
and
fair.
By the end of the game, I was tuned up. But at that point, I was like just past the point of like being normal, and it was like, I'm definitely not sober, right? And I say to Bill Guerin, it would make my life if you would sign this Rem Pitlick jersey. He's like, oh fuck, like if it would make your life, then I have no choice. Like I got to do it. And like right away, I'm like, yeah, that wasn't the right way to put that, but I don't care. Whatever. Like we're good. And he signed my wife's jersey the way he did, and it's my favorite possession now.
Okay, now bring up Sean Cosgrove's chat there. Can you do it? Can you do it?
If I get in front of Billy, I will make sure he signs that jersey. I'm sorry, I hate Marco. What will say? I'm sorry, I hate him and all of his family and every piece of his lineage.
Oh my gosh!
I would love to sign that. Why the Pitlick jersey? That's a great question, Chief to Face. I actually, for those that haven't been around for the origins of the Sota Pod, we were doing a random live stream for the. I think it was the first game in Seattle, in Seattle's inaugural year, Wild against Seattle. Rem Pitlick was picked up off waivers, and that's why he was with the Minnesota Wild. He had scored 2 goals, and people were commenting, like, in the chat relentlessly, like, if he gets a hat trick, you have to buy a jersey. If he gets a hat trick, you have to buy a jersey. And, like, everyone posted it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll absolutely do it. He got the fucking hat trick against Seattle. I bought the jersey instantly. And I had to go with the white jersey because it was in Seattle. I bought the authentic jersey. And it couldn't have been, like, I got the jersey a week later. And a week after that, he was waived again and gone. So that's what I had. My wife thought the name was hilarious. She thinks the name Pitlick is just funny. And so when we went to that game and she came with, that's the jersey she wanted to wear. Bill Guerin signed it. I regret nothing.
And old guys like me remember when his dad played for the Gophers.
That is crazy. Hey, Vigo made a great point, though. Best practice player ever.
Yeah.
Mr. Remington.
He was a better quote, too. His brother was not so much.
Well, that's because his brother thought he was better than everyone. Weird how Rem is in a short list of people with wild hat tricks. That's true. It's worth it. I'm sorry. I put baby Rossi in the corner. Oh, Bill, no. That cuts deep.
Wow.
And he did. I'm sorry. John Hines hates Rossi. Bill Guerin.
4:18 left. Man. Edmonton up still 5-3 over the Kings, trying to eliminate them.
Hey, Jupe, Rem never chucked his stick into the stands. Now, obviously, in hindsight, it was dumb.
Dude,
I fucking loved it.
You know how close he came to scoring on his first shift after being sat for the rest of the period?
I loved it. Jupe, I was at that game.
I was too.
And I was 4 rows up from where he threw the stick. I peed myself out of excitement. It was incredible.
And a Sioux fan got it, threw it back. Loved it. Loved it.
Every aspect of it was on script, period.
Well, here was our dream finale of the Western Regional in Fargo. Minnesota playing Mankato. Pitlick scores in overtime to win over Minnesota. Goes towards the bench and throws the stick over Motzko.
No, it throws it right at him.
Or at him, or over him, just kind of
bounces off his forehead.
Oh,
whatever.
My God. Shem Dicklick.
I just don't even know what to do with this. Dan, points for creativity for sure.
Dan, if you've been drinking like me.
Who had the first hat trick in Wild history? It can't be Gabrick, otherwise Cosgrove wouldn't have asked it. So I'm trying to think who it could have been.
I know Hendrickson scored the first goal then.
Scored the first goal. I'm going to go with Andrew Burnett. Cosgrove will tell me that I'm wrong, I'm sure. But
it's usually about, what, 20 seconds?
Who had the first hat trick in Wild history? Anyone else have guesses? Throw them in the chats. I think Carolina Hurricanes at Capitals. And
no alcohol, just beer.
Chief to face. You're a beauty.
I've got a good buzz going.
You're welcome back anytime, buddy. You're the best. Too bad Mankato disappoints me. Yeah, that's fair. 3 pitchers at the bar and started drinking Coors Light bed setters when I got home. Dan, you're a beauty. You stick around too. Just good for the chat.
Bedwetters. Oh my God.
So what, we got like 3 minutes left here in this Edmonton LA game.
Empty net. LA's trying. They're desperate here.
Oops, I meant second round. Y'all the best. Hey, you're the best.
Auntie Loxton. Oh, that's right.
First off, that's definitely on the Mount Rushmore of all name team for the Wild. Auntie Loxton rocks. Brad Bombardier is in discussion, probably on the fringe. What is the Mount Rushmore of Minnesota Wild player names?
Oh, I don't know about names, but
for names, not players.
So you're a little young for this, but there was a goalie for Denver. Sinaway Walanaimo.
Sounds like an awesome name.
He's Finnish. Sinaway Walanaimo was a character. In stoppages, he would egg on crowds.
I love that. Kind of like Trey Augustine this year.
He was outstanding. Definitely a goalie's goal. I mean, just a crazy kooky guy. Ended up serving. I think he's still serving in the Senate in Finland now. Yeah, after his retirement.
Huh.
Anyone my age or maybe even a little younger, mid-90s, Sinaway Walanaimo, great name, played for Denver.
Great name.
And such a character. I wish I was covering Gopher hockey back then. I wasn't. I didn't start until 2006. But Kobasu, not a bad name.
That's a good hat trick name.
Gosh, isn't he a BC kid, I think? My memory's failing me.
I'm definitely torn.
2:18 left. Come on, LA, just get a goal. Let's make this interesting.
Come on, LA.
So LA was the favorite in this series since this is game 6 and they're in.
Well, they were the higher seed.
Is it 4-5 or I don't know what this?
No, it's 3-2 right now in the series.
No, I mean the seeds. What were they? The seeds.
Well, for their part of the bracket, if you're going 1 through 4, they were 2 and 3.
Okay.
This is the side that Minnesota's on. So 1 was Vegas. These 2 are 2-3. Minnesota's 4.
I'm not a fan of the way they seed things.
No, it's horrible. I'm also not a fan of the way they score things. I think they should go to the 3-point system, but that'll never happen because Gary Bettman wants everyone to be included.
Oh, God, I hate the point system in the NHL.
No, the 3-point system is perfect. 3 for a win, 2 for an overtime win, 1 for an overtime loss, 0 for a normal loss. Done. You should never have games that are worth a different value of points.
Bingo.
If a team wins in overtime,
thank you.
That's a 3-point game.
Thank you.
If a team wins in regulation, that's a 2-point game. That makes no fucking sense.
With you 1,000%.
We agree on most things. All right, flip the script in 6 games, better than anyone in history outside of Nazem Kadri. I think that's a little aggressive, but I get this sentiment. I'm with you on it. Just dial it back a touch, Mateo. Feel I can eat a fat one if you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean, Chief to Face. I'm going to pretend I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what he means. I don't even have to pretend.
Oh, you know what he means. Vegas was 1 on their side. That's why they played us as a wild card.
They're within 1.
Wait, what? You are still ahead of me. You son of a bitch.
I think my ESPN feed is ahead of yours, whereas the TNT you were slightly ahead.
I was only ahead on TNT because I was on my iPad, but that still makes no sense.
Yeah, 53.3. It's
Dude,
1 goal.
You had me by a lot for Kings Edmonton. All right. 5-4 game. That's gonna be interesting.
Let's just have some fun. Let's tie it up. Let's make it a late night.
Seems good. All right, we talked about that. I think Bettman does a great job. Of course you do. King score, LOL. Oh shoot. No doubty about it, Cosgrove. Baby. Poor Drew Doughty. Everyone feels bad for him.
Calvin Pickard of the USS Enterprise. Engage.
Beat me up, Scotty. Facepalm Sean. Not funny is VGK fan. Wait, if you're a Vegas fan, why do you care what happens with all of this? You advanced. Actually, Connor, I want to know. Who do you want to play between LA and Edmonton and why? Teo Bettman especially did great in holding the Wild accountable for signing Parise and Suter to legal contracts. Yeah, I'll never understand that whole debacle, why they were punished after the fact. Seems greatly illegal, but fuck Minnesota, right? I was wrong. LA Kings did score. No, it's okay. I still want to know, Connor, who do you want, LA or Edmonton? And I need to know why. I need an explanation.
Chief, let's go. A late night or a late night? Wait, a late night. Jeez. You sure you haven't been drinking today, Chief?
Chief's with us. May the force be with you. God bless you, Dan.
Nanu, nanu. Dan, I think may get that. Nanu, nanu.
Nanu, nanu.
You're too young for that.
Beat me up, Scotty.
It's not Star Trek, actually.
No, Star Wars.
It's not Star Wars either.
Yeah, then I have no clue what you're talking about. And I was just guessing.
Well, you see, Engstrom says he's a 77 guy. He might have been a little young, but Nanu with this Vulcan Star Trek thing would be Mork and Mindy, Robin Williams as Mork from Ork.
Oh, Mork from Ork.
And he would say Nanu as a greeting. I don't know if you're old enough for that, Dan.
Dan, let him know.
I am old. 6-4. Edmonton is going to advance with 0.8 seconds left.
Got it. Who was that?
Brown.
Oh, good for you, Mr. Brown. Star Trek is where the Force battles the dark side. Mateo. You're saved by LA Kings. Come back. Others went. Wait. So
there's
Connor,
no Force in Star
hang on,
Trek.
Connor. You're a Vegas fan and you want Edmonton? I need you to explain.
I just sell propane. Did I?
Bobby.
Did I have too much?
Bobby. That's pretty good.
Congratulations, the Edmonton Oilers advancing. Okay, now that all the teams are gone, there's still a couple Gophers out there. We got Snuggerud and Letty for St. Louis still. Schmidt for Florida.
Yep.
Nyes with Toronto. Anyone else?
Hey, so we got the Florida-Toronto series covered.
Oh,
Carolina.
Because I love Nate Schmidt.
LaFontaine for Carolina.
He's not playing. I mean, the guy who's actually on the roster.
I was more just stabbing myself through my heart that they tricked him into leaving like assholes. Tell me I'm wrong.
Gophers won a national title with LaFontaine in that.
Right.
Even though he wasn't having a good season, the way that team was coming
Carolina talked him out of it.
But if Nyes and Snuggerud show up at all in the postseason of 2023.
I think that's an overstatement, but I won't get mad.
They did nothing. They did nothing. None of them. Snuggerud disappeared in the second half of that season from February on. Nyes didn't score a goal. He
didn't score a goal?
I've been drinking. Score a goal since I want to say February of that season. Snuggerud didn't score an NCAA goal.
Nyes did non-scoring things. That I'll accept.
Yes.
Nyes is the one that offended me.
The Nyes, Snuggerud, Cooley line was not what they were or could have been. Thank you, Mateo. I have been drinking. Give me a break. It's empty. Maybe I should drink more.
Oh, that is the best
adjustment
you could get. Skolagor.
Oh boy. That was the 2000 Democratic president. Skolagor.
Hey, you know what, Cosgrove? He was super duper serial. Fill that up.
You guys should see me on the Thanksgiving episode of the GPL podcast. That is entertainment.
On what?
When I've been drinking and I can barely talk like that.
Oh, I thought you said a specific date. And
the Thanksgiving podcast we did is like you said.
Thanksgiving.
Okay, now
my wife might be in labor on Thanksgiving, and I'll be there.
The worst though. I think we did a live broadcast in around 2000. They were still in WCHA 2012, 2013.
Truth.
For Alaska Anchorage.
At
Alaska Anchorage. So it starts at 10 o'clock at night.
That's rough. I
was shit faced by the end of that broadcast. Just hammered. I'm not even sure how I knew to even stop the broadcast. I was so hammered. Only a few people heard it and saw that, but
respect.
Man Bear Pig.
Man Bear Pig is the lifeblood that fuels this channel.
Okay, who wins the Stanley Cup, and who do you want to win the Stanley Cup?
Oh, those are very different answers. So I know. So for who wins, I'm sticking with my prediction coming in: Carolina over the Colorado Avalanche, which that's coming down to a Game 7. But who do I want to win? That is interesting. Vegas winning is good for Minnesota, but I really don't want that team to win.
They don't need that.
Even though I picked them, I don't want Colorado to win. That'd be fun, but winner of Winnipeg St. Louis would be cool for different reasons. St. Louis is cool if it's Jimmy, right? Winnipeg is cool because they've had such a good team for the last couple of years and they never break through. If they can win the first round, no one wants to play them because they'll settle in and it'll be good. Other side, I've never cared about Washington, but it'd be cool for them, for Ovechkin in his twilight, a lot of things going for him. I don't believe in that team, but I actually, for the first time ever, am kind of pulling for them besides the year they won when I was like, oh, they beat Pittsburgh, rite of passage, go win. But this year would be cool. I just don't believe in them. Carolina would be cool for the storylines where the trade didn't work when they brought in Rantanen, but now they brought in Stankoven and they're still making it work. They're just a well-oiled machine, good coaching. They got the structure. They can do it any year. Florida's fun because no one really thought they had a chance coming in. They dismantled Tampa, and now they're like fully healthy, going strong. I don't want Toronto. That would just be tough with Canada. I can't do it. So there's like two teams that don't have a good storyline. The rest I can argue for.
Toronto would be a good storyline, though. Toronto would be a huge storyline if they were to win the Cup.
It would be in a very
come on.
Canada way.
Team hasn't won since 93, and the first one to win is Toronto. That would be a big story.
I know, and I'd be happy for Nyes, but I don't want it for Toronto.
I want it for just literally Nyes only, and it's a good story.
The one I want the.
By the way, Mateo, you had a text earlier. Do Weiss ever gets a game? No. Weiss is never getting a game for the Gophers.
But in the interview with all the goalies, they said if he went in, people would not realize that he shouldn't be there. Basically.
Yeah, but they say that about everybody.
No, they went out of their way though. They stopped and said you don't always say this about your third string guy, but if he had to step in for a game, people would not realize that he's a third stringer, basically. Need Nyes to get offer sheeted elsewhere. It's going to be Pittsburgh, please and thank you. I agree with second guy. Second guy. I love second guy. Well, Maple Leafs wins second round.
Am I the second?
To be honest, I really
because you don't put names up. You don't use the name tag. You should turn that feature on.
What?
The name thing. It doesn't
show
for
you.
Up. Yeah. Well, you don't show up.
Sure.
You never showed up for anyone. They never know who the hell we are.
Oh, I can do it right now.
You should have that feature on.
Where'd it go?
How he's looking for it. It could take a while because he doesn't use it.
I got it. Ready? Boom.
There it is. Look at that.
Boom.
And for those of you wondering, that little symbol is the actual symbol for Jupiter.
Nice.
Rossi for Nyes. Oh, fuck yeah.
No hesitation. No chance that Toronto takes that, but I would love it. Rossi to Pittsburgh for the 9 and Nyes offer sheet. Wait, does that mean that Nyes goes to Pittsburgh in the offer sheet? If so, I'm in for all of this.
Yeah, but Nyes has got at least another year there, doesn't he?
No. RFA this summer. I thought I was watching a morning radio show. Hey, Dan. We've all been waiting for your name.
Both him and Nyes are on this. Both him and Faber's on the same schedule. I forgot about that.
So as far as who I want to win versus who I think, I
how about
Washington? I think Washington will be sweet for Ovechkin.
Yeah, he's already got one.
God,
Canada's desperate.
Crosby has
they've got to get a champion in there sometime.
For who?
Canada. I mean, any Canadian team's got to win.
See,
how much does that country lose its shit if they had an all-Canadian final?
Right. Think about
Toronto and Edmonton in the finals. Oh my God.
A guarantee of a Canadian team would break everyone. The Wild will not overshoot Nyes. Never. But God, that would be fun. Caps win, that means Ovi can retire. Honestly, Ovi might retire regardless, but it'd be sweet to see him chase 1,000. Now that he's done what he did this year, I did not think he would do anything close to what he did this season.
Nice. Oh, boy. Nice.
He just pivots right back to nice.
Well, no, I just...
Nice.
Nice. Played for the Gophers. I love cheering for him, but he's not a Minnesota guy. He's not a guy who comes back during the summer. Nice, Cooley are not Minnesota guys. Snuggerud?
Cooley 100%. Nice, I think you're being a little harsh.
Yeah. Just what I've heard. Okay, speaking of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Tell me about your thoughts on their jersey. The reason
standard blue jersey or what?
Reason I ask is because I love it when they wear their lighter blue colors.
I don't mind
older school blue. It's a much lighter color than their darker blues.
I'm neutral.
You're neutral? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have much of an opinion. I think they're both fine.
I love it's more of I guess it's not a baby blue, but it's very much a lighter blue.
Faded blue.
Yeah, I think it's better than their dark blue. Big time. Still for Panthers will be tough. Yeah. Winnipeg Avalanche. Yeah. Not sure what that means.
We got through the games. Covered a lot. Let's see. Don't need Minnesota guys. Need guys that know how to fuck on the ice playing hockey. No dick stuff. Thank you, Dan, for those clarifications.
I'm a little concerned with you, Dan.
No, respect. Need Winnipeg to lose early, so they dismantle their roster.
They could.
I just don't know how much dismantling they can do. They sign whoever wants to stay.
What is that series right now?
Huh?
What is the St. Louis Winnipeg series right now?
3-2 Winnipeg. But it's going back to St. Louis.
All the home teams have won, haven't they?
So far on that one.
Yeah. Oh, strange. That Greg Better Edge guy started following me. I'm sorry, dude.
Greg's good dude.
I'm sure he is.
I'm on a short list of people that I would actually vouch for because most people, it's not worth vouching.
Yeah, that is no lie, dude.
Definitely not. Winnipeg wins Jupiter. Connor says so. Never mind. Winnipeg didn't win yet.
Yeah, they got to win first. So.
Yep, that's fair. No, we made it through a bunch of games.
And we just hung out, man. I don't have any drinks
left.
Had a
good time. Talked hockey.
Cheers. It wasn't always hockey. Sorry, a lot of college for you pro people, but
they need to know.
The college crowd, we're a little bit more cultish. We're a little different than your NHL crowd.
That's true.
And it's just weird being a guest on these podcast things. I'm used to hosting.
No, it's so much better being a guest.
I don't know. I keep looking and want to click something. I want to do this. You know, like you said, when you came out with us, it's like
it's better to not have all the switches.
I don't have these controls. Can't do anything.
Fair. We'll do something fun together again soon this summer. We'll figure something out.
Hey,
appreciate you coming on, though, man.
You know, if it's even just getting together to have a beverage, man.
I mean, always down for that.
Love to see. I got nothing going on. It's quiet summer until I'm on vacation in August. So thanks for having me on, man. I don't have any drink left, but cheers to you. Cheers to your listeners and watchers. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Everyone that's tuned along this far, appreciate you all. It's been fun watching hockey. We'll catch you all on the other side. We'll do more streams, just no more wild. Sad.
Peace out, Dan.
Disappointing. Peace.